Okay. So yeah, my fan is very loud. But whatever. So yeah, part 2 of making the slope clone. So yeah, and this is really far behind. Jeez. Once again, my phone is charging, but whatever. We're gonna be listening to Scrubs. Like this channel. Basically, wait a minute. Darn it. Oh, wait, never mind. Okay, I'm gonna go watch that video later anyways, but yeah, this is Scrubs. Go subscribe. He has good stories. We're gonna be watching the worst spoiled kid of all time, right here.
Alright, what's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am.
Hey, look, it's me.
You guys really loved when I did that compilation
It's
of all
fine.
the story times for the 4th of July. So
but
I figured
yeah,
I would, bring you
I'm gonna
guys
turn that
along
down a
to
little bit
celebrate
more,
the
but
start of a new
yeah,
year.
there you go.
If you appreciate
So
it, you like the long
we're gonna
videos,
be
please be sure to press the like
keeping
button.
that on as background, mainly for me, so I can listen to something, because I don't want to use headphones for some reason, so yeah. But we're gonna keep on some background stuff, and yeah, we're gonna be heading into programs. And the first thing we're actually gonna be doing is creating a new profile for my G502 for Unity / under like scripting and stuff. So this is mostly gonna be coding things. So I'm gonna set up some things so I can get coding, lots of coding things, because I need coding things. So yeah, we're gonna open up downhill. We're gonna open this up.
We're all still gonna die, so like, sure, I guess
and
make life easier, but
yeah,
when
first
really
we're gonna do the
become a
lights.
better human, it's just stupid. But some of the kids at this private
So,
school would love to use their parents' money to win
I like the
argument,
fixed
you know? Like
lights,
if somebody was
so I'm gonna
fighting
keep
with
them
they'd
fixed,
be like, well, I'm richer
but
than you, I have
I
5
gotta
horses and you have 4.
get some kind of a color
Which,
scheme.
is to be expected.
So
People like this, I
Unity
don't know what it
is
for some reason they think that's like a good argument.
mainly
You know, hey,
white
man, you
and
should run
black.
red lights. I own a horse. It's like, alright, dude, cool. You still should run a red light. You can't ride a horse if you get in a car accident. I'm just saying, it's not a very good way to win
my
arguments.
code
like,
right
know,
here, which
especially
is
if it's
Visual
not
Studio
your
Code,
money. If you're worth
which is
80
what I
million and you
use,
wanna run
is
around going, "I'm worth 80
more
million,"
neon
like, at
color.
least it's your money, right? But
So I think we
flexing
might do just
accomplishment
neon
isn't
colors,
yours
because
to
it's
think
mainly
it
for
makes you
scripting.
cooler. I've never understood. It's
So
your
some
parents'
kind of a
money.
neon
It's
blue.
not yours.
No,
It's
just
not
like
you
up.
You could go to your dad
Just
tomorrow
look up,
and
like,
be
neon
hey, Dad,
blue,
you need to liquidate the stock portfolio. We're moving to
RGB
Belgium.
values
It's not really
or something.
your money. You're just benefiting off somebody else's hard work. And like, sure, it's your parents that worked hard, but it's not like you're rich and it doesn't make you better than anyone, even if you were. Anyways, in this particular class, he had a teacher that really did not like the way that a lot of the students would talk to him. You know, a lot of the teachers were too afraid to talk back because they were intimidated. But in this particular class, he really despised being condescended to by the students, which I could understand.
Okay.
Like, imagine you've been to college,
Can you
you've
stay?
been around the block, you're an adult, and some 15-year-old is like, you're an idiot because my daddy is rich. Anyways, in this class, there was one girl that was always like humble bragging and interrupting the class about how, you know, she needed to turn in this assignment late or that
400,
assignment late because
please.
of insert rich person event. Like one time, you know, in the middle of a presentation by the teacher out of nowhere, she just goes, I'm sorry I had to turn in the homework late earlier today. I was just in Paris last night. Like, for absolutely no reason out loud, you know. There was another time where, like, in the middle of an unrelated presentation to anything she was about to bring up, she just blurted out that she needed next week's homework early because she was going to be spending time in England. And anytime she would do anything like this, she would make sure to scream it loud enough so everybody could hear it. You know, she didn't want anyone to not know that she was going to be spending time in Paris or England. And obviously it was just annoying because it's like,
are you done?
For the homework,
Jeez, man.
Screaming you're going to England under the guise of asking for homework so everyone's impressed. And obviously the teacher was kind of annoyed because she's just like always interrupting class and loudly announcing her trips or where she's going, and you know, it just didn't really have a place in class. Like, listen, it's cool you're going to Paris. I'm sure it was awesome. You saw a tower or whatever. Maybe outside like your food.
Good
I don't know.
gracious.
Whatever you do in France.
I was trying to change back to my CapCut version so I can copy and paste this easier, but
even then, if you are going to be gone all the time going on vacation, you don't have to interrupt class at all. Like, you could just walk up to the teacher after class and go, hey, I'm going on vacation next week, may I have the work?
Yes,
you don't need to, like,
shut your
tell
mouth.
the teacher, I'm going to Belgium to go scuba diving in 5
Where
months
is the
for finding
thing?
the homework. Like, saying you're going on vacation also works, and you especially don't need to interrupt the class and flex on everybody. Anyways, the teacher was just especially annoyed with this because it was something that this particular girl would get up to all the time. And on this particular day, in the middle of class, once again, unrelated to anything she's about to say, she just kind of blurted out in the middle of class,
is gonna be
excuse me? And the teacher's like, yeah? Can I get the work for next week right now? Because I'm going to be going to Norway. So if you could just get me like next week's work right now, I would really appreciate
is that?
it. And the teacher kind of sits there and looks at her stupefied for a second because he's in the middle of teaching the lesson and he goes, no, you can't right now. You're not going to Norway tomorrow, are you? And it's the middle of class. Like, this can wait. So please sit down.
We could make this
quiet. Nobody cares
but that's
where
too
you're going
similar
on
to
vacation.
CapCut.
All right, I promise you it'll be okay. You can deal with this after class, but there really is no reason to continuously interrupt
really
my
bad on
teaching in order
mouse.
to tell us where you're going on vacation, because I can assure you that none of us care.
It is
Which,
distinctive,
listen, sure,
though.
that's absolutely brutal. I would consider that a little bit of a fatality, but imagine constantly having your
we'll
job
just do that.
interrupted by
I
some
really
person
just care
announcing
about the
her travel
assignments,
itinerary.
but
like, imagine if you were a chef, right? You know, you're trying to make a fish
we
fillet,
need
you're trying to make
Control
a steak, and then, like, some chef just keeps walking up to you. Hey man, I just got back from the Maldives. You won't believe how
Shut
crazy
your
it is.
mouth,
You have to
buddy.
look at these pictures, and you're like, dude, I can't look at these pictures. I gotta make the steak. Obviously, it would get annoying. However, the spoiled girl did not like that. I don't think anyone would have liked that. So she just goes, excuse me? I'll have you know that it's my job as a student to take care of my studies, so I will take care of them.
I don't know if I have a button to save.
Which is obviously just taking
Middle click doesn't really
said,
work.
like the most ridiculous way possible. He really didn't mean that you shouldn't take your school
Control
seriously.
S would be really helpful.
This after class, you don't have to interrupt me all
Yeah,
the
we'll
time.
just
Nobody
we'll just
cares
do
where
that.
you're going.
Right.
It has nothing to do
Saving
with you
can
not
be
taking
here.
school seriously. He didn't
Jeez,
say
man.
forget your future, drop out, live in a van, make a YouTube. Like he didn't give you that advice. All he said was, please stop, nobody cares.
Okay.
You know. And the
So,
teacher's response was
we're
like,
gonna
I'm glad that you
do
care about your schooling,
public
you know, it's
game
great. There's
object.
a lot of kids in this school that don't seem to take their education seriously. But that being said,
Public-
you don't need to scream out
public
that you're going
game
across the world in
object,
the middle of class
and
interrupt
if
what I'm doing
input
and
dot
demand that I
get
get you to
key-
work. I'm not gonna
key
interrupt what I'm
code
doing to
dot
fetch something for you're
and then
dumb.
more
And her
parentheses,
response
we're
is
gonna
just,
do
well,
this
I pay your salary,
and
so
public
I expect
game
you
object.
to get the work when I request the work, you know. You get paid more than a normal teacher at this
So
school,
those are
and as
these
such,
two,
you need
and
to
then I
treat
have
us with
one more
respect.
open, so I
So
could
if
do
you
something
wanna
like
keep that
Control
salary
Shift
that I paid,
T
you're gonna get the work when
to
I
reopen a
ask for it.
tab.
Which is just some of the most entitled behavior of all time, man. Like,
you know.
listen, even if you are paying for private school, you just can't start screaming at the teacher and telling them they need to print work for you immediately. That's not really how it works. It just makes you look like you suck, you know? Like, the teacher will get to it when they can get to it, but you wouldn't go interrupt a bus
So we can
driver
do
in the
if
middle of his route
input.get
until he
key
has to
down
print the
and
bus
public
route for
game
you.
object.
Obviously, it's a little
We
less
could do
high stakes
public
when you're teaching
float.
a class, you know, and just standing up and screaming at him, demanding you go print stuff right then is like getting his entire bus route off course.
What's something I
And
need to
even
do
then,
off?
alright, you're not the only person at this private school paying tuition. Everybody else in that classroom is also shelling out a metric crap ton of money to be there. So you're not the only one paying his salary. Everybody there is. So if they want to be paying attention and learning, then like shut up. You're not the only person paying the salary. Sure, you can ask him to print it right then, but if everybody else says no, keep teaching, then like it is what it is. You got outvoted. They kind of outpower you. They're paying more in the
Save as
salary
share
altogether. And if that's what
autos.
the teacher says, you know, I'm not going to stop. The other students are paying my salary too. And at that point, even
About
if
in
students speak
Unity.
up, they're like, yeah, my parents are paying a lot of money for me to be here too.
You've seen save, save
as.
as. Build and
Obviously,
run.
as the
Control
class kind of,
B.
like, turns
That
on
could be
her a little
useful.
bit and is kind of like, yeah,
Alright.
come on, stop interrupting the class. Like you always
So
are interrupting us for
DPI
no reason.
down
Nobody
can be
cares about
Control
where you're going.
B.
She starts to
Yes.
get embarrassed, and she sits down, but it's very obvious that she's not happy. You know, like by the facial expressions, you can just tell that it's not over. She's doing the Crocker from Fairly Odd Parents thing of like, soon I will reveal the existence of these fairies. But it's like, soon I will get this teacher in trouble for, you know,
Save.
not letting
There
me
you go.
brag about my vacation in the middle of the day. She's
Control
definitely got this look
B,
of
where
somebody
is it?
that's
There it
just
is.
planning something. But whatever, the teacher doesn't
Donk.
like give it any
Control B.
attention, obviously, and the
Alright.
class just kind of goes about its business. For the rest of the time, she doesn't say too much.
So you got
Everybody's kinda
save,
happy
we got
that, you know, there's
build
no
and
talking or
run,
distractions
and then
for a bit,
forward
or
and
random
backwards
facts about wherever the next
can be,
vacation is. And they end up leaving class, nothing happened,
public
going home,
float.
having a normal night, you know, nothing too eventful. You wouldn't expect too much craziness to be going down.
Game
that kind of
object.
classroom drama when you're at home.
No
That'd be
repeat.
uncomfortable if like your teacher and another
And
student are fighting each other, bursting through your door.
Public.
Like Kool-Aid Man. Oh yeah, we brought school drama.
Public.
home. You'd be like, no, I wanted to leave
Capital
this in the
G,
science
capital
class. Okay,
O.
I don't want to deal with this here.
Object.
Anyways, it wasn't
Object.
over because
Yes,
the
object.
next day everyone
Okay.
comes into class, you know, and the spoiled
Public.
girl is just glowing, and she starts
Game.
telling everybody that she's going to embarrass
Object.
this teacher. He's going to regret ever
Okay.
crossing her, you know, and obviously everybody's kind of like, okay.
Save.
But she keeps going
Public
on
game
about how she
object
really got
can
it this time,
probably-
like she's going to have no response. She's going to catch him absolutely lacking. So obviously everybody's kind of curious.
Public
It's not like they're
float.
on her side or anything.
Public float.
Like, nobody's really on her side, you know, they're trying to blow her
sir?
off. But obviously,
It's fine.
you're going to be a little bit interested when it's about to be very entertaining.
If
you know,
input-
we all
oh.
agree that there's some TV shows where
Jeez.
nobody's really the good guy on it, like Maury or some of the shows like that. But that being said, you can't help but admit it can be a little entertaining sometimes. So everybody's just kind of listening to her go on and on about how she's going to destroy him and blah blah blah. And finally, after the bell
So
rings, the teacher
it's
ends up coming into the class.
this.
And she doesn't even give this teacher any time to like go sit down, have a sip of coffee, nothing. He's just immediately confronted by spoiled T-Stinky Head Washington herself, you know, with some knowledge that she thought was going to absolutely own him, but honestly just ended up making her look really,
Key code
really creepy and desperate. Like,
dot.
in her mind, she thought what she was about to say was
And then
like, boom,
two
bang,
spaces
everyone's gonna be
over,
like, oh my
enter.
God, that was dope. And so what comes out of her mouth
Okay,
is, I know.
that
why
is
you hate when I
actually gonna
announce
be
why I
really
travel
difficult
without knowing.
to create as a
Because
macro,
you're
but
jealous
we'll
and
try.
bored, and you're never going to be able
Name
to
this
go to any of
macro,
these places. So your natural response is to try to shut it down,
input.
to hide the fact that you're embarrassed by the fact that I get to do cooler
Input.get
things
key.
with you.
Yes.
Which, listen,
Yeah,
man, is
repeat.
quite the opening, maybe a little bit too strong in my
Okay.
opinion, you know? I feel like if you're trying to own somebody,
If-
calling them jealous and poor off the rip is a good way to get nobody on your side. Just because it's like, I don't know, he kind of didn't say he's
Input.
upset that you traveled around the world, he's upset that you
Dot
interrupted
get
his class
key.
to do it, you know? I also just feel like most people would agree that it's messed up to start bullying somebody because they make less money than you, or
Key
like
code
assuming that they're just jealous
dot.
if their reasoning isn't that bad. But the teacher doesn't let it faze him, you know, he doesn't get too shaken up. He's like, oh, am I jealous, you know?
Stop
that's
recording.
Crazy. I
Save.
didn't realize that I was
That
jealous.
is going to be
And
very
although
interesting
I
to see if
probably,
that
in fact,
actually
certainly
works.
make more, or make less, excuse me, than most of your parents, you know, I wouldn't
Whatever.
consider
Alright,
myself
so
poor.
this
I
button
definitely
is gonna be
make more
input
than
dot
the
get key.
average teacher, and I feel like I do pretty well for myself. My house is paid off, not that it's any of your business, but thank you so much. Sure, I
Okay.
definitely don't make enough to be going to Norway every week, but I'm not really jealous of you. You know what I mean? I feel like
Holy crap, that actually
and
worked.
she's kind of taken aback by his answer, which is just the truth. He's like, yeah, probably. You're
Nice.
paying for private school. They definitely have more money than I do."
Nice.
But her response is, well,
Alright,
I watched you pull
that's
into school
cool.
this morning, and I saw the
We
car
can-
you drive, and I went up and I got
So this
the
is
VIN number, and I
saving,
ended up
that's
looking at
build
this
and
proof
run,
of
so
value,
really do
and
not
I
press
know
that
it's only
button.
worth
And this one I think was
$22,000. And I'll
undo.
have you know that $22,000 for a car is nothing. And she folds her arm like she just won the battle.
I think-
But listen, she doesn't realize it just makes her look nuts because she
Yeah.
watched somebody park and then went and got
Undo,
the
yeah,
VIN
undo.
number off their car.
Copy,
to know how much it
paste.
cost. So
Real
the
quick,
teacher
whatever.
says, you watched
Alright,
me
cool.
park. You know, that seems a little bit creepy and obsessive, and everybody
Oh.
starts laughing because
Alright.
it's true, dude. Like, you came to school.
So what did
early
we
to sit in
even
the teacher's
do
parking
last
lot, to
time?
figure
I
out
guess
where
do
he
this.
parked, to go over and figure out how much
Nice.
his car cost. And you didn't
And
even
just press
look up
one
the mom
button.
who, like, went and got the specific VIN number.
Completely
And he
build
said,
the
"Sure,
entire
the value was
project, let it run.
$22,000, but I
Really
paid
nice.
20 grand.
Alright.
What's your point, you know?" And she's getting embarrassed now. She's flushed
Dan-
red because
dan-
everybody's
dan-
laughing at
dan-
her, and,
dan-
like, the
dan-
teacher's not
dan-
shook,
dan-
she's not
dan-
really
dan-
embarrassed or
dan-
anything.
dan-
And so she's like,
dan-
"You just
dan-
hate
dan-
my
dan-
house that
dan-
where I'm
dan-
going, that I'm going on
dan-
vacation.
dan-
You can't
dan-
afford to leave the
dan-
country. You're just
dan-
jealous and
dan-
broke.
dan-
And the fact that your
dan-
car
dan-
only costs
dan-
$20,000 is
dan-
just proof of that.
dan-
That's all I need to say about that. That's why you're so
dan-
angry at me. And the
dan-
teacher isn't
dan-
mad. He
dan-
just kind of starts to explain this. He's like, "Listen, you have to understand. I just choose not to spend money on cars. Like I said, I don't make as much money as your parents, but I could go to Europe if I wanted to, you know? It's not a matter of me being jealous of the way that you spend your money or your parents spend your money. It has nothing to do with that. You interrupting my class and trying to flex on everybody is what makes you no sense. Like, you know, it just seems like you're a little bit insecure. You remind everybody that you're rich and going places. She thinks it anxious. What is that supposed to mean? You think you aren't jealous? Well, then why do you get mad whenever I interrupt your class to say where I'm going? And he's like, say that sentence again. You know, trying to point out, I'm not mad about you going places. I'm mad that you interrupt my class. Which to everybody watching this is probably vague. It's really obvious. But whatever, apparently that's a little bit too much. You know, the teacher goes on to explain that like, it's just annoying to have somebody trying to show off in the middle of the lesson. And besides, one thing that it seems that you forget is that everybody else in this class is also in a situation where they're going on trips all the time. They don't announce it in the middle of class, but very often I have people walk up to me and be like, "Hey, I'm going on vacation to Egypt or insane places." And trust me, you know, they don't need to flex about it. It makes you look silly when you're the only one bragging. This is the reality. Tuition at this school is, you know, in some cases, $50,000 a year. If they have a kid at this school, they can afford to go to Europe.
I wonder if I
That's the
should
price.
use
You know, it just
enter
is what it
as
is. So you're
pause,
just
'cause that would
making
make
yourself look
some
desperate
sort
by
of
constantly
sense.
bragging
Although
about
P
it. But I
also
promise
works as
you,
pause.
Basically, everybody else in your class has been on
I'll
a
just use
equally
enter.
cool vacation in the past
Key-
6 months,
key
and
code,
You're just making yourself
not
look crazy by
keypad
bragging
enter,
about
just
it,
enter.
Which is just nuts to me. Obviously, the fact that
Because
there's an
I
entire
don't have a
school where
keypad
people
and
just be
Chromebooks
dropping
don't have a
50 grand
keypad,
it's
so,
nothing.
you know.
But on top of that, like that's low key true. You know, I think
Where
there's a
is-
saying that goes, "Money talk, wealth whispers." Yeah, if your school
What
costs
the
an arm and a
freak?
leg, everybody
It's fine.
there is probably
Also, these are
doing pretty
capital,
well. There's no reason to be
apparently.
flexing on everybody. and
That's-
she's just
that's
sitting
cool.
there stammering, obviously not knowing.
Where
what to
is
say
the
to that.
enter
She got
key?
Absolutely eviscerated. There isn't
Probably
really a comeback
skipped
there,
it.
you know. And at that point, even the class
probably
starts
skipped
to
it.
turn on her. One kid is kind
No.
of like, bro, you came to school early to watch him bark and then took his VIN number? That's nuts. What's wrong with you? Like, I'll be honest, I was kind
Got
of on your
him.
side. I wanted to see you roasted. Me and him don't get
Minus
along, but that's kinda
periods
weird. And then somebody else is like,
equals
yeah, not to
question,
mention, dude,
caret,
what does the
all
cost of
the
this car have to do with
ABCs.
anything? Do you feel like
Pipe?
everybody has to drive
What?
around in a car that costs
Okay.
like $60,000? I don't understand. Like, what was your point? Just because
sure.
he decides not to spend all
Mouse,
his money on a
joystick,
nice car means that he's broke
input,
and instantly
holy
jealous
frick,
of you?
that's a
So,
lot
like,
of
if my
input.
watch costs $800,000 and you don't like me, you're
What?
You know, his watch wasn't worth that, but you get the point. Like, some people just don't care
Enter.
about stuff. Some people, fashion is all they spend their money on, bro. They would
That's
not
it.
be caught dead in an outfit that costs less than 20 grand. I like clothes,
Is-
don't get me wrong, but like,
is
man,
it
if I'm wearing
return?
Bloom, it's whatever. It's not the end of the world. It's not like what I love to spend all my money on. Everybody's got different strokes for different folks. Some people just
They
don't
do
want
what
to
now?
spend all their
It's fine.
money in the car, you know. Anyways, they've kind of
so
turned
let's-
on her at
we'll
that
just
point,
do a
and it kind of
test,
turned into a
I-
20v1 situation. And there's not much
thing
you can
here.
do to
We'll just
escape
do a
at that point.
test.
She tries to argue
And we'll
back
do
and
if
forth with her
input
and
dot
kind of
get
being
key
like,
key
"You guys are
code dot
stupid, you guys are
return,
dumb, you don't
which I'm
understand, you're
assuming is
obviously just jealous of my
the
parents'
actual
success,"
enter
which is the
key.
ultimate cringe, dude.
I'm-
So, like,
I'm
oh, he's
assuming
not jealous of you, he's
return
jealous of your
is,
parents.
this
Why?
key,
I mean, I don't understand what your parents have to do with
which
any
is
of
the
this.
normal
Fine,
enter key that's not on your
ladies and
keypad.
gentlemen,
I'm assuming that's what it
second,
means
a
by
lot of you
return.
guys have been asking me to put these up on
So we're
Spotify,
gonna
post
test
more on
that,
Spotify. So I've gone
and
ahead
we're gonna
and made
do
a podcast
something
show on Spotify called
where-
Scrubs. It's not going to be different content. It's just going to be the story times from the channel, but they're going to be posted the same day.
Maybe I'll just do
Years
more of that
later.
position
So if you like
equals
listening
spawn point,
offline,
like
you
just
know,
have
you
this.
Don't like listening or watching the game, or you like listening to work, whatever it is.
Well, I
will
clicked
put
Control
that in
S
the
instead of
top
using the
comment down
keyboard
below
thing I
in a
set up,
minute. So if
whatever.
you wanna listen
Okay,
on,
let's see if that will
Spotify,
work.
Go there, and I will be keeping
So,
that
let's
super
get
up to date,
pretty
alright?
far
No more
down.
than 3 months between story posts on Spotify.
Right?
Anyways,
Let's let
after
decent-
that, she inevitably
It is.
gets
That is
fed
return.
up with trying to argue with
Yeah,
everyone,
that makes
and she
no
just decides
sense.
to go ahead and toss
Okay.
it up to everyone being bored
Sure.
and jealous. You know, you guys are only
So,
siding with the
I
teacher
guess we
because
figured
you're
it
jealous
out,
of my travels
and
too,
return
because you
is
guys
going
can't
to,
afford them, and she just storms out of the class. When in doubt, call everyone out and make sure that they think they're poor. You know, that's the age-old saying. I learned that from
Where is
very,
it?
very
Yep, here it
wise
is.
man on
Gate
top
dot
of the
set
mountain one
active
time.
or
He said,
whatever.
if you ever
So
feel
dot set
overwhelmed by the
active
enemy,
false
look at them
or
and say,
true.
At least
Actually, in this
I'm not
case.
poor, and they will
Um,
cry every single time. Jokes aside, I've just never understood why that insult matters, bro. And once again, you know, it's like, who cares? If somebody has less money, it doesn't make your argument more right. That's not really how this works. Whatever.
Sure.
Even
So,
though she
we'll
stormed
do,
out of class, tried to throw everything off. The teacher doesn't let him throw him off beat. You know, he's not going to let that victory happen. He's not going to let the entire school day, the entire class get thrown off track. So
Pause
after
screen,
she
yep.
storms out of the class,
Pause
he
screen
just
dot
looks up and goes, well, that certainly feels better
set
now.
active.
And then says, open your books to this page. And obviously a couple people laugh and he's instantly like, I said open your books to this page. And everybody
Pause screen not
immediately
set
starts to
active,
open it up,
true.
and he just goes about teaching the class like absolutely
Yep.
nothing
Alright.
happened. Didn't miss a beat, didn't spend the rest of the day talking about it, you know,
Control
wasting his time
Z.
dealing with it. Nope, just straight to teaching. Which
this-
is honestly probably
yes.
the most gangster way you can handle it if you're the teacher
Yoink,
in that situation.
donk.
Literally
There you
make
go.
somebody rage quit
So
by just,
we're
like,
gonna have a
saying,
pause
"Oh,
screen and it's just gonna have buttons on it and then it's gonna take you back to the main menu and whatever.
You want to talk about earning the respect of everybody else?
So-
in there, dude. If you were a troublemaker before, you're
And then
sitting there
this-
like, "Dog, that guy
whenever
just
you
handled that
click
with so
on
much
the
grace, he
button,
didn't even get
I'll
mad.
have
There's no way
something
I can control
else
this dude
from
anymore."
the
Everybody
scene
else that was
loader.
about to start trying to
Basically,
flex
it
on
will
the teacher was
load
like,
up
"Never
the
mind,
main
that's
menu,
backfire." And usually in these
or
stories,
the
kid
settings
ends up getting,
menu,
you know, their
or
parents
whatever
involved,
you
and
are
then
doing.
the teacher in most schools
So,
work like that.
yeah.
But I guess at this school it didn't really work like that, to the point where she ended up getting in trouble for leaving class early, had to write a 2-page essay about, like, you know, why it's
We
wrong
already
to
have
disrespect your
frickin'
class,
61
and then apologize
lines of
for
code. Are
your
you
front
kidding
everybody.
me?
That had
How
to have
are
been
we
embarrassing
already
to
at
having to pop up in front of
61?
everyone. My
This is
actions when I
nothing.
stormed out of the
What
class
is-
were
what?
inappropriate.
Whatever.
You know? And
Okay,
on top
well,
of it, the family went to Norway and she got to stay so she wouldn't
It's
miss
fine.
school, dude. Honestly, good on the parents for not rewarding that type
if
of behavior
input.geek
with a
key
trip out of the
down,
country, you know? Oh, you want to call people poor and think
I
that
guess
my
we'll
money
just
is your
use
money,
these
you know? I guess
to
you're
do
not
it.
going to Norway
Keycode
anymore
left
unless you
arrow
can find a way to pay for
and
it.
whatever. That way I can just
Alright, so working at the
directly
movie
copy
theater
and
was
paste
a
whatever
pretty cool
these
job.
are.
I mean, I got a lot of stories
So
from
it's
it,
way
but for the most part, day-to-day
easier,
was
but
chill.
yeah.
And I didn't really
There you
like
go.
working the concession stand personally.
So this is apparently
I was
walking,
just
which is
theaters. I didn't
good.
really like dealing with people. I didn't like having to scoop the popcorn. I don't know why I chose
So
to work at a
pause
movie
screen
theater.
is not going to
I don't know
have
what you gotta
anything
do.
defined
But, you know,
yet,
I didn't hate it. I
but
could do
that's
it. I could
actually
talk to people
perfectly
And
fine
one day I
because
walked
it
in
doesn't
and saw
really
that footwear
matter.
was
So
assigned as
yeah,
me working the concession stand.
yeah, rigid,
So I go up
rigid
there
body and
all
whatever
my
and
coworkers are
everything.
like, "Dude, today has been
So
insane.
pause
It's been
screen.
so busy."
We'll make a
There was
pause
new
screen
movie
in a
coming out.
second,
I can't
but
remember
we
what it
need
was. It was a Marvel movie
pause
of some sort.
screen.
It was all kind of blurred together.
And
But
then
whenever it
after
was a
we
Marvel
do the
movie
pause
opening
screen,
weekend, it was basically the most chaotic
we have to
scene
do a main menu.
imagined to happen.
So I guess we'll do a
Just like
new
the lobby's so
do a new
full of
scene.
people
So
are
save
shoulder to
this,
shoulder. For whatever reason, 85% of people that come
and
to
we're going
are fine, but
to
15% just decide not to shower,
make a
so
new
the lobby
scene.
starts to
However
smell a
you
little
do
weird.
that, what
But
is
you
it?
know, it is what it is. You just kind of got to deal with
Create
it. So I'm
scene.
working through this rush,
Yeah,
and
scene.
I'm not really
Scene template.
recognizing customers
Okay.
anymore. Not that I ever would
We're gonna
recognize
create a
them, but
new
I'm just on
scene,
autopilot.
and this
Like,
one's going
my
to
mom
be
could've walked in
the
or
main
something,
menu.
and I would've just been like, okay, one popcorn,
Don't-
got it. Like I was just an autopilot.
So we're gonna
And,
open
I
up.
had hung out with a friend from my school a couple times, and he happened to live.
We're gonna
with
open
my
up
cousins. And
this,
so I had spent time
and
with this guy, like,
now
2 or
we're
3
going
times 'cause I was
to
hanging
open
out
up
with his cousin. I didn't know him very
the
well. It
other
wasn't like,
thing.
you know,
Where
we
is
had
it?
Been besties forever. But I guess he had come in, stood in line, got to my line,
No.
and I didn't recognize him. Probably because I didn't spend a lot of time with the guy and it was really busy. So I'm just like, hey, what can I get you? And he just looks at me and goes, do you know who I am? And I'm like,
Where are my
no, I
Unity
don't know
projects?
who
There
you
they
are,
are.
but what can I get you? And he seems a little bit
Marble
offended
Blast
because he was
Diamond.
with like his date. And he goes, no, he knows.
Okay,
me.
I
He's
guess,
messing
like-
with you." And I wasn't trying to be mean. I just didn't really recognize the dude. He looked
Oh,
different. He had grown out his facial hair, so like he just did
okay.
not look the same. And so I was
I
like,
guess
I
we'll
don't
just
know who you are. I'm
open
sorry. I'm not
this
trying to be
in
disrespectful, but I'm
here.
not trying to mess with you. Like, what can I
Sure.
get? And the only
It's
reason I was not
fine.
pretending to roll with
Yeah,
it
we
is
need
kind
to
of
open
like,
up Marble
"Oh,
Blast
yeah, you do,"
Diamond
'cause it was
so I
gonna
can
take
see
forever
how
to
I
roll with
did
it. And there was a line out the door, so I'm like, I don't
the
have
thing.
to pretend that I know you, bro. Just like tell me what
So,
you want.
yeah.
He goes, oh, I'm Donata's cousin. And I look at him and I can kind of recognize him after that, and I'm like, oh,
So we're gonna have
okay,
to
yeah,
wait.
what's up, bro? Like, good to see you. And he's like, yeah, can we get 2 large popcorns and a couple of drinks
There
and
you
candy? And this man starts an insane order. And I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, you're gonna be spending. a
So
lot of
main
money.
camera,
That's cool.
directional
I would
light,
not
canvas,
personally be buying snacks
event
in the
system,
movie theater.
button,
Even after I
press
worked at a
button.
movie theater, 0 out of 10
Oh.
would not pay for anything at the movie theater
Cursor
except
script.
popcorn because it's just gonna be fresh.
Okay,
Yes,
so
it's
there's an
overpriced
event
too.
system, but
Popcorn's
what we
so cheap,
really
I
want
don't
is the
get it. Alright.
canvas,
But like candy and
main
stuff,
menu
just
with
sneak it into
its
the movie theater. Are you
script,
kidding me? You're gonna pay $27
panel,
for a bag of M&Ms? Okay. I worked there and I
start,
wouldn't have done that. And that's dude. That
and
is
then
how they
that's
make
all the
their money.
buttons,
That's
and then an audio source. Okay, I see how this is set up. So we need a canvas, and then there is multiple other canvi, I guess, down here. So basically how this works is you have your main menu canvas, and then all of the other ones are basically deactivated. So, yeah, as you need them basically.
And he goes, yeah, you're gonna help me out though,
I'm gonna
right?
open up
And I'm
downhill.
like, what do you mean I'm gonna
So
help you
now
out?
we
He
have
goes,
to make
well,
a
we go way
title
back. And,
screen.
like, I don't know, I wouldn't
So
call it way back, but I don't want to be the one to tell him we don't go way
Ready?
back, because that's just awkward.
No.
Somebody's, like, talking to me,
Canvas.
"Oh, man, you're my best friend. I just really think you're the coolest. You're the closest person in my life, and you're like don't know them that well. You're
1920
probably just gonna
by
be quiet and not say
1080.
anything. You're not gonna go actually.
Yes.
So whatever. He's talking about how
Like
we
a
go way
16
back,
by
so
9 normal
how, and even if
1080p
we did
display,
go way back,
I guess,
don't
maybe.
know what you would really like me
I
to
don't
do.
know.
I can use my employee discount,
Yoink.
sure, but there's no way I'm going to be able to use it on an order of this size, and you're not even like my family, and I'm not supposed to do it for my friends. Like, I would do it sometimes, but it's not like it was what I was supposed to do, so I'm not just going to do it for this guy. So
I
I
could
told
just
him, like,
use
yo,
the
I can't
paint
do
bucket,
anything.
but
My manager's been really strict about it. I don't want to get fired, so I can't help you out. And he gets a little angry with me, and he's like, come on, man, I know you can do something. Like, help me out. I can't afford this. And at that point, I get mad. Because I'm like, dude, like, if you can't afford it, why did you get it all?
actually
Nobody
we're gonna
cares if you can't
cut
get
over
8
by
bags of candy, 3
16 by
large
9
popcorns,
here.
9 sodas, and like
Yoink.
a theater. You're gonna just buy the whole theater while you're at it. I don't care that you
Why
can't
not?
afford it, but why did you make me go get it if you can't pay for it? So I'm
'Cause
irritated, and I
LOL.
tell him, well, if you can't afford it, then you shouldn't have ordered it, which I think's pretty fair. I don't think there's anything that wrong with that statement. And he goes, well, I thought you were gonna be a good friend and help me out. And at that point, people are starting to like look over because he's starting to get a little heated. So there's eyeballs our direction, and so I don't want to cause drama. And I'm like, listen, I can't help you out. If you want me to put some stuff back, that's fine. If we need to like take stuff off so you can afford it, that's cool. And then he gets mad and he's like, are you saying that I'm broke?
No.
You did. You said you were broke. I don't
You stupid
care what
human.
you can afford or can't afford at a movie theater.
Um,
You picked out all of this
we need a
stuff,
logo
and you're
design.
like, I can't
Oh.
afford it. I'm saying I'm not gonna help
We
you.
need a logo
So
design
therefore,
actually
I'll
here.
take stuff off so it
But I
costs
think we need
less.
more
You call me
resolution,
broke?
so we're
I
gonna
mean-
go
I mean, technically yes,
32
but not something
by
that you didn't say
8 by
first.
18.
Hey man, I have no money. Oh, you have no money? Dude, why didn't you say that? Obviously, though, it's becoming
Yeah, that
a little
one.
bit of a scene. And his date does
Alright,
not want to
so,
be at the scene.
canvas.
I can't blame her. Who wants to be here for this? You're hanging out with somebody.
So
and
how
they
can
start
I
getting
make
some, like,
this,
insanely petty arguments saying that they
a
can't
title
afford all the
screen?
stuff
Because
that
we
you
need
picked out,
different
or, like,
buttons,
stop,
we need
stop,
a main
stop.
menu.
But she says, like, hey, it's fine. Let's just go watch the movie. I'm not hungry. I don't need any of it. Let's go. And she looks at me and
Do
says,
64.
I'm sorry. And I just said something, not even trying to be smart. Like, all I said was, it's cool, enjoy the movie. And apparently he thought that was me being passive aggressive,
Okay.
and I wasn't. I was saying, it's cool, go enjoy the movie. Because he
Oh.
starts yelling at me that I'm ruining his date, and it's going to be my
Yeah, that
fault
one.
if he doesn't get a second date. I better be prepared for his cousin to not be my friend anymore because I'm ruining his date.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
listen,
shut your
I'm not in charge of you getting a second date.
Alright.
Like, because I was going to be the guy to serve you popcorn. If she didn't like you, that's on me. I just don't really understand, I guess. She's definitely not going to like you after this. Yeah, everything was fine on our first date until we got to the movie theater. He just started freaking out over literally everything, man. Anyways, he's ranting
It's
about how I'm ruining his date, so I stopped him. And I
Hopefully
said,
this doesn't
"Hey,
happen
I'm not
when
trying to
I
ruin
start
the date. I
dating,
don't want to
because
bother
that would
your
be
date. Just go
stupid.
watch the movie. It's cool. You don't gotta worry about it. And he goes, well, give me
Although
my
I would be
stuff that I ordered. And
female in
I
this
say, I can't give it to
situation.
you because you didn't pay for it.
Like, the
And
goal would be
almost like
PLA and she would be
Groundhog
Karen.
Day, as if we were just gonna sit here and literally do this for the
1,
next
2,
60
3,
years
4,
until we
5,
turn to
6, 7,
dust.
8,
He
9,
goes,
10,
well,
11,
why
12,
can't you help
13.
me out? Like,
1, 2,
bro, we
3, 4,
just
5,
went
6,
over
7,
this.
8,
We
9,
literally
10, 11,
have
12,
been through
13.
these steps. I'm not gonna give it to you for free. I feel like that's such a crappy position to put your friend in. Bring a date to where he works and then say, I can't afford this, help me out. And he's not even my friend. Like, even if my friend did this, I'd be like, well, that's not a very cool move.
Okay.
But I don't really
There
know
you go.
you, bro. So he's kind
So now
of
we got
upset that
our,
the state, like, reluctantly gets him to leave, finally. And they leave, and I help the next person out, and they're like, what was that guy's problem? I'm like, I don't know. And I think that's going to be the end of it, no big deal.
So
they're
I
done
drew
watching
those
the movie,
lines so I can have
and
some
in
spacing,
between,
so I can
like,
write out
sets of
downhill.
movies, they kind of do them so that it'll be like
4, 5,
really
6,
busy for
7,
an hour,
1,
and
2,
then you'll
3,
have like
4,
2 hours while the movies are playing where it's kind of dead to clean everything, get everything ready to go for the next rush, and then you have a chill time. So like it kind of works in a cycle. And so if you see somebody walking out during
Alright,
the
there you
middle of the downtime, you know that they didn't like the movie, they're leaving, something's happening.
So
You're
1,
not supposed
2,
to talk to
3,
them or say anything,
4,
but you just kind of
5.
are
I
aware
think
that,
you
like,
can do
oh,
every
okay,
letter
what
with
movie did they go
5.
see? Like if I see a
as a
bunch of people
font.
walking out in the middle of a movie, I just
think.
know it's garbage. But whatever.
Yeah, you can do
everyone's sitting there
5,
playing,
although
and
I'm
I
gonna
see
do
his date
7.
leaving the movie theater without him.
Yeah, that
It's only
works.
been, like,
And then
3
just the main
minutes.
menu.
So I
Alright.
make a mental note that he
Yoink.
might be mad at me for her leaving or whatever. I didn't do anything, but I'm just like preparing for him to come over and start yelling
Yoink.
at me about it because he did earlier. And I'm kind of just doing my thing, and I hear someone come out and come over to the desk where they take the tickets, and they say, hey, we have someone who's causing a problem in the theater. And they say, what theater is it? And they say, it's da-da-da-da-da for the Marvel movie. The guy was arguing with his date and she left and now he's crying in the movie theater. And I'm like, bro, please tell me this is somebody else. Please tell me somebody else's date left and there's someone else crying in the movie theater. This is just too much. You get into a fight with me. You keep the fight rolling with your date, who there's no reason to fight with, into the movie theater. In the middle of the quiet movie theater. She leaves and you're like, I'm just gonna sit here and cry. So whatever. The managers come over and they ask me and a couple other guys to go check it out, and we're like, okay.
Dude, that W
so
frickin' sucks.
We start going to the theater. We go in, and before we even get around to like being able to see where the seats are.
Okay, we're gonna look up a
like,
Pixel.
I hate this theater.
It's fine.
We're like, oh my goodness.
Frick.
This is gonna be a crapshoot. So we
Alright,
go around the corner,
we're gonna look
and,
up an
the oldest guy that
a
was
7
like
pixel
Sure enough,
high.
my cousin is sitting there.
That doesn't
just
come up
yelling,
fun.
crying, like snotty nose.
Not a generator, you dingling. Alright, give me this. Give me this.
I don't know why he thinks we ruined his
Shut
day,
your,
but I'm
shut
gonna
your
give
mouth.
all of you some
Shut your
advice.
mouth.
No
I'm not
one
supporting your
wants to
website
argue with
to
you
have a
at the
frickin'
movie theater,
font.
Especially on a date. I don't think people go on a date to try to argue. I don't think it's like, oh, I love dating because I just get to fight with everyone. No, I don't think that's on the list. And you don't want to fight with anyone in a movie theater. And I feel like if like my date walked out, hypothetically I'm on a date, I'm at the movie theater,
Well,
she leaves,
you know.
I'm just gonna go home. I'm not gonna sit there at the
one,
movie theater with all these people.
two,
Bro, they just watched my date walk out after
It's not
we got
7
into
high.
I'm
What?
supposed to just sit there and pretend everything's all
1,
good. He didn't even sit there
2,
and pretend
3,
everything's all
4,
good. He started
5,
freaking
6.
out.
It's
Like,
not
you think all
7,
the
that's
strangers
9.
in this movie theater, we're gonna go,
You're
oh my
stupid.
gosh, run after her into the
Right.
hallway. Don't leave, he's so sweet. The flashlight hits him and he's like, what do you want? And the worker that I'm with, the guy with the flashlight, says,
Okay.
you have to leave, you know, you're causing problems, you've got too many complaints, I'm gonna have to escort you out. He says that he's not gonna leave this movie theater.
There, that's a
He's
way
taking
better
the ticket.
W.
And we would get this a lot, people on their cell
Boom.
phones, people that were just
There you go.
being nuisances,
Do
like,
you-
I'm not leaving, I paid. And thankfully there's this pre-roll before the
Boom.
movie starts that's like, hey, just so you know, we have the right to kick you out at any time, da-da-da-da. So the guy I'm with gives him that spiel and he's like, well, I'm not leaving.
Well,
At this
frick
point,
you
what you were supposed to do, and like normal workers couldn't do it, but people in his position, managers could, was to tell them that's okay. Then from henceforth, I'm letting you know that you're trespassing, and I'm going to call the cops to remove you from trespassing. So he says that to him, and he's like, you would call the cops on me for crying in the theater.
Downhill.
And
There you
everyone else
go.
in the theater at that
Nice.
point that's trying to watch the movie but has this guy crying just goes, yes. And he's like, screw you guys! Gets up and leaves, probably
Yeah, you're
realizing that no one was on his side, and he left the theater. And so he leaves, and the rest of the day is pretty uneventful. And I keep like checking my phone, waiting for my friend to text me and be like, bro, what happened with my cousin? But it doesn't happen. And so a couple days later, I'm at school and I see my friend and I say, hey dude, I'm really sorry about what happened with your cousin. And he goes, listen, I'm really sorry. Every time that guy goes out in public, he goes to a store, he goes to an event or something, he finds a way to get into fights with the workers. I don't know
Yoink.
if it's like a subconscious thing, a conscious thing, and he just tries to like arguing to look cool or something, but he apologizes to me saying the reason his cousin's always hanging out at his house is because no one likes going places with him because he always does this. Which I don't know what's up with that, bro. I don't know
1,
what type
2,
of therapy
3, 4.
you need if you just feel a need to argue with a manager every
Yeah,
day.
that one.
I'm at the beach and I'm pissed because there's no management in nature. I don't know. I feel like arguing with a manager is the crappiest thing. If I have to argue with a manager, then like you basically have to be giving me the worst service of all time. If I'm gonna get into it with the manager, 9 times out of 10, if the service is bad, I'll just leave. As for the work side of things, the guy who
Dunk.
kicked him out, thankfully,
There you
saw
go.
that and was like, nah, that was really crazy
Nice.
and absurd. Because otherwise, they might have been like, what did you do to him when he was getting popcorn? I don't know, man. I just wanted him to pay for it. Yeah, I got a story
Well, you know.
that was sent in to me about a kid who was named
Oh.
out at the skate park and
Yeah,
almost
that
ended up throwing hands with
line
the
type
he
can
was the
be
coolest dude of all time.
turquoise,
You know, just one of those
thickness
guys who
1,
thinks he's the modern day
and
equivalent of a Spartan, but
scale
also,
her
you know,
down.
just an interesting combination. Anyways,
There
the guy
you
that
go.
sent this
I
in
could have
was
just done
a
that
at
to
the
make the
skate park, and he
other
would go basically
box, but
every day after school usual, and because of that, he kind of got to know everybody else that would be at the park regularly. And for the most part, the park
Now
was
too
very, very peaceful. There
big.
was never really any issues. No one ever stole anything.
1,
no
2,
one
3,
fought.
4.
Up until this day, he thought it was actually one of the better skate parks he'd ever been at in terms of like the community of people that would skate
There you
there.
go.
But on this particular day,
Paste.
he showed up, and there was a group that he had never seen before. And,
Oh.
you know, he didn't think much of it at first, because who cares?
Frick.
It's a skate park.
Okay. We need to
It
quit
wasn't weird that people were there, but it was just
levels
like 5 or 6
and
people
options, so
sitting
we
on
do
the
need
Pine
3
Box
different
near the
ones.
entrance, just kind of sitting there, no one was skating. And he thought that was kind of weird that a group of like 6 people were just sitting here. He didn't even see any skateboards, so they're just kind of sitting on the main box. So not all of his friends were there yet, and obviously, like not thinking much of it, he just kind of started skating. Wasn't that worried about it, and was just blowing.
Okay, I'm gonna have to
But as he's skating around,
kinda-
just warming up a bit, he can't help but shake the feeling that like he's being watched. You know, it feels like something's just kind of
Fix
creepily looking at him.
these.
So he starts to look around, and he realizes that every single emo kid is staring at him, dude, like a pack of owls. Imagine just looking into the tree line
Yeah,
and
that
seeing
one.
7 owls sitting there all staring at you. It's just a very creepy feeling. And like literally, they are staring at him so hard that as he's skating, their heads are like turning and following him along. So he kind of is just cruising around the park trying to lose their eyesight, but sure enough, every time he comes back up, they're just still staring at him. And he's getting a weird vibe, but he didn't want to say anything because there's one of him and like 6 of them. So if they are staring at him for a reason,
Alright, there you
they'll
go.
come up. It's not like he's gonna go over
Downhill,
there and initiate
yes.
it. And at that point, a few of his friends ended up showing up, and you know they walked over to him and they started talking for a little bit.
Alright, and down in the
Weird, but
corner,
as soon as his friends showed up, they had kind of stopped
we're gonna
staring at him,
have-
So he thought it was over. Maybe they were just watching him skate, you know. So he just kind of forgot about it after his friends showed up, and they were talking for a bit, and the staring had stopped. And him and his friends are kind of talking about the day, whatever, before anyone's skating again for like 5 minutes. And during
Okay.
that time, something that was a little bit odd is like none of the emo kids had skated at all. And at this point, he's starting to think that these dudes had literally just come to the skate park to sit at the box and like stare at everyone. And even one of his friends that had just showed up was like, hey, it's a little weird that none of those dudes have skated, right? But you know, once again, it's a skate park, and at the end of the day, like it doesn't really matter who's there. And I guess, you know, there's nothing wrong with going to the skate park without a skateboard. It's just a little weird to just sit there and stare at everyone, not say anything, and have like 8 of you at the skate park with no skateboard. Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
little
well,
weird. But it's not like it's
well.
illegal or anything, so they just kind of try to brush it off. Anyways, at this point, I gotta give you guys a little bit of the layout of the skate park, alright? So the box that all these emo kids were sitting on was near the bottom of the stair set in the skate park. Not near the bottom to the point where, like, if you went down the stairs, you were gonna crash into an army of emo kids. But, you know, it was close enough to the bottom of the stairs where they
No, I
couldn't
think
watch anyone
we just need
down it.
just
And it just
this.
so happened that this
That gets the
particular
message,
skate that they were
you know.
sitting by was what the
Trying to put my
subscriber
logo
wanted to
on.
skate on that
There you
day.
go.
The day before, he
Yeah.
had been trying to kickflip down it and just hadn't really landed it in a way that he liked landing it, so he was going to do it again, and decided that since it was a new day, he was just going to do that trick over and over again until he got it down. And so he just kind of accepts the fact that like all of the emo kids are going to
Sure.
be staring at
There
him.
you go.
Sure enough, when he
YouTube.
skates over to the stairs, just to get
There.
the gun out and see if
So
there's
we'll put
anything
my YouTube down there. And the buttons we're gonna have, this isn't final because we're gonna design them later, but is
yeah, no, it's just a pack of owls staring at him creepily, no emotion.
now there's gonna be
Regardless, he decides, oh well, they can watch if they want. I'm still gonna try the trick. They weren't gonna stop.
You know,
him.
there's gonna
He wasn't
be,
gonna say anything because technically they were just staring
you
at
know,
him back.
a quit,
So he goes back, gets some speed,
you know,
runs up
an
to the
option.
stairs. The first try, you know, he's pretty close to landing it, but the board slides out from under him. And at that point, the emo kids make the first noise that they've made the entire
You know,
time they've been in the skate park,
options.
and they start literally laughing at him. Keep in mind, these are the dudes that are at the skate park with no skateboards, and they're laughing at someone who's trying to do a trick down a stair set. You know, sure, I'm understanding that a kickflip
Or,
is
like,
not like
you know,
the most
levels,
insane trick of all
options,
time.
quit,
Being
you
able
know,
to throw it downstairs,
quits,
catch
sure.
it, and roll out. I mean,
Quits,
it's definitely better than
fine.
someone who's never ridden a skateboard before. And one of the
you know.
emo kids shouts out something about how like he really sucks at skating or something like that, and the subscriber decides that he's just going to ignore it. he didn't want to give them a reaction. He knew the entire situation was kind of weird, so he's like, whatever, okay, I guess I didn't plan the trick.
Alright,
I'm
cool.
Gonna keep going until I do.
Downhill,
I'm gonna give
yes.
credit for staying calm. At that point, I probably would have been like, why are you weirdos here just staring at everyone? But the fact that they were like laughing at him, saying he sucked,
There you go.
he was starting to get
Downhill.
He ignored it this time, but obviously in his mind, he's like, okay, if they say something again, I'm gonna say something back. Anyways, he just
Alright, we'll scale it up to 256 by 144. That isn't that big of a resolution, but you can definitely write things, which is cool.
And as he's running up to the
Doink.
stairs,
Oh.
one of the emo kids, the one that is
Not what I need to do.
runs out and stops right in front of the bottom of the stairs. And it's like a little bit too late. He's already got too much speed.
Trick.
He's too close to
Yes.
the stair set, and he's already
Doink.
like, bending down into a position to do the trick. Like, you know how you
Oh.
bend your knees a little bit and then go to pop the board up. So it's just too late. So he sends it, and as soon as he gets into the air, he kicks the board out so that way it won't hit this guy. So it goes sliding off to the left. But he, at that point, is already in the air, so he just
Actually, I'm gonna use another one of
smashes
those.
into the bottom of the stairs. And
Squares.
obviously, he's got a little bit of force behind him because, like, you know, he's falling down a path of stairs that for some reason you ran out to the bottom of. But as soon as he smacks into him, he hears the entire group of emo kids start yelling, like, what's wrong with you, bro? Why would you hit him? What's your issue? And the subscriber jumps up from, like, running into the guy and falling over on the bottom of the stairs and is like, dude, that's not my fault. You guys are mad at me. Why is he just, like, running out into my path? Like, what is your guys' problem? Are you guys for real? You're seriously going to blame me for that? Because let's be honest, if the guy would have just not ran out from the front of the stairs, there would be no reason for him to have been hit by the dude falling down the stairs. Like, seriously, you obviously know what Tricky trying to do because you just saw him do it and laughed at
Yeah.
him. Why in the world are
Yeah,
you
there you
run
go.
out to the
Alright.
bottom of the stairs?
Yeah.
You just saw him jumping down. And at that point, the emo kid that ran out
Now
to the
we're
bottom
going
of the
to
stairs
make
pops up and he shoves the subscriber
the,
behind him. It's like, bro, what's your issue, man? Why would you hit
the
me? And
flick.
at that point, he's like, alright, I guess we're gonna fight. You know, you guys are being weird now. You're gonna shove me and, like, try to turn this into some big issue. So he turns
3, 4,
around,
5,
the emo
6,
kid
7,
that had
8,
shoved
9,
him,
10,
and reaches his
11,
hand
12,
back to hit the
13,
emo
14,
kid.
16,
And at that
17,
point, he just, like, you know, sees out of the corner of his eye the entire group of them coming over to him. And so he yells out, hey guys, I need help. So his friends start coming over to him. And, like, you know, obviously this had kind of
Yep.
thrown off the punch because there's all this stuff
Alright.
going on. So his friends get there and, like, shield their leader. I don't know if it's their leader. The emo kid that had just gotten knocked out. They, like, shield him like a group of bodyguards.
Is it raining?
On top of him. You know, for a group of people that apparently hate their life, they were doing a dang good job of protecting it. They seriously could have been a security detail for an ambassador or something, the way they, like, shroud this dude. And so at that point, there's kind of the two groups facing off, because his friends
Ola,
get
you
there,
say?
and the emo kid that he had hit, you know, that had shoved him,
Alright,
is now going absolutely insane.
We'll
Keep in
keep-
mind, the punch that the dude was
yeah,
gonna
we'll
throw
keep
didn't
this up.
even get out, with all his buddies got there, and, like, shielded him from it.
Goodbye.
There's no reason for him to be going insane. He's just shoved
Alright.
this dude and ran out in front of him. But
So now we got
obviously, all of
to
his friends
put
are holding him
levels,
back now, and he's
options,
just,
and
like, you know, doing
like
one of those
exit
kind of
or
crazy
quit.
things,
I think I might
back
do
and super tough. Let go of me, you know,
exit.
don't hold me back. I will destroy this dude so fast. You
8,
think I'm afraid
maybe.
of this loser, you know, I will destroy him if we were to fight right now. Which is very tough talk for someone being held back.
Quit.
So the subscriber is
Yes.
like, yeah, bro, you think you would destroy me? You want to shove me and, like, jump in front of me when I'm doing a
Quit
trick? Let's
game.
go. Like, let's fight. Come on, tell your friends to let go of you. And his entire crew that's, like, backing him up, the 6 emo kids, right, that are holding him back, are like, wow, man, please stop escalating the situation. Which, listen, at this point, it's pretty hard to
that.
escalate it any further. Obviously, he shoved
Quit
him. He's not saying
game,
that he wanted to
yes.
destroy him. Wow, for some reason the word
Destroy him.
What is him saying, okay, let's fight, really escalating the situation any further? You know, I mean, technically, sure.
Oh, my
Your
God.
friend is the person that launched the first nuke.
Don't
You can't blame the country that fires the
quit
nukes back in
game.
that situation because you fired the nuke in the first place. So
Nah,
regardless,
I
the
like that.
subscriber just just kind of starts to like yell at the dude and be like, dude, you're so mad, but I just got a question for you. Why would you run into my path? You knew what the trick I was doing was. You knew I was going to come down the stairs. Like, why would you run into that path? I just don't understand. And the emo kid, who's still being held back by all his friends, is like, yeah, I thought you were a good enough skater to stop, but I guess not, dude. Like, I was trying to test you. Which makes literally no sense, man. You were trying to test him by running into his path. At, like,
Okay, I was very confused for a second, but it's fine.
Trick that immediately puts you in the path of being hit. That just sounds like being stupid with extra steps. You know, like this guy really came to the skate park to sit and stare at everyone, except for when he can run into the path of someone doing a trick because he's the skate judge, and he decides whether or not you actually have skills based on whether or not you stop before you hit him. If anything, he's lucky the dude kicked the board out, so that didn't smack him in the head. Could have ended up with like a giant concussion, forget his name and what he was trying to do, but no, at least this dude kicked it out and made them collide instead. Regardless, he's still yelling about how his friends should let him go and let him at this skater dude so he can teach him a lesson. And the subscriber is still like, alright bro, let him go, like let's do it. If you really think you can beat me up, like let's go. And so finally the emo kid's friends are like,
How did they do a
let
Q
you go,
in
and you guys
Animal
actually want to fight this out, and the emo kid shove him is salivating, like with anger, like spit flying out of his mouth, like I will destroy you, and he's like, yeah, let me at him. So they let them go, right? So now they're both just kind of standing there staring at each other, and the emo kid starts talking even more trash. He's like, I'm about to smack you around like a rag doll. You'll be finished when I'm done with you. You're never going to want to show up to this skate park.
That's actually pretty classy looking cute. I like that.
It's like talking mad crap. And so the subscriber's like, alright, let's go. And starts walking up to him to fight, get closer. And so the emo kid drops down into like his fighting stance,
Quit.
At least what he like thinks is a fighting stance, he obviously believed that this was just the most professional fighting stance of all time that would strike fear into his head.
Ding-a-ling.
The only problem is it's just not very intimidating, which I'm not gonna lie is very surprising. Because the amount of trash that this dude has been talking, you would think that like he would have just been secretly a karate master who came to the skate park to start a fight just to show off, a la Cobra Kai. But no. Instead, what he drops down into is like the old-timey mob boss stance, where they're like rolling their fists and they're down low. Well, what do you say? See, you got a problem with me? I'll knock you right in the kisser. Like, the fighting style I'm talking about, hopefully. I don't know how else to describe it. The only thing I will say is it leaves your face very open to being punched, and on top of that, it just looks very silly. If people were making fun of that stance in comedy movies in the 1920s, you know that it probably just didn't look that cool.
Alright, we'll fix
into
this.
That stance and then takes a step forward and throws a swing at the subscriber. And the subscriber dodges it, which, makes him sound like some type of karate expert too, but it wasn't really that hard because, he's throwing a
fist
punch
traveling in
like,
slow-mo.
his waist, so he just kind of stepped out of
Quit game! Yes.
Running down the town. Do you guys know there was actually a town in America one time that got flooded with syrup? I'm talking like waves of syrup knocking everything over. Okay, that's off topic. Anyways, though,
Quit
to a very
game.
slow punch, so he
Yes.
dodges it, and he decides at that point that he's just gonna hack him. So he drives his shoulder into his stomach, which knocks the wind out of him and just kind of drops him onto the ground. And he thinks that's going to be the end of the fight. So he takes a step back and is just kind of like, alright, let's see what happens, thinking the guy's not going to get back up. But he gets back up and takes another swing at him. This one was even slower, so he just kind of steps out of the way. And at this point, he doesn't want to hurt the dude, so he decides that he's just going to slap him. He thought, A, okay, it'll kind of show him alright, just stay away from me. B, it won't hurt him as much as a punch. And C, it's just also really funny. I feel like it's a very disrespectful move to be in a fight with someone and slap them. But it is hilarious. It's the equivalent of doing the take the L dance on someone in Fortnite. That's an old reference. But you know what I'm saying? It's just embarrassing to get slapped. So, sure enough, he goes and just slaps him in the face, and obviously the slap is pretty loud, and everybody just goes oh! even this dude's crew went, oh, when the slap happened, right? And the
Well, yeah.
subscribers' friends kind of laugh a little bit at it because it's just funny. But at that point, the emo kid just like grabs his face and runs behind his little party and just is like standing behind all of his friends now. It's just like, I'm done, I'm done, I'm done. And, you know, at that point, the subscriber is just like, all right, it's over. I thought it was going to be over, but I guess at the end of the day, I tackled you and I slapped you one time and you tried to punch me twice. It is what it is. And at that point, the little emo crew goes and, like, is getting their things to leave. And he kind of feels bad because, like, he doesn't think that they need to leave. If they just want to hang out at the skate park, it's fine, you know. Obviously, just don't jump in front of him and then push him and, like, try to start a fight with him. You know, that was kind of all that was settled with that. So he decides that, like, he's going to go over.
Hello?
Tell them that they don't have to leave.
What was
They go
that?
over and they're like, hey guys,
Why
you know,
did-
I understand that
What?
we're not fight, but just so you guys know,
Whatever.
you don't
Alright.
have to leave.
Quit the
Like,
game.
it's not like it's a big
Quit
deal.
game.
We don't own the skate park, so, you know, if you guys want to stay, you're more than welcome to. Alright guys, if you're still watching, if you could please click the like button, I'd appreciate it. It helps the video do better, and let's get back to the video. In their response to them being like, no,
That was
it's
really
all
quick.
Joe the Beat Squash just saying
Sheesh.
that, you know, we don't skate anyways, we just knew that if we came here, someone would mess with us and start a problem
Boink.
eventually. Someone would shame
Quit.
us, you know? And the
Yes.
subscriber's mad
Quit
at you.
game.
He's like, dude,
Yes.
no one shamed you. He just ran into my way and then shoved me. We don't care about you, you know? Like, obviously, the entire interaction was a little bit bizarre, but it's not like they cared. They weren't looking to start a problem with this group of kids at the skate park. They had started the issue, not the other way around. And then the emo group says something that makes no sense. They're like, well, if anything, you should be the ones to leave because you believe in violence. And him and his friends, the subscriber, are
sir?
just confused because it's like,
It's
what?
fine.
Your friend was
What?
the person that was acting rabid, being held back by
yeah,
like
quit.
6 people, and then got slapped one time and started crying and ran behind the rest of the group, and now you're all leaving. It's not like the guy,
Yes.
you know, threw himself
Quit
down the stairs,
game.
ran into your friend, picked up his
Yes.
skateboard and started smacking him like the Mario hammer power up. This is basically the equivalent of like, you know those dash cam videos where people will walk up to a car that's like driving, you know, and throw themselves on the hood to pretend they got hit by it. That's basically what's going on right now. So, you know,
With
the
the
subscribers
30.
and friends are like, okay, if that's how you guys want to be, then, you know, we're not leaving. We're going to keep skating at the skate park because we have skateboards. But obviously, we don't own the
With
skate
the
park,
32.
so do whatever you guys
Mm.
want to do. You know, they're not trying to escalate the issue, quoting them from earlier. They're just like, all right, whatever. You guys have this weird opinion on this, so do whatever you want to do, but no.
Donk.
And at that point,
There you
you
go.
know, kids like
Perfectly
very
centered.
And they're like, no, there's no
Because
way
if
you can
these
skate
pieces
park
of
either
text are not
legally
centered,
or
I will
illegally.
know about
And,
it.
the subscriber and his
I
friends
will
look
find
at each
you,
other
and I
they
will
say,
kill
well,
you.
if that's the case,
It's fine.
then
It's
alright,
fine.
bye. Like, I don't even understand what the emo kids were trying to say with that, okay? First of all, you guys aren't skating at the skate park, so you should be the ones to leave. And also, you know, why would they leave? They are literally trying to make peace with you guys and you're not accepting it. And on
Well,
top of
you know.
that, you know, not that, like, violence is the answer, it's not. I don't advocate for that. That being said, bro, if you are, like, two groups, right, and your groups fight,
Quit.
and one of you ends
Yes.
up crying and running away,
Quit.
and then, like, doesn't even land a punch, and one of the two groups has to go, I feel like the group that got beat up just kind of has to leave. You know, like, I just, you know, what, are they supposed to be afraid of a rematch or something? This is just an insanely weird situation, and the subscriber and his friends are just really confused because it didn't have to escalate at all. Like, it didn't have to be weird. It was this group's insistence on making it weirder and weirder. I mean, honestly, the emo crew could have literally prevented all of this, but at every single point just made it even weirder. It went from, like, a normal day to basically the skate park equivalent of a bench clearing brawl for nothing. Like, if you wanted to just sit at the skate park and hang out, you could have. You could have just not ran in the way of the dude.
Yeah.
You could have apologized for running into the way of the dude and, like, not shoved him. And then, you know, you could have just been like, whatever, it's water under the bridge. But no, at every turn, it just got weirder.
P.
They go back to
Yes.
packing
It's
their
fine.
stuff, and at this point,
It's fine.
the guy
It's
and his
fine.
friends are just
Okay.
kind of watching them
It's fine.
pack up their stuff. And they go to leave the skate park, and as they're leaving, the kid that he had gotten
Join.
into the fight with turns around, points at the subscriber, who, you know, had slapped him, and says, like, next time
Darn
I
it,
see
man.
you, I'm gonna beat you into a pulp,
What?
you coward."
Okay,
And
so
listen,
you
man,
show
I understand
the
wanting to have the last word. I
What?
understand wanting to be like the
Okay.
guy that has the cool saying, said, dude, if you just cried after this guy slapped you, I don't think you have much to be talking about. Next
so
time I'm gonna beat you
can
up. Like
can
what?
once
do you
again
think he's
copy
gonna be
this.
afraid of a rematch after he literally
Donk.
dodged 2 of your punches
Donk.
and slapped you? I'm just
Donk.
saying, man. I
See,
feel like
what-
talking trash at this
why
point
did
is
it-
more to embarrass yourself
Why
than
is
it
it like
is to beat you up.
blurry,
But at that
and then when
point,
you
the subscriber
place
just
it, it
decides
goes
that
back
he's
to
just
normal?
talking trash and, like,
Weird.
goes to skate over to him. And he's not skating fast. He's not even saying
OPTI.
anything. He just
We
gets
need
on his
another
board and
O,
starts skating
so we
over
can
there. And as
copy
soon as he
this one as
starts
well.
skating over
Yes.
there, the emo kid's
Donk.
reaction was again
Donk.
just nuts for somebody that had just said he's gonna beat this dude to a pulp. He turns
Donk.
to his little
Donk.
gang of emo kids and
There you
yells
go.
out like,
OPTION.
"Run,
We need an N, and then we need, oh, frick, we need to do an S. No.
Like literally all of them are in a full-blown sprint to get away from this dude. Keep in mind, he's not even trying to catch up with them. He literally just skated that direction to see what they would do and mess with
Oh.
him. So obviously,
OPTIO.
the subscribers start laughing because these dudes are just freaking out and running as fast as humanly possible away from someone that's like not even really a threat at all. So he goes back to his friends and they walk over to the fence where they can kind of see down the road a little bit. And they just watch these emo kids keep sprinting for like an insanely long time, like at least a quarter of a mile to the end of the road where there's this traffic light. Which is a pretty far run, especially considering the fact that he wasn't skating after them.
OPTIO.
Like, alright, I guess it's not
Here's
that
the
far
N.
away. There's actually some dude skating after you who's crazy with a baseball bat. Like, yeah, you better be able to run a quarter
1,
mile.
2,
But
3,
I'm
4,
just
5,
flabbergasted that
6.
the entire group ran
Yoink.
that far as fast as
1, 2,
possible
3,
without
4,
a single
6.
person looking back. Like, you would think at that point the odds of someone looking back would just happen, but, you know, I guess not. Anyways, at the skate park, they just kind of go about their business for a few more hours, skating, goofing around, but eventually they decide to go home. So they just start walking out of the park to skate back home, and as they're walking
Now
out
we
of the
need to
park,
do
the
the
minivan
dreadful
kind of
S.
tears into the parking lot.
Shoot.
And so everyone kind of looks, because it's obviously a weird sight to see a minivan tear into the parking lot, and as it tears into the parking lot, the door opens, and like 2 water balloons get tossed out. Neither one of them are accurate and hit anyone there, but like as soon as they pop, they just hear a voice yell, "Oh, that's for earlier, losers. We told you we'd get payback." Keep in mind, they literally missed the water balloons. And, you know, on top of it, a minivan, bro, like I guess pulling up and throwing water balloons is scary, but on top of it, you're trying to intimidate someone in the most mom car possible. And even then, it just further goes to show that you guys took this way more serious than them, because if they really pulled up as soon as they left the skate park, that means that these dudes had to have just been waiting in the minivan for an extended period of time, just waiting for them to leave with the water balloons, and at no point decided it was a very lame idea. Like, they went back home and were like, okay, we need a plan for revenge.
There you go.
Let's hit 'em with water balloons.
That's a pretty good
Filled up the
S.
water
Alright.
balloons, hopped into Jake's mom's minivan, and then just like went and sat for 4 hours watching people skate. Like, bro, what is going on? That makes you more weird. After they had yelled out that was payback for earlier, though, the same minivan then peeled back out of the parking lot. You know,
Alright,
they
that
didn't
one's
stick around to see
15.
what happened, so they were just really going for the surprise attack and fleeing. And
11.
none of the skaters or anyone was really that pressed about it because they didn't get hit by the water balloon. If anything, they were just more confused that they had really taken the time to come back and do that. I feel like it's almost flattering. Like, when beef is extremely one-sided, it has to be complimentary to the person that the beef is with, you know? Like, imagine being a 40-year-old man and someone walks up to you in Walmart and they're like, I bet you remember me, and you're like, who are you? And they go off about how when you were in first grade, you tagged them, and, you know, they tagged you back, but you said no tag backsies, which is against the rules, and ever since then they've hated you, and you're like, bro, that's kind of weird, because I still don't know who you are, I don't remember that. Like, you know, that's the equivalent of this. They really spent their entire day hatching up a plan for revenge on a bunch of people.
So this side is 14,
that'll do it for the video. Be sure to press
my
the like
age,
button
and
if
this
you
side
enjoyed,
is
you know,
12,
slap the like button so hard
which
that it
means we
cries
gotta
or
move
something.
this
I appreciate it. It helps the video do better. And if you made it this far, you should also
1
go ahead and
over,
comment the word, I
on
don't know,
that
let's do
side.
poop sock down below. If you have a poop sock or you made it to the end of the video, either or, be sure to comment poop sock down there. It helps the video do better. And yeah, other than that, if you really, really want to help me out, I do post the audio versions of these story times on Spotify that you guys do enjoy, so feel free to check that out.
Okay.
Link will be in the description.
Hey!
And one last thing, I went ahead
Alright,
and made
there you
a
go.
playlist here on YouTube.
So now we got options and
videos
quit.
that,
Now all we need
far.
is,
so if you want a playlist
like,
to listen to while you do homework or whatever, that'll also
levels.
be in the description.
Yeah,
So
levels,
if
and
you
then
listen
that's all we
But
need.
yeah, on that
So yeah,
note, guys,
downhill.
for the video. Don't get
And then you
anyone
got,
pregnant. If you do, make sure they are hot, and hopefully I will see each and every single one of you guys next time. I'm out.
Oh.
Peace. Alright, we meet again. Anyways, guys, as I said, this was a story time that was sent into me by a subscriber. And this particular subscriber had one of the classes where he sat in, like, the table made out of desks where you kind of are all facing each other, and it's a group of 4 people. And, you know, he didn't really know the people he sat with too well, but obviously whenever there was a group where they were together. And the teacher came in on this particular day and said, alright, guys, instead of the normal,
One,
you know,
two,
book
three.
lesson, today I've decided to do something fun, and I've organized a scavenger hunt for you guys to do today. Now, you know, I haven't been in school for a bit, so, like, maybe things have changed, but that being said, I feel like a scavenger hunt is a pretty fun way to spend the school day, you know, compared to, like, doing worksheets in a classroom. I feel like having a teacher go out of his way to set up a scavenger hunt and then, you know, let you guys do it's a pretty cool teacher move. It beats sitting in class all day. Apparently, though, that's not the universal opinion, because one of the people at this subscriber's table that we're going to name Gerald for the rest of the story time was apparently disgusted by scavenger hunts.
Oh, that's going to be a
Think
you.
of something really disgusting.
Oh.
You know, a tomato with some mold on it, your grandma's feet, whatever it is you need to think of to maybe dry retch a little bit. That's how disgusted Gerald was at the fact that his teacher even suggested that he do this scavenger hunt, alright? Which to me makes no sense. I didn't realize that people hated scavenger
What
hunts
did
with a burning
you
passion.
do
Regardless,
for
Gerald kind of blurts
Look
out,
at
"You're gonna
you.
make me do what? I don't want to do that. That's so stupid. Why would I want to spend any of my time doing a scavenger hunt? That's not what school is about. I'm gonna learn nothing from this. What's the point of being a teacher if you're not
Well,
going
frick
to teach?"
you too, then.
And he's just going on
I
this rant about how, you know, this teacher is lazy for setting up the scavenger hunt, which I feel like is the exact
In our school
opposite
district,
of
I don't
what a
think
person
we've,
would do
like,
out of their way to set up a
ever
scavenger hunt.
had
And on top of that,
a
he's yelling
kid
he's not gonna learn anything
yell
from
at a
this, and this is
teacher. I don't
terrible.
think
And
I've
obviously,
ever had
everyone
that.
else in
There's,
the
like,
class is
one
confused and
person,
looking at him
maybe.
Like, what is wrong with you? That's such a
I'll
random
stop
thing
it
to
to wait.
say. And on top of that,
One, two,
everybody else in the
three.
class wants to do the scavenger hunt to avoid doing normal classwork. Usually people
Love-
don't get mad about the fact that they're not going to have to sit in a class doing boring stuff. You know,
Lovey
usually the scavenger hunt
Elves.
is
Yes.
appreciated.
Lovey
But whatever, Gerald kind of does his rant, and the teacher's looking at him, kind of letting him finish. And after he stops yelling, the teacher is like, "Look, the scavenger hunt is the assignment for the day. It is what it is, Gerald. You know, if you really hate scavenger hunts that much and you despise it, then you're
Don't.
more than welcome not to participate in the scavenger hunt, but you're going to get a 0 on the assignment because it is for a grade. So if you really hate it that much, you know, you despise it, by all
One,
means, you're more than
two.
welcome to protest the
Donk.
assignment and take a 0.
There you go.
But if you want a good
Alright,
grade,
levels,
then you just
options,
pass
and
the scavenger
quit.
hunt. It is what it is.
And the
That's
reason
what
I
we're
put
doing today. And
levels
before
is
anyone's
because
like,
we're gonna
"Wow,
have
the
different-
teacher was mean for
different
saying that."
levels,
No,
obviously.
he wasn't, dude. Imagine you went out of your way to organize a
Nah.
scavenger hunt instead of a boring assignment, and then Gerald started freaking out. Would you cancel all your hard work? No.
No.
You'd be like, "Gerald, deal with it. You know, you don't always want to
Gerald,
play the board
shut
game
your mouth.
Clue,
You
but
like
guess
men.
what? You are today. It's scavenger hunt time. You know, if you want to take a 0, that's your decision." Regardless, though, the teacher said that. The rest of the class kind of assumed that it was over with. Gerald would just do it and get it done with. But I guess in Gerald's mind, that was
Whip
more of a challenge
is
than anything. Because he replies to the teacher and is like,
Dang, I got
it
it centered first try.
Nice.
Nice.
Which is probably the weirdest threat that teacher has ever heard in his life. As far as things that you expect to be like threatened with, you know, "Hey, give me my money or you're gonna regret it," like that's a little bit normal. If you make me participate in this scavenger hunt for a grade, then you're gonna regret it. It has to be up there as one of the least threatening threats ever made. And the teacher
Least threatening
obviously got
threats,
intimidated
yes.
by Gerald being
Alright.
like, "If you
Downhill.
then you'll
Levels,
regret it."
options,
Looks
and
at
quit.
Gerald and says, "You know
Also,
what? I'll take my chances.
YouTube.
If you end up making me regret
Yes.
it, then so be it." Obviously, by the end of
Alright.
the story time, maybe the teacher
I'm pretty-
would have
I like
regretted
that.
it a little bit, but I don't blame him for saying it in that
It's
moment.
pretty good.
Because as a teacher, you can't let a kid punk you like that.
I like that.
And on top of it, he didn't
Oh, it's
know that
pretty
Gerald
nice.
was insanely nuts and
Pretty
tempted.
nice.
Whatever. At that point, the class kind of quiets down. The teacher goes about handing out this worksheet that's for the scavenger hunt, you know? And basically, the instructions were that you needed to go around the school, find the answers to these questions with your group, which was the table you were with, and, you know, write them
No,
down and
doesn't
turn it
look
back
great.
in by at the end of the class period, and if most groups didn't finish, they would continue it the next day. Pretty simple instructions,
Makes
you know,
sense.
nothing that wild.
Obviously,
One
these
thing
are
that
two different,
everybody
like,
is kinda,
pixelated,
crap about at this particular table that's in Gerald is the fact that, you know,
bing
Gerald
fonts,
is now
but
in their group and they
okay.
have to do the scavenger hunt with
Yeah,
him.
that fits
Anyways, the
perfectly,
subscriber is
so I'm
like,
not gonna
"Alright,
mess
awesome.
with
I'm in
that."
a group with Gerald. This is gonna suck. 'Cause we're gonna have to go around
Downhill
do this scavenger
levels,
hunt
options,
as
and
for a
quit.
grade. And he's
This
just
reminds me of
playing
Evo
the
Zone's
entire
title
time.
screen,
And before they
but
even have a chance to
hey,
talk about it,
if you
Gerald
want to
just
know
starts
what
going
that
off
looks
about
like,
how they're gonna have to do it on their own, 'cause
stuff
he's not gonna help
over
them. He thinks this is a
wherever I
stupid
keep
assignment,
things,
so, you know,
textures,
even
Evo
though he's in
Zone.
their group, he's not going to
I don't
help,
have
blah,
it
blah,
here.
blah, blah,
Oh,
blah.
here it
The
is.
subscriber
Title
reminds me
screen.
this is
Yes.
exactly why I was not
You can
so
see it's
confident
basically the
in
same
Gerald
kind
that
of
he was
deal
gonna
here.
do this.
Although
So
I don't
him
know
and the
why I
rest
have
of the
4
group are kind of
options.
like, all right, Gerald, that's fine. You don't
Evo
have to help us,
Zone.
that's okay, but we're not
Yes.
gonna let you get credit for our
And I
work
have
unless you help.
the same little,
Which
like,
to me
YouTube
is
thing in the
pretty
corner
standard.
that I
You
was
decide to opt out
corner,
of the
yeah,
project
that
and not do
corner that I
anything.
have.
Like, we're just gonna drop your name from the group project. You get a 0, we don't. But I guess in Gerald's
That's what that
mind,
looks
how
like.
dare they even suggest that?
And
he was sitting at their
your
table,
options,
so by
right,
default, it just
pixelated,
meant that he instantly had to
pixely,
get credit for all the work that he
but
was
that looks way
protesting
nicer,
doing.
so,
What?
yeah.
Just because I don't want to do it means that I don't deserve the credit for it? Are you serious? Like, I thought this was a teamwork thing. You guys are really doing teammate that bad? I mean, I don't know if he's self-aware enough, but the words, just because I don't want to do it means I don't deserve the credit
Downhill.
came out of his mouth. It's like, I mean,
Donk.
kinda. Anyways, he's kind of going off about how
Alright,
he
that
deserves
can
to
be
get credit for it,
that.
even if he
We
doesn't
are
come
done
because
now.
he's sitting
Cool.
there. And
At
one of
least
the other
done with
people at the
that.
table interrupts him and says, "Listen, what
you're
you
not
said
done,
earlier,
but-
that's exactly what we need. If
Alright.
we're gonna do all the work, you don't get any of the credit. That seems
UI,
fair to everybody here
and we
but you,"
want
which
a
everybody else
canvas.
kind of agreed on, and Gerald was like, "You guys agree
And
about
we're gonna
this?"
call
And they both
this
individually were like, "Yeah, I think it's
the
insane
main
that
menu.
all the work, you
Yes.
get all the credit, and
Alright.
you're not gonna do anything.
Main
That's
menu.
insane. That's just not how this little game is played, big dog. You gotta at least try to help with the group project. Maybe you take the man in the van status. You know how every superhero has the man in the van leading him on the map? Maybe that's your position on the scavenger hunt. But yeah, you gotta do
let's see.
something, you know? And when they tell him that, like, he's not gonna
UI,
get any credit
yes.
unless he does the work, dude, Gerald's face just contorts into some, like, the look of someone who smells
okay,
like
maybe not.
Imagine you just found out that, like, rotting eggs have been in your fridge for a month via scent, like you're smelling it for the first time, just
Image.
disgust. You just found out grandpa's con
No,
artist,
sprite,
you're just sad.
yes.
And, you know, Gerald, after, like, making the stink face, starts to talk about, well, I'll have you know that the idea of working and
Import.
walking around the school doesn't really make me
Um,
comfortable, so I really prefer if you guys did all the work.
Donk.
Because, you know, it would just really, really not be nice of you guys to put me in a position where I'd be
Alright, we need
uncomfortable,
this.
right? You know,
We need the
oh,
texture
yeah, just
type
the
to be
idea of walking
sprite
around the
2D
school
and
working
UI.
makes you uncomfortable, so you can't do it. At that point, the
And
subscriber's
apply it.
getting annoyed, so he looks at Gerald and he's like, yeah, it doesn't make me comfortable either. Do you really feel like I want to be running around the
Okay.
school doing a scavenger hunt? Sometimes you just gotta do a scavenger hunt that you don't want to do, man. And if you don't want to
Here's
do
a
it,
sprite.
that's fine. I guess that is your choice.
It is
but then you
kinda
gotta take the
blurry.
0. Like, I'm not gonna do all the work for you, Gerald. You fought with the teacher, he's making you do it, we're gonna make you do it too. There's no way that you're gonna get credit for this unless you come help. And so the subscriber kind of yells at him for a little bit, something along those lines. Everything
I could just
said.
scale up the
Gerald starts to
resolution.
Go on an unhinged rant about how
And
the
I'm
subscriber
probably
and
just
the
gonna do
teacher
that.
have to be in cahoots to make him angry today and make him embarrass himself, which is hilarious to me, dude. Imagine the teacher walking up to the subscriber who's supposed to be the war class and they're like, all right,
Why
you know,
is-
we all know that Gerald hates scavenger hunts. Like, the mere mention of a scavenger hunt makes him want to punch a baby. So let's just troll him and make him do a scavenger hunt. Like, I don't think the teacher thought that far ahead. It's not normal for people to hate scavenger hunts with such a passion. Regardless, the subscriber
Well,
tells
you
him,
know.
like, Gerald, there's no conspiracy going on here, alright? Me and the teacher didn't meet up and talk about how to make you angry. All that I'm saying is that I don't want to do all your work because you're too
Delete.
lazy to do it.
Yes.
It's annoying, you know? Like, no
Alright.
amount of you saying you don't want to
No,
do a scavenger
import
hunt is going to make us do it
this,
and then put your
yes.
name on it. Quit being lazy and just decide to do it. And obviously, that's all this boils down to.
Type
You're being lazy, right? He just doesn't
sprite
want to go
2D
do
and
the
UI.
scavenger hunt. But Gerald can't take that. No. So he just starts another rant about how
way
like,
bigger,
if everyone thinks he's lazy, then
high
he's
quality
do something that'll
format,
make the entire school know that he's not
short,
lazy, and they'll just have to wait and see what he decides to do. But they're gonna regret calling him lazy, and he goes to run off away from the group. I think in his mind, you know, it was gonna be this big mysterious like, where did Gerald go? He ran away from the group. The only problem was Gerald wasn't exactly like Speed Racer out here, and so he tries to run off quickly. It's very not quick because A, he runs slow, and on top of it, the run just kind of looks funny. And so they're kind of watching him run away from the group because they called him lazy, and now he's going to like get revenge on the school or something. And they see him run up the stairs and into the bathroom, kind of like on the upper level of their courtyard above the lunchroom. And they're like, all right, I guess if that's going to teach us a lesson, that's
pixelated
fine.
still.
He's not bugging us anymore. And for the most part, they just
so
assume that
we're gonna
he's gone to,
do
like, sit in the bathroom for the rest of the class and ignore them and not really deal with it. So they're like, all right, it's just one less annoying thing we have to deal with. Let's go do the scavenger hunt. So they start walking around
Control
the school, doing the
S.
assignment the way that
Yes.
they were expected to. And they get it done pretty quickly,
Head back
mainly because
to
Gerald's
Hya.
not there to be complaining
Delete
and yelling about it the
Hya.
whole time, and it wasn't like it was an insanely complex
Get
assignment.
this
You know, it's a scavenger hunt that
new
teacher made so that way most people could do it. It's not the
Finally.
National Treasure stealing the Declaration of Independence or anything.
Donk.
After about 30 minutes, though, they're all
Donk.
done, and they start walking back to that class to turn everything in.
Okay,
But
I
the fact
think
that they have to
it
walk
looks
on this class,
crisp.
They have to go back through the courtyard and past the stairs.
Yeah, it's
where
crisp
Gerald
enough.
ran
I like
upstairs
that.
into those,
It's cool.
bathrooms above the lunchroom.
Alright.
And so that's just like part of their path. So they're walking
Save.
back kind of time
And the
without
nicest
the
thing
assignment.
is
Like
it
I said,
actually
the way it's laid
looks
out, this is gonna
like
start
it.
to be important.
So that's
It's
nice.
basically like a courtyard
actually, I
layout.
wonder if
So
it will-
there's two sets of stairs
That
on
looks
either end of the
perfect.
courtyard going up.
That is
And on either
perfect.
end of the
Look at
top
that
of those
title
stairs
screen.
are bathrooms.
It's a nice title screen.
Underneath one bathroom
And
is
then
the
we'll
lunchroom,
put
and
buttons
underneath one
for
bathroom on the other
levels,
side is the
options,
kitchen.
and quit.
Well, they come around the corner and they
Um,
look at the stairs above the lunchroom.
Yeah,
When
so
they
then I
do,
don't have to
they
press
just
Alt
see
F4,
water
basically.
pouring down those stairs, almost like somebody put a hose at the top and just keep it running. And so obviously they're kind of like, whoa, what's going on? Why does it look like the courtyard is starting to flood? And as they start to pay closer attention, that's when they start to like hear the noise as well from the other side of the courtyard. And as they start to pay attention to the noise, they start looking
main
as
menu.
well, and they see
Yes.
janitors
The
up, like,
main
by the
menu.
doors of the bathroom banging on it, saying,
It's
open
fine.
up, open
It's fine.
up, turn off the
It's
water,
fine.
you're
It's
flooding
fine.
the school, you know, and like they start to walk
It's fine?
over to get
Yeah,
a
it's
closer
fine.
look,
Alright.
as you do, obviously, whenever there's a situation like this going on. Your
Button.
first thought isn't, let me go the opposite direction. Someone's
sir?
flooding the bathroom and the janitors are trying to get in and turn it off. This could be interesting to watch. Grab the popcorn.
Examples and
That's
extras.
but immediately
Yes.
this group is like, I bet you Gerald
Loading.
has locked himself in the
Donk.
bathroom and is now trying to flood the school to teach us a lesson. Which, yeah, is about as stupid as it sounds, dude. But like, let me get this straight. You didn't like the fact that the teacher gave you a scavenger hunt. So in your brain, you were like, meh, I should flood the school. I mean, whatever floats your boat, Gerald, but that just seems like a little bit of an overreaction. You could have just done the scavenger hunt and, like, gone to the next class an hour later. Now you're just getting yourself in a tricky situation. As they're getting closer to the stairs that are flooding, though, they see how bad it is. There's literally a pool of water on the stairs. The bottom of the stairs, it's running down everywhere. There's like a
And
huge pool of water
it's
on
fine.
the door, and it's like to the point where they can hear the water running from the bathroom.
It's fine.
It's all the sinks, you know, all the toilets, basically anything that can flood water is currently clogged and flooding water out of the bathroom that they can't get into, and out from under the door is just coming water, right? And so they're kind of standing there watching
I want
it,
my
and the janitors
button.
are trying to get in. And now that they're a little bit closer, they can hear Gerald on the other
Button.
side of the door laughing.
There
like
you
a
go,
maniac,
now I
being
can
like,
remember.
I'm not gonna turn off the water. And the janitor's trying to reason with him, like, no, please turn off the water, everything's flooding. And he's like giggling at the fact that everything is flooding, saying he's not gonna turn off the water. Honestly, man, some pure evil villain moment. Like, this had to have been Gerald's Joker moment, you know? Like, he didn't get his homework done for free, so he had to flood the
Button.
school instead.
Yes.
When the janitors are begging you to please stop because they're gonna have to like clean up a flooded school, you just start
No,
laughing
you,
at them
the
for
button.
thinking that you were going to stop.
No,
Like,
we
that
want
is
the
some
button. We don't want
straight
the
up Joker
image
moment
you see.
situation
Yes.
right there. Y'all thought the Joker
And we
movie
don't
was
want
intense,
text-
you know, just
the-
wait for
the
Gerald
text.
version.
We
Every
just
actor
want the
that does
button.
Joker tries to go all, like, method
So
actor.
basically,
There's no method acting here.
the
Gerald just
button
is the
isn't
Joker, dude. Anyways, I really
Like,
love just imagining
the button isn't actually
like,
this,
really
it's hidden,
just
but
had
it
to
still
have sat
walks
there
as
for
a
moment and
button.
decided that flooding
That makes
school
sense.
was a good idea. Which I just don't really understand how you come to that conclusion, dude.
So,
Like, okay,
yeah.
you ran away from the group of people you're supposed to do the project with. If they don't want to do your work, you're gonna teach
So
them a lesson or whatever.
highlighted
You
can
ran into
be,
the bathroom. So that's the last time that the subscriber saw him up until this point,
I guess
right?
a
So
blue
after that,
color
he walked
crest
into the
can
bathroom,
be a
said, man,
green
nobody's gonna do my
color.
homework for me. I have to do this stupid scavenger hunt. I hate everything. Life is the worst. Why does nobody want to
Loading.
do all my homework for me? Why can't they just do it? This is ridiculous. I hate it here.
Okay.
And then while he was having that little rant to himself, he looked up, like saw himself in the mirror, right? And straight up out of a cartoon, like the angel and devil popped up on his shoulder. The angel, come on, just do the work. It's a scavenger hunt. It's not that bad. It could be worse. You could be sitting in a classroom, you know? Just consider the fact that the teacher put in this hard work to organize it for you, and maybe just do it. And he's like, shut up. That angel, that's stupid. No, I don't want to listen to that. The devil on the other shoulder, though, is like, you remember Christmas time? Do you remember Home Alone? Do you remember the Wet Bandits? How about we flood the school to teach everyone a lesson about making us do scavenger hunts? And then, like, you know, instead of saying, no, that's ridiculous, decided that that really was the best course of action and he might as well just go through with it, dude. He had to have been inspired by Home Alone, right? Like, how else do you come up with the idea to flood a building to piss people off? You know, it has to have come from a movie of some sort, and that's the only one I can think of where this is what the bad guys do, is flood stuff. I'm sure there is other movies, like, I don't make it a joke, but honestly, man, I just love the idea of him sitting there in the bathroom like, no, you're right, this is a good idea. If I flood the school, that'll teach everybody not to mess with me and make me do a scavenger hunt ever again. Alright guys, I'm gonna interrupt the video for just 1 second.
Remove the component.
Yes.
Alright, so now we have the buttons, and technically they should walk. Should. So levels will bring up the levels, basically. It's fine. Where did I attach the script for the actual thing? Not here. Main menu.
You did just flood your own school, you know, like, oh, I hate scavenger hunts so much, I better destroy my school. Big brain, 500
Secret
IQ
levels.
play, punish yourself because of a scavenger hunt. Regardless, though, you
Main
know, they're
menu,
watching
panel
this, like,
stop,
eyes wide open because
start,
Daryl's just straight up acting
options,
like the Joker,
quit,
Biden, doing
music,
his thing. And as they're
start,
standing there,
panel.
they really can't believe what they're seeing. Like, obviously they knew that Gerald had been mad at them for not doing his homework, but they didn't expect it to, like, lead to him trying to do a mini Noah's Ark flood on the rest of the school. Really just tried to
Add
give the school
component.
as much as possible
Yes.
because he had to do
We're gonna
It's
have
crazy,
this
but I
script
think everyone
called
hates homework. Nobody likes doing it. It's just a reality. Imagine if every time you're like
Menu
boss told you to do
script.
something you didn't want to
Yes.
do, you just flooded the business. You know, I know school's not a job, but like same principle, right?
Oh.
Anyways, at that point,
No,
the school
you don't
cop
have a
finally
principal
shows
at
up to, like,
Shaw.
help the janitors get in, and he starts banging on the door
Edit
saying
this.
that,
Menu
you know, if you don't
script.
come out, I'm gonna kick it in. Like, now's your chance to not get in a lot of trouble. Blah blah blah. Otherwise, I'm gonna force my way in. And something that I've always thought is weird at like schools is that the bathroom doors are usually like metal. And I don't know if other
That
schools
doesn't-
are the same way.
that's not
So
what I want it to
obviously,
do.
you think at that point, you know, even if the door's metal or whatever, Gerald would at least come to the realization that the gig is the school's flooded. They're not messing
Get out.
around. You know, the cops here saying he's gonna kick in a metal door if you don't come out. It's probably time to just give up. But no, Gerald on the other side, still laughing maniacally at the
Okay.
fact that he's flooded the
Main
school,
menu.
starts screaming
So-
like, go ahead, loser, go ahead, come to try to get me. I don't care. You won't do anything.
Copy
and
this.
obviously, the school cop's not too happy about that, so he starts kicking the door. But it's
Yeah.
a metal door, so it doesn't really do a whole lot.
So this is
you know?
in
And now Gerald
the
is
no
laughing even
update
harder
function.
on the
It's
other
just
side. He's like, wow, good job, way to go, man. You're so much
There.
closer to getting me than you were
Okay.
before. And listen, one thing that like I don't know if every
Cool.
door is like this, but it was convenient that this door was.
Using
So the door
Unity
was metal,
Engine
then
scene
you just were
management,
on the
that's something
outside of the
else
door.
you gotta
So
add.
Even though Gerald had blocked the door, they couldn't
No,
get in.
don't
They could
press
just, like, take
Control
the door
S,
off the
please.
hinges. And at that
Okay.
point, you know, janitors,
Yoink.
teachers, the cop, whoever was there, they all started
Alright.
looking for a tool.
Quit
Just
game.
take the door
Yes.
off the hinges and just get it off that way. You know, he can't be hiding behind the door if the door no longer is
Menu
on the
script.
hinges. That was kind of the
Quit
thought of it.
game.
But you know, as they're searching around,
Alright.
scrambling, trying to find it, there's a lot of chaos, and Gerald is on the other side of the door. In
So
the
if we
chaos,
start
laughing
clicking that
like
button,
an
then we
evil
should
villain
see
having
in the
himself a
console.
fantastic
No.
time. You know the part of
nothing.
like, you know, the superhero
Nothing,
movie
just-
where the villain's plan is kind of working,
okay.
and he's like watching all the bad stuff happen, and he's like, ha ha ha, this is my plan all along. That's kind of how Gerald sounds on the other side of the door, is all the chaos of like people trying to figure out what's going on.
Wait a
and
minute.
Figuring out where the tools are, getting
Hold on.
the hinges. And during all of this chaos,
Wait, where
you know,
are the
flood's just
buttons?
getting worse.
'Cause that
I
is
don't
an
know if
issue,
Anderson
actually.
misplaced the tool if it wasn't something they had often, but it takes about 15 minutes for the teachers to end up getting back with the tool to take the door off the hinges. And in that amount of time, an insane amount of water continues to flood down the stairs and flood the
No.
school. Because like I said, he had clogged all the toilets and kept flushing them. He had all the sinks clogged and just kept pressing the buttons. There's
Is he-
literally water pouring down the stairs, and like the teachers are running around trying not to slip and fall, looking for everything they need to fix this. Seriously, I feel like the water flow at one point was so much that it was described as like the potential ninth wonder of the world. You know, a magnificent waterfall in the middle of nowhere falling. Wow, nature is incredible.
Can I not
The only difference
have-
is, except like, you know, most waterfalls are from nature. This one's just from some crazy kid smacking the sync button every 15 seconds. Anyways, finally the teachers managed to get like the hinges off, and they all storm in there like school cops, janitors, you know. And they're stomping in there, and you can like hear the splashes of their feet when they go in because it's just flooded, you know. And as they go into the bathroom and go around the corner, the group that was watching them can't see exactly what's going on, right? But what they do hear is Gerald laughing maniacally and all the adults screaming like, get him, and then a bunch of what sounds like someone trying to grab somebody. And out of the bathroom
Okay.
comes Gerald, dude, which is obviously not what they're expecting. All the angry adults went in to
Cool.
capture him, and out comes Gerald. And so
No.
Gerald runs out of the bathroom, covered in water, just
Like,
covered in it,
hello.
obviously been in a room that was flooding, and he just starts sprinting down the hallway away from the bathroom, still laughing the entire time like this is hilarious. You think by this point the reality might have been setting in that like he's about to get expelled, you know, he flooded the school. No, he probably was so spoiled he thought his parents would somehow manage to get him out of this. But he's gotten out of the bathroom, no teachers have noticed he's out yet, and he's just sprinting down laughing like a people villain. And at that point the school cop comes out of the bathroom covered in water and starts trying to like run after him. And they're assuming that he got covered in water too by like trying to tackle Gerald in the flooded bathroom or something. And as he starts to sprint after Gerald, obviously a lot of the hallway has become flooded. There's just water everywhere, and he ends up slipping. So Gerald is now like kind of on his way out of the school with nobody that he thinks between him and the door. And so when Gerald sees the cop fall, he literally throws his hand up and starts screaming like, "Wet bandage, strike again!" You know, he feels like he got one over on everybody. No way he's going to get caught.
Okay.
And he's near an exit door, and it just so happens that he
So
slams it open and he starts to run out. And for some reason, just by horrible luck on Gerald's part, there's a teacher on the other side who just grabs his shirt because he assumes that he's trying to make a break from trouble or something, right? And so he's caught. And so the teacher's got his shirt, and Gerald immediately, now that the teacher has him, changes his tune.
Okay.
The whole evil villain laughing, everything's hilarious thing drops. And he looks at the teacher who has his shirt, and he's like, "I didn't do anything, I swear there was somebody else in the bathroom.
Sure.
I wasn't allowed to leave. Oh my gosh, it was a ghost, it was a ghost." Just like saying any excuse he could think of to this teacher about why he didn't do it. And obviously, it was just hilarious to the people that would watch the situation, because like, you know, when Gerald wasn't going to be in trouble, it's
Now-
hilarious, laughing like there's no tomorrow, you know, sounding like a hyena or a hyena with a chainsaw.
A hyena.
But he's just like on the other side of the door, just, you know, torturing the poor janitors that are gonna have to clean up this flood. As soon as the teacher gets it though, "Oh my gosh, it was the ghost, man, I'm telling you, it was a ghost. Yeah, the plumber ghost, you know, the school that hates us." Obviously the teacher hadn't even said anything yet, you know, and just instantly starts going with the ghost excuse. At that point though, the bell rings, so people start coming out into the hallway and just seeing all of this chaos, and they don't want the kids to see all this. They have to clean up the mess, they have to do a whole lot before it's safe to just let everybody start running back out in the hallway. So they start
Okay.
ushering everybody back to class, you know, and the group that had
Okay.
wanted to go down obviously gets caught up
Okay.
and kind of ushered back to class. And as they get back to class, everybody's
So,
talking about it, you know, what happened, what
copy.
went down. Obviously a rumor like this is going to spread
Main
like
menu.
wildfire, 'cause it's not every day somebody just decides
New.
to try to flood the school, you know?
See?
So rumors are swirling,
Paste.
and the people that
Nice.
actually saw what went down are just like,
20.
none of these rumors rumors make any sense.
22448.
That was going around about why the flood happened had nothing to do with Gerald, right? But instead, they assumed that the Illuminati had broken into the school and for some reason decided to flood it. Which, you know, I don't know why that was the route in their head that they jumped to make a rumor, because, like, it's pretty obvious that wouldn't happen. Why would the Illuminati be wasting their time flooding a high school? It makes no sense as to why they would even be there. Imagine the Illuminati board meeting, you know, it's like all the billionaires, all the presidents, everybody in charge of the woods, or the world, not the woods, I guess technically the woods, but also the world. And they're like, hey man, I know we're destabilizing Cuba at 7 p.m., but I was thinking at 1 we could just go flood this random school for no reason. They won't even know it's the Illuminati. Actually, no, we should tell them it's the Illuminati. But yeah, I just feel like we should go flood this random place. And everybody in the board meeting, you know, like all the billionaires are like, yeah, that's a genius idea. That makes sense to me. Anyways, obviously, people are just kind of saying whatever about the rumor.
So I guess I'm gonna have to make these actual sprites.
The teacher that organized this.
It's fine.
And so he's kind of talking to the teacher about everything,
Donk.
because obviously the teacher didn't really know what had gone down, and he's like, it was insane, you know, the janitors were banging on the door trying to get in, and Gerald was on the other side laughing. And the teacher kind of stops him when he mentioned it was Gerald and turns white as a ghost. He goes, wait a second, it was Gerald that flooded the school? Like, you're telling me that Gerald was involved in this? And obviously the subscriber just kind of confirms it, because, like, yeah, it was Gerald. And the teacher's like,
what was the resolution of
gonna
that?
get mad at me? And they're like, well, why would they get mad at you? And he starts talking about how Gerald had said he was going to get the teacher in trouble, and
Levels.
because it had happened during the
Button. Okay, just do this.
And you know, that didn't end up
Open.
happening, thankfully, but like at that point it kind of clicked what Gerald's overarching evil plan.
So if this was still 2048.
Somehow in Gerald's mind it made sense that like the teacher was somehow going to get blamed for him deciding to flood the school. I mean, that's not what happened, thankfully, but like I guess in his mind, you know, the administration would look at all of this that went down and was like, this teacher made him do a scavenger hunt. Obviously, that's the reason he was pushed to flooding the school. Without the scavenger hunt,
512.
the teacher. How are they
That's
going to hold
times
this random
4.
dude accountable for flooding the school that literally had nothing to do with it, right? Like, he was
Fine.
not the person flooding the bathroom, Gerald. You can't really blame
save
someone for
that.
that if they had nothing to do with it. That's like, you know, just speeding in a car and the cop
224.
pulls you over and it's like, why are you speeding? Being like, well, you made me speed, actually. It's like, well, I mean, not really, you know, it's not really how this works. I would not have flooded the
896.
bathroom if this teacher didn't make me do a scavenger hunt. It's like, yeah, but the teacher didn't tell you to do the scavenger hunt. He didn't provide instructions and tell you to do it.
Alright.
You know, good one, Gerald.
Now this
Like,
is
how
now
is the teacher
saved.
gonna get in trouble, dude?
So,
They literally
yeah.
caught
So it's
Gerald
apparently
flooding
896.
everything. How would that have been the teacher's fault? Unless he literally gave him instructions on how to do it. Anyways, obviously it backfired.
Fine.
The teacher didn't end up
Donk.
getting in trouble for Gerald's
Donk.
shenanigans. However, Gerald did
Shenanigans.
end up getting expelled, which, I mean, I can't really say I'm surprised, dude. You
Yeah,
kind of
that
leave
one.
them with no choice when you flood the entire school, and then when they're like, hey, please let us in to stop flooding the school, you just laugh at them and make fun of them. And for like an hour, they have to go get tools to rip the door off the hinges. Yeah, you're probably going to get expelled. Like, you know, I don't really know what the message they're sending to the school would be if you just showed back up on school like Monday. Everybody there is like, oh, I can basically start a riot, nothing will happen, that's lit. Even though they did end up getting rid of him, it didn't change the fact that like kids ended up making memes about this, which obviously they're going to, bro. If someone floods your school, it's going to become a joke at the school. Whenever teachers would give like too much homework or anything, an anonymous letter would be written to the teacher about how like if they didn't stop, the school was going to flood and blah 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 blah. And the teachers wouldn't stop giving homework off of that. Like, don't get it wrong, the notes didn't do anything, but you know, it was just kind of the type of shenanigans people would get up to
Shenanigans.
afterwards. And honestly, man,
Nope.
Gerald did become like a little
Cancel
bit of a folk villain. I won't say folk hero because people weren't like, yo, that Gerald guy was lit. But
Okay.
people would be like,
Copy.
oh, Gerald flooded the school. That was crazy. Overall, I just
Yeah,
thought
that
this was
one.
some next level spoiled kid behavior. You know, flooding the
Save.
school instead of doing homework or a scavenger hunt
New.
is like pretty
Pace.
much the largest aversion to work I've ever heard of. You have to basically think work is the most evil thing ever
Whoa,
existed.
whoa, whoa,
to
whoa,
decide
whoa.
that like flooding the
No,
school
you
is
don't.
somehow a better alternative to just doing the
Donk.
homework. And all of this
Don't
over a scavenger hunt. Like one of
resize.
the most fun things you
Dude.
could possibly get a sign that still works.
Gracious.
Imagine what he would have done if it was a Scantron test, dude. He probably would have tried to burn it down instead. Like a real test would have absolutely melted his brain, man. No reason to get mad at this type of easy work. I do say though, the teacher who caught him by accident, just grabbed his shirt, probably did feel like a secret agent for a pretty long time afterwards. Like he had just wiggled from the hands of justice, and there he was. Perfect timing to catch him right before he escaped. Gary the geometry teacher, national hero, baby.
Oh,
That's what
yeah.
we need more of, Gary the geometry teacher. Anyways, other than that, they only had one staircase at the school for about a month. Obviously, the other one had flooded, had a bunch of water damage, and it took about a month for them to fix it. But during that time, it was a pain at the school because everybody had to just use one stair. But yeah, it ended up getting
Well,
fixed.
you know,
and overall, I just thought the story was something you guys
Alright,
would
options
enjoy.
button,
Moral of the
all
story,
good.
don't flood the school
Go
to get
back
out of
to the
work.
main
It's
menu
probably just not
again.
worth it. You're gonna end up
Down
with a
scale
huge
this
repair
back
bill
down to
probably,
256,
and
so it's
just
easier
also not
for me
cool
to
flood
copy
school,
this.
alright? You shouldn't need a reason. Alright, so like
And
I said,
then
the story time is from when I was
copy.
a little bit younger. I couldn't drive yet, so I was still kind of stuck like
20,
skating around
48.
and I stumbled upon and found something that I definitely was not supposed
New
to find. It
pace.
just wasn't meant for me. Just so happened that the people that it was meant for.
Well, one of
happened
my
to be
friends
around
is
at the
now
same
playing
time, and
something.
I ended up
Gosh
skating
darn it.
around thinking
No,
my life, and I
shut
didn't
your
learn
mouth.
that
No,
until it was
cancel.
over. But regardless, I ended up getting myself into the situation.
Stop.
Because, I was just trying to
Jeez.
skate around the area by my
Good
house and just try to find
gracious.
stuff to
Alright.
explore, find things. There was a couple
There.
shopping centers down
Get
the road from
out.
my house, kind of like a busier road.
Jeez.
So I was just skating
Yoink.
there, that type of thing. And it just so happened that one of these shopping
Alright.
centers hadn't been doing
Donk.
so well. Like this was right around the recession,
Oh.
after the recession, 3-4 years after the recession. But the effects were still really
96,
bad.
there you
There was a lot of
go.
abandoned buildings, there was a lot
Save.
of stuff that just never really came back. And down the road
Oh.
on this main road was this
Quit button.
huge
Alright, there you go.
I'm talking absolutely massive. And it used to be
Now
this
we're
shopping
done.
center that was originally, one giant big box store and then a bunch of stores around it and the traffic
Textures,
from one big box store kind of
import,
everything else.
this,
The big box
this,
store
and
was
this.
actually a
No.
Kmart. And,
This,
it ended up
this,
closing.
and
It
this.
hadn't gone bankrupt yet, but that particular
Options,
one
quit
closed. And when
levels.
the Kmart
Donk.
closed, people kind of stopped coming into the parking lot. It was
Alright.
dying for a while before that, but that really killed all the traffic there, and now there was no businesses there. But they had built this Kmart a long time ago
2D.
when it was still popping, so it had this huge
Apply.
parking lot. And obviously, whenever you're a
Quit
skater
button.
who's just bored
No.
and looking for something to do,
Frick
a
you.
ginormous empty parking lot that has
Quit
no
button.
cars in it, people were very rarely there.
There.
And on top of it, they had taken out
Options.
some of the little parking blocks.
Donk.
So you can't go any further, so we would butter those up.
Levels.
And skate on them. And it was just a pretty
Donk.
little perfect spot to practice tricks and be left alone. I didn't have to worry about cars. I didn't have to worry about anyone being around me. I would just listen to music and goof off, right? And I really didn't think anything of it very often. In fact, I would
That's
skate
pretty
there
cool.
pretty
Whenever
much
you
every
hover
day,
over it,
especially in the winter
that's-
because the parking lot
pretty
still
cool.
had lights on, so it would get dark at 5 p.m. But I could still
We need to
skate there
scale
for
them
7
down a
months.
little.
Anyways, one night,
But
it
we're
was
getting
already
there.
dark because it
Although I
was
could
like
just
7
replace the
steps, so I sat
background.
down and I was there skating, and I had set my
But,
water bottle on this light pole.
you
And
know.
the way the light poles were, it was like a concrete
Yeah, I'm just
cylinder,
gonna do that
and the light
instead.
pole coming out of it, but there was this little box that you could kind of shimmy up the pole and put stuff in, and I didn't even think about it. I had just put my water bottle on the concrete circle, at the base of this light. So I'm just kind of doing my thing skating, and I had my headphones in, but I was kind of aware of my surroundings, obviously. You don't just want to not know what's going
Donk.
on. And as I'm skating, I noticed two
Alright.
cars pull around the back of this old Kmart and kind of pull over to me, and they're kind of watching from far enough away where I don't feel unsafe, but close enough where I'm feeling weird. I can definitely tell that they're looking at me. You know what I mean? It's a very obvious feeling when somebody's staring at you. And on top of that, their headlights are shining, so I can't really see what they're doing. I can't confirm they're
Alright,
staring at me.
there you
It
go.
just feels like it. And
Save.
I'm starting to get the heebie-jeebies. But you know, I don't know if
Head
it's like
back
one of
into
the top, I
Unity.
don't want to take off, so I just kind of keep.
And there you go.
One of the cars pulls over to me very
There.
slowly, and as it pulls up, I like pick up my skateboard.
We did the
and
thing.
I'm like ball grabbing it with the trucks in my hand in case I have to swing the skateboard. And the window rolls down, and I'm obviously just like heart racing, not knowing what's about to happen. Are they going to scream at me? Are they going to try to kidnap me? Like, I'm not too sure. And so the window is rolling down.
Move 'em
and
over.
I can see into the car a little bit.
Actually,
And
can
there's
I
two guys there, and,
yeah, like center
they're
this
just kind of,
or
like,
something,
staring at
or
me.
like
They're
snap
"What are you
it?
doing?" And
Like
I'm
anchor.
like, "Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
anchor.
just skating." And they're like,
Could
"Do you
I-
know about it?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about? The empty parking lot?" And like they kind of drop their guard a bit, and they just say, "You need to go skate somewhere else." And I can tell that whatever they're saying, like you need to go skate somewhere else, isn't a suggestion. It's more of a you need to go skate somewhere else, or you need to like, or we're gonna make you go skate somewhere else. So
Well,
I get
you
the
know,
vibe.
you know.
I'm not trying to.
All right,
stick
there you
around
go.
and see what happens. So I get on my skateboard and I go, "All right, I'll get out of here." And I go to skate. And the entire
Levels,
time I'm
options,
skating,
or
my body is
quit.
turned and I can look at them, and they're just watching me. So I skate around the back of this Kmart just because that was the closest way to like get out of their line of sight. They didn't know where I had come from, but it happened to be the opposite way of my house. I didn't know what they were doing, but I just wanted to get out of there. So when I get behind the building, I stop and I look back around to see where they are, because like when they leave, I'm gonna go back across the parking lot. And they go over to the light pole, and this is when it gets weird. Like I said, they had that thing where you could like shimmy
Okay.
your cart up the light pole, and there was a little space.
So we
And I
have
see
that
all these people
technically
get out of their
walking,
cars,
although
and
the
they shimmy at the light pole, and there's 4 packages that are probably about, you know, they're holding them in one hand, but there's 4 packages, and they give one to this guy, one to this guy, one to this guy, one to this guy. They get back in the car, and you know, I'm not sure what they were doing in there, but they're just kind
yeah,
of sitting
preserve
there in the car near
aspect.
this light pole.
There you
It's
go.
at that moment that I realized that my light pole was a dead drop, which is just really sketchy. Basically, for those of you that don't know what a dead drop is, it's this place where like you're gonna leave something, right? Like you leave your, I don't know, your like shoe in this hidden spot, and tell someone to go grab it in 3 hours.
Okay, is that gonna?
But whatever they had put in the light pole was wrapped up in a brown paper bag, and the people didn't want me around when they grabbed it. I'm not trying to stick around and find out, right? Like, I'm not, I don't want to be involved at all. Literally 0%. I want nothing to do with this. And before anyone is like, why didn't you want to investigate more? Because I'm not stupid. If people tell you to get out of there before they grab something that was hidden in a light pole, you don't go investigate. Because real life isn't Scooby-Doo, okay? It's not. You don't want to, you just don't want to know. You just leave. Just go. Alright guys, I'm going to interrupt the video for just 1 second.
Sure.
Now's a gift card code for those
Whatever.
who don't know. I give one of these away in every video, so subscribe and turn on notifications.
I mean, that still
Money,
walks.
and while I got your attention, press the like button.
Oh yeah, but what? Why is there a?
Anyways, obviously at that point I'm like, I've got to get out of there. But as I mentioned, you know, there's a little bit of an issue because my house is on the other side of them and I'm behind the Kmart, and like the only way is to either go through the parking lot where they'll obviously see me, or way down
Why
the
is
road,
this
like,
here?
through this undeveloped desert park was another building that I could use, and there was a crosswalk
What are you
there
doing?
that I could
Get
use
out of
to
here.
get back on this side and get back up to
You-
mine, right?
you
It was
stop
gonna be
it.
a lot longer,
You
but
stop
I
it.
decided that's the best bet,
You
because I'm
stop
not trying
it.
to go back across this parking lot and have them be
Why
like,
is
"That
it
guy
still there?
definitely just saw
There's
me."
nothing there. What are you?
So I crouched
No.
behind this, like, dirt
Stop it.
thing, and I crouched
No.
sprinted. I don't know. I felt like I was like PUBG, dude. I was doing it. I was scared. Run behind this dirt mound over to this building, and it was like this VA hospital thing. So I'm standing there, and I'm like, okay, well, I'll be all right here. So I walk to the parking lot, and I get on the crosswalk, and you know, I get in the parking lot, and as I'm walking across, I decide to like look around and see if there's
So
still a parking
yeah.
lot. If they're gone now, I don't really have to be as on alert. But of course, I look and they're still there. So now I'm like, awesome. I have to be careful crossing the road.
Okay,
Like,
are you
be careful
done?
so they don't see me when they're leaving. So I
Thank
go to
you.
This parking lot. And I
Jeez,
get back
man.
on the main road and cross
Application
the road and
has
start
indeed
skating back
closed.
towards my house.
Yes.
And the way it worked is I was back on the side
So
of the road,
options
and I
we'll do in a
was
second, and
like,
levels.
being north,
Yes,
right, going north to
levels.
south, but I still needed to cross another
Alright,
road.
so downhill is
Right,
also going to
so
be
you can go
available.
left over a main road. And so on this last
on-
main road that I needed to cross, there happened to be a crosswalk, and I pressed the button.
Whoa,
because I can't cross
into
right now,
29.
if I was going, I would've been
Thanks,
crossed.
guys.
And of course, right when the light turns
yeah.
red, they pull up.
I put the beta for Diamond, but yeah. So downhill is also going to be available for download on my Google Drive. So if you want to go
definitely recognize me.
if you want to download it, then
if they wanted to scare me or what.
after it's done, when I say on stream that it's done or announce it in the video, do that. Yeah. And also my outdated video about my outdated video right here, how to download my games plus bonus gameplay. This video, it says outdated, it says in the title, but there will never be an updated version of this. And I'll use Downhill as my example game that I download. Because you probably do want to download it, because it's going to be a pretty fun game, but, you know, just pick up and play. You know, it would be one of those games you find on Steam that's like $1 or free, and it's a little game that you can just go mess around with. But yeah, quit button, that is very useful. So we're gonna see if it walks. I hope it does. It should walk. But we'll see. Quit. Perfect. Alright. Downhill. Alright. Yoink. Camera. Yes. Alright. Downhill. Levels. Options. Quit. Yes. Quit. Alright. Well, we've got the quit game to walk, so that's nice. Public void level 1 scene manager.load scene testing. So this, what it does is basically whenever you click on a button, you can have like interactable things. So when you click on, say, this button, right, if you go here, then you can go here on click, and then you can have an object, and then you can have a script and all of that, and have things do stuff, basically, and it's really nice. And basically what this does is it takes a specific scene called testing, and it loads it. So if I had a scene in Levels that was called testing, and I had that script, and I pressed a button that had that script attached to it, and had that specific, like, void level 1, and if you click, then it would load test level, basically. So I could do that. Make a secret button in the corner or something. I don't know. Who knows? Frick you. Just in the void, maybe. Just a secret button. Anyways. And how you create different, like, backgrounds is whenever you go here. Ow! Quit game. Options. Start. Then what it does is it disables the first thing. Okay, I'm gonna shut this up. What it does is it disables the menu you're currently on and enables the menu you want to go on. Just stupid, but whatever. So we also have to make a blank version of the Downhill title screen, so without the YouTube and without the title card, basically. So open up Paint 3D again, and we're going to browse another file, get my main menu again, and that's the wrong main menu. Okay, we're gonna open this. Browse files, other Unity projects, Downhill assets, materials, no, textures, Downhill main menu. Yeah, here it is. So alright, 256.
So dude was actually living his life as a feline. You know, it would have been
Sure.
one of those like TLC shows where they're like, my strange obsession is pretending to be a cat. And regardless, I guess he
Yeah,
must
it's
have been paying enough attention to overhear his mom
Alright.
explaining to me how he thinks he's a cat because he looks over at us and at that moment goes, like hisses at us like a cat and then
Wait, no.
crawls away on all fours out of the room. And honestly, I did
Okay.
not know how to react in that situation. It's not every day somebody's like, oh yeah, that dude thinks he's an animal, and they hiss at you and crawl out of the room. I was kind of like, alright, well, that's weird, I'm not gonna lie, you know, that was not what I was expecting, but obviously I'm not
Okay,
gonna say
save that.
normal, considering that his family
We need to do
and
Control
everything else
Shift
is
S.
like, dude, what is up with
Whatever.
you? Why is he thinking he's a
256.
Regardless, you know, like I said, I'm not
Okay,
really saying too much.
I'll do that in a second, I guess.
In my
But
mind,
yeah,
I'm thinking
gosh,
about how weird that
darn
entire
it.
interaction was. And what was weirder to me was the fact that nobody said anything about how weird it was. They just like all acted like it was normal. Listen, I understand that sometimes 12-year-olds have a hyperactive
Control
imagination, but I would hope that
Control
if I was
Shift
acting like a
S.
cat for a month,
We need to save
somebody in my
as.
family would have
Yes.
said something and been like, dude, what are you doing? The fact that everybody just kept going about their business eating barbecue like it was a perfectly normal occurrence for him to hiss at somebody and then crawl out of the room definitely threw me off. So whatever, I was kind of talking to my friend
It's
who
fine.
party it was, and I was mentioning something about his cousin kind of like acting like a cat, right? And I wasn't saying anything mean about it, I was just kind of talking to him about it. He said, watch this, and we like
Boom,
walked
boom,
into
boom,
a
boom.
room where his cousin was, and he just kind of started loudly talking.
Alright.
So whatever, me and my friend are just kind of
Options.
back and forth, and it was kind of entertaining because like we would say something and his cousin would just react with a facial expression.
Levels, donk. Alright, main menu, options, and levels. So currently they're all the same, but we'll change that.
Like maybe Catboy's gonna drop the act if we talk about
Donk.
something he's into enough. So whatever. He's staring
We
at
want
us
to
for a while,
disable
and finally
all of
he
these
makes a move. He
first,
starts
but,
crawling over
you know.
on all fours like a possessed demon, right? Like over to where we're sitting. And he like crawls over and just stares at us the entire
Delete,
time. I'm telling you, it was like he was
delete,
possessed. If you would have told me this was
delete,
Paranormal Activity
delete.
17 footage, I would have believed you. And he just kind of crawls by and like ends up behind my friend and I, listening to the conversation. And so I'm freaked out at this point.
Yeah, that
I'm
one.
like, dude, he's behind
Fine.
me now. I don't have a vantage point. If Demon Catboy decides to like, I don't know, eat a human, then like I can't block it. He's behind me now. So we just kind of keep talking about Minecraft, but the hairs on my neck are standing up because I just don't like the vibe of like.
Did I
can feel it
change
staring at
anything?
me, but I can't look. And finally, he growls something, and I realize he's saying something, and he growls it again, and he's like, "What do you know about mine?" Like that's what he said. It's more of a growl. I can't even do it right. And at this point, I straight up got the heebie-jeebies. All right, this kid is acting like he's possessed, dude. I've seen enough scary movies to know how this usually goes down. Like a ghost is gonna start slamming doors and stuff. No, thank you. And on top of it, the fact that the only thing he said other than hissing like a cat
Quit
is
button.
possessed like a demon does not really help the overall vibe. You know, I don't think he's actually possessed, but it wasn't.
896.
Like, great about the situation.
Now we need to do
I just
divided
tried
by
to say
4,
something that I
which is
thought would be good in this
224.
situation. I said, I know a little bit about Minecraft, you know, I've been playing since the beta, I'm pretty old, just trying to make a joke about how, like, I've been playing for a while, and my thought was, this kid really likes Minecraft, so he's gonna think that, like, playing during the beta is kind of cool. I don't know,
There
I
you go.
just assumed that would be the reaction, but instead, all the demon act, like, the cat hissing, everything dropped, and he just started screaming, "You did not play in the beta! You did not play in the beta! No one played in the beta!" And he's like hissing after each sentence, but he's now British every sentence. I don't really understand what the accent of the
British
cat was,
cat?
you know, maybe they're all
Bright eyes?
And I'm just kind of confused on what
fine.
he's saying, 'cause, like, sure, I understand the beta happened before Minecraft came out, but
There's just a dead fly on my windowsill, alright.
Like a crap ton of people
Apparently, I still need.
I understand it was a long time ago now. But
Show me,
like
thank
at
you.
least a couple
The
million
pixels.
accounts online at the end of the beta, so it's not like it's incredibly rare.
Well,
So I was like,
you know,
I really did play
yeah,
during
that
the
one,
beta, 'cause
it's
I
fine.
did.
Sure.
And his reaction to me claiming to play during the beta was,
What?
"You lie about Minecraft. You must pay for your transgressions." And at that point, I'm
My
like, oh,
what?
no, I don't know what that means, but it's not great. And
One,
Nightcrawler over
two.
here, this wannabe X-Man just lunged at me from all fours like a track star taking off, just lunges through the air, dude. Teeth barred like a tiger. Everything kind of slowed down for a minute. I'm just kind of watching this like Minecraft addicted cat boy flying through the air, knowing he's about to try to bite me, you know, and there's really nothing I can do about it. And in that like amount of time where time's going a little bit slower, I decide to stand up. And when I stand up, the trajectory of him launching at me just kind of ends up with his head like smacking into my elbow forearm area. And you know, I guess that was all he needed, because the next thing I feel is just teeth clamping down on my forearm as this kid bites down after launching onto me from like this hunting
ouch.
position. So at this point,
A little,
I'm
I don't
literally
know.
just like a little bit in shock. Obviously, I feel him bite me, but it's not like I expected this to happen. This kid has literally bit into my arm for saying that I played the Minecraft beta. And I wasn't even making it up, dude. Like, I legitimately did. Not that this matters at all, but I'm just super confused on why I'm getting attacked in this situation, because I didn't do anything. But sure enough, there's a very real person biting my arm. So I am just standing here, and finally, like, you know, I come to a little bit, and I decide that I'm just going to yell something. So I look at my friend, and I'm like, get it off me. And he's looking at his nephew that is now attached to my arm, and is like, what are you doing? Why are you biting him? We're both just insanely confused on what happened. And I guess we must have been yelling pretty loudly, because the next thing I know is like I'm hearing a bunch of people come into the room, and it's all the adults from the other room. So it's, you know, this kid's mom, his aunts, like all of his family, and a couple of our friends. And his mom runs over and starts like peeling this Minecraft demon off of me, dude. I don't know if it was like a zombie situation or what, but he literally gets peeled off me. I feel his teeth release, and so I'm just kind of standing there like, what?
No.
And at that point, my friend's mom is like, are you okay? And are you okay? And I'm like, I don't even know. I haven't even looked at my arm yet. So I look down at my arm, and I'm kind of like surprised what I see. I thought it was going to be worse. I mean, I was bleeding a little bit, don't get it wrong, but considering this dude literally
Actually,
flew through the air and bit into
no,
my
I like
arm,
that
I was
better.
expecting
Alright.
to have like, you know, a little chunk of flesh dangling or something. I'm not gonna lie, like maybe a little bit of a Shark Week moment. It was just feeling like that in my head. I had a couple little marks where like his teeth had poked through the skin, but nothing too bad. But there was definitely teeth marks. You could tell someone had bitten me, and I was like, I've never been attacked by a demon before. You know, this is a first. And honestly, I was just kind of in shock at that moment. But this is a stupid fear to admit out loud. One of my first thoughts was like, what if he has venom? Only because I know humans don't have venom, but humans also aren't supposed to think that they're cats and be running around lunging and attacking people that played Minecraft at different times than them, you know? So just for a split second, I'm not proud of it, but I definitely was like, maybe he's got a poison of some type. Thankfully, you know, my logical brain kicked back in and was like, all right, there's no way the human is poisonous. But I'm just saying, you know, if he thinks he's a cat, he's roaming around acting like one, who knows what type of cleaning products he's using. Maybe he's like combined some different things in his mouth that together like create the bacteria for the bubonic plague. I'm not trying to take my chances. This is the type of person that runs around fighting.
The bite of
people. It's
87?
not like logic and understanding
It's
is at the
fine.
forefront of anything in this situation. So whatever, the kid's peeled off me. His
No.
mom is talking
No.
to me, or
Undo.
my friend's mom. His mom has
No.
a demon
No.
child,
Frick.
you know, and
Frick
they're all
off.
kind of telling him to calm
No.
down and asking what happened. And so I start kind of like explaining what happened. I'm like,
Here we
me and
go.
my friend were talking about Minecraft. He came up behind us and asked what we knew about it. So I said when I started playing, next thing I know, he flew through the air and bit me.
Save.
And was
Quit
nuts.
button.
Like I expected maybe
Okay.
a couple people to push back.
You
a
done?
little bit on my saying. Like,
Holy
bit you for no reason.
crap.
Nobody acted that
Shut.
surprised. They were all just kind of like, oh no, I'm so sorry that happened. That's crazy. But they were saying, oh no, that's crazy, but not like being very convincing.
Sure.
You know? So at that point,
Back
one of the kids
button.
pulls me into the
Yeah.
kitchen, and she's like, "Don't sue me, please don't sue me." And she grabs ice out
Sue?
of the fridge, like puts it in a bag and puts it on my arm. And the entire time she's
Fine.
putting the ice on,
Yoink.
she's like, "Really, we can figure something out."
Yoink.
She's like, "Please don't sue me, please don't sue me."
do
and
what?
I'm really confused by this because I haven't even mentioned suing her at all. It's just like not my vibe. I'm not trying to sue anything.
Import.
Obviously, your kid's
Yes.
a little bit nuts.
Why?
He thinks he's a
Okay.
cat and is biting people over Minecraft.
Back
I think
button.
that's punishment enough. You know, there's no reason for me to go to court unless you like get me rabies or something. At which point, I've got to sue you if I get rabies. Okay, like there's really not much I can do. But I
You
kinda
get
feel like
what
I'm
now?
not gonna sue you. I wouldn't do that. It's not like you told him to bite me. You know, it's not like I walked into my friend's house for the barbecue and they were like, "Eat him now!" Like that's just not gonna happen. So she kind of looks relieved and she's like, "Well, that's great because the last person that you bit wanted to sue us for." And she says that like it's a pretty normal sentence
what?
to say, you know, like we should just glaze over it. She kind of keeps talking, and my brain takes a second to catch it, and I'm like, wait a second, what did you just say? Like, can you say that one more time? And she goes, yeah, well, the last person that he wanted to sue us for the bite, so I just wanted to make sure
The
that
bite of
was
87, you
something we
say?
were, you know, trying to do, like, please don't sue us. And I'm trying to stay calm. And so I'm like, oh, this isn't a one-time thing? Like, that's what I say out loud. But in my head, I'm like, last person he bit? You're telling me that this is a consistent problem? You know, like the patch notes for this dude is just part of it was like, oh, he just started biting people like crazy. I'm just saying, I was definitely feeling a little bit different after that. At first, I'm like, oh, this dude's just nuts. What's going on? But now I'm coming to find out that he's got a pattern of just biting people. What is going on? And his mom's like, well, you know, you're the third person that he's bit like this. And so she kind of adjusts the ice and she's like, well, we're going to figure it out.
What?
And honestly, I can't believe what I'm hearing. It's like, you know, you bite one person and never do it again, you learned your lesson. You bite two people and do it again, I don't understand. If I'm the third person you're biting over Minecraft, I feel like you just kind of have to like accept the fact that you don't have a kid, you have a canine. Like, let's be honest here. And so I kind of make a joke to his mom. I'm like, well, if he's going to be biting people that often and he's bitten 3 people by now, you might want to put him on a leash or something. And I was only half joking, you know. I'm just saying, if your kid's running around biting people, it might not be a bad idea to get one of those backpacks that has the leash built in. I'm normally against people having it, but if your kid's biting people, you might not have a choice. And maybe even a leash isn't enough, dude. We might have to go muzzle if it's like reaching to the point where, you know, if he's only thought he's a cat for a month and he's bitten 3 people, that's almost 1 a week. That's not great odds. And I was like half kidding, you know, and his mom's like, well, you try to control someone that genuinely thinks they're a cat. It's awful. And I did feel a little bit bad for her. I don't know what I would do in that situation. I don't know how you end up in a situation where you think you're a cat in the first place. It's just all messy. So, yeah, I'm kind of like, oh, it's okay. And she leaves for the kitchen, so I'm just kind of standing there with this ice on this bite mark. And I start to think about why I got bitten. And I'm really confused because I'm like, you know, I didn't threaten him or anything.
Game
All
object,
I said was
set
that I played
active.
Minecraft during the beta, which
Yes.
I really don't understand
Game object,
why that
set
was
active,
so
no.
unbelievable. Like, truthfully, like I said, I
Levels.
don't know exactly how many people played
And the
Minecraft
levels.
beta, but I know everyone in my school played it for sure. I was not, you know, an outlier
We
for
want
playing
to
Minecraft at the time. So I didn't
not
realize
have
that it was
that
so rare that I might be
activate,
getting like a
and we want
rabies
this
shot
one
over
to
it, you know? Either way,
Okay,
after that,
we
when
should
I
have
started,
everything
like,
now
back
set
and,
up.
rejoining
So if we hit
festivities, the
options,
vibes were kind of
then we can
off,
go
which I
back.
get.
We
You know, obviously
we hit the
people are here,
levels,
so
then
I
we can also
bounced
go
out pretty
back
early.
all
No
the way
one
up
wants
to
to
the
hang out with the guy that might
load
be a
properly.
potential zombie. Like what's the person? Patient
I
C,
see.
like the first person to get
Image.
infected with the zombie virus. No one wants to hang out with that
Yoink.
guy. And you know, for
There
at
you
least
go.
48 hours after I was bitten, I was curious if I was going to turn into a zombie or
Quit,
not. I'm very glad
so you
I
can
didn't.
quit the
Say
game,
welcome to
go to
Apocalypse, you're
options,
welcome. Anyways,
you have whatever
overall,
options,
you know, the friend's still a good guy.
levels,
I definitely
back.
won't be hanging
Oh.
at his house anytime soon, though, and especially
Okay,
not
show and
as a family
explore.
barbecue. I'm just gonna avoid that at all
We gotta
odds, and I would
open-
recommend if you
no,
don't want
open in
ratings doing the
3D,
same.
please.
Today I've got a
Thank you.
story time that a friend
Canvas.
actually told me about how one time he was like
20.
going over to a classmate's house to work on a group project, but they ended up giving him the wrong address, and he was in some stranger's kitchen
Okay,
when they
save.
came down and were like, "What are you doing in my house?" Regardless,
Alright,
I just thought
that's
the
a
story
better
was
aspect
little bit of a
ratio.
funny
We're going to
situation,
save
nobody should ever
and
have
then
gotten
build.
themselves in, so I figured I would share it with y'all. So without further ado, do. Let's go. Alright, so this takes place when my friend was a junior in high school. He had just gotten his license and could drive, and, you know, because of that, whenever there was a group project or anything, usually he would be like, alright guys, we can meet up after school.
I
and
clicked
work
the
on
wrong
that,
button.
drive people over to somebody's house and we can, like, get
Oops.
extra work done. You know, he had just gotten his license,
Whatever.
so he was
Alright,
excited to
downhill.
be driving places
Quit.
and just, like, and a house
Now you
of
can
freedom.
quit the game.
So whatever, in this particular class, they ended up having a group project, and someone in the
you
group
can
said that
definitely
they could
quit
all
the
meet at
game.
their house and work on the project. Now, this person and my friend never
And
really
we
hung
need
out,
a,
they didn't know each
we
other
need
very well.
the-
It was just gonna be a
we need
situation
a-
where, like,
we
they
need a
were gonna
thing,
work
but
on
yeah.
the group project
Options,
and then go their separate
levels,
ways. So he didn't
quit,
have his address, he didn't
everything
know where he
works.
lived, he didn't know what the
Now we
dude's
need a
house
logo.
looked like, or, you know, what cars were in the driveway. All he knew is that they were gonna do the group project at his house.
Build
So everybody
settings, we
agrees
want to
to
go
meet
over
there
to
at,
the
like, 3
player
p.m.
settings,
after school, and sure enough, the school day
and
ends, and he realizes that he didn't get the address, so he texts the person from his class. He's like, hey, can you send me the address? Sure enough, they send it to him.
Player,
and he,
here it
like,
is.
clicks, you know,
Company
and you
name.
click it from your text and open it in Maps to get directions. So, you know, he's assuming there's going
Leader
to be
Industries,
no
I mean, duh.
miscommunication at
Default
all. He
icon,
sends me
here
the
we go.
address, and I click on it
Alright.
to get directions. I'm going to assume
Default
that it just, like, takes
icon,
me to your
yes.
house. So whatever, he drives there,
And then you
and
can,
he
like,
walks up to
select
the
an
front door,
icon
and he
from
knocks, and he's like,
whatever.
"No one's answering." So he texts him and says, hey, I'm outside, no one's answering, can you let me
Okay.
in? And his classmate responds that it was open and to just come in. So obviously at this
Paint
point, he doesn't really
3D.
think anything that weird is going on. Maybe they were
Alright,
just upstairs
let's
working
do
on the
a
project and
width.
didn't want to come to the door.
Let's do a
Maybe, you know,
64-bit
they just were
texture.
messing with him. Regardless, it's not like he was really afraid.
It's a
He thought
decent
this was
logo
the right
size.
address. It was the one the person
Block,
had texted him, so he
resize.
just
Alright.
opened the door and went in. And to
Let's-
his
let's make a
surprise, the door
logo.
was unlocked,
So
he
it's gonna
walks
be
in
a
and he
black
immediately is
canvas.
really confused because the house is very quiet. Like, so
And-
quiet, she was almost convinced nobody was home. You
So
know,
it's
and
gonna
he's
be
getting
a
little
black
bit confused because he
canvas,
at least had expected to walk in
and
and
it's
see
gonna
everything
have
project. And so he just starts kind of walking around the house, looking in the living room, looking in the kitchen. And as he's looking around, he's getting even more confused because he's like, man, you know, it just doesn't seem like anyone who goes
Fill
to
with
my
black,
school lives
line
here.
type,
There's no papers anywhere. There's not like a backpack.
turquoise,
There's no
thickness
like
can be
pictures of a
40.
family or anything. It's just like a bunch of pictures of this dude and his dog everywhere. And he's like, I don't know, maybe his dad just only likes pictures of himself. Who knows? So whatever, he's just kind of doing his thing, waiting for somebody to come down and get him, and that's when he hears some footsteps coming down the stairs. And so obviously he kind of walks back into the front room where the stairs were to kind of see who it is, just to see if it's his classmate, you know, if they're sneaking down to mess with him or something. And when he comes around the corner and looks, he sees the guy who was in the pictures from the dog, or with the dog, you know, like it's the same guy whose house it is. And the guy looks at him, and his eyes immediately just shoot really, really wide. And my friend doesn't think this is the wrong house, you know, doesn't realize what's
Okay.
going on, so he
1,
just goes,
2,
hey, I'm here for the group project, you know, where is everybody? And the guy just starts
1,
screaming, what are you
2,
doing in my
3,
house? What are you doing in my house? And my friend is insanely confused because he's
5.
like, what? No, I'm here for the group project. I'm here for the group project.
Alright.
And the guy's like, we don't have a group project. I don't have kids. What are you doing in my house? And at that point, my friend is looking around and he's like, oh my god, am I in the wrong house? Obviously, he didn't know where his classmate lived, so he's just like, I'm so sorry. And so he just runs back out the front door and slams it behind him and like goes to his car, gets in, drives around the corner, and pulls up the text to double check. Sure enough, when he scrolls back up and sees the address, he's like, alright, let me double check and put it into my maps just to make sure that I didn't go to the wrong address. And sure enough, it takes him right back to the house that he had just been inside of, you know? And at this point, when he comes back around the corner, the guy is now outside on the phone, and he sees him in the car, and he's like, you! And he rolls down the window, he's like, I did not mean to come into your house, I'm trying to look for my classmate's house, I'm here to do a group project. And he's like, why are you in my house? What were you doing in there? And he goes, listen, it sounds insane. I have a group project for school. My classmate texted me an address. It was this one. I said the door was locked and he said to come in. And he's like, well, it's not your classmate's house, man. Get out of here. And my friend is literally mortifying to like embarrassed at this point. How could you not be mortified? You just accidentally walked into a stranger's house in the middle of the day.
Hello.
Like they came down and just saw you
Get out.
standing there. So whatever, my friend drives away. He goes back to his house, and by this point, his phone is getting blown up from his group, being like, dude, are you really not going to show up? I thought we were going to work on the project. What the heck, man? You could have told us you weren't going to come. Like, why did this was all your plan? And he's like, bro, you gave me the wrong address. I just walked into some stranger's house. And the classmate's like, dude, I didn't give you the wrong address. Trust me, I think I know where I live. I've lived here for like my entire life. I didn't give you the wrong address. And he's like, well, scroll up and look, dude, because whoever's house that directions took me to and whoever's house I walked in had no clue what group project we were talking about. And his classmate goes up and checks, and he goes, oh, yeah, my bad. Okay, yeah, sorry, I did send the wrong address. And he's like, dude, you didn't double check? Like, you didn't double check that you sent me the right address? Do you realize that you just made me walk into this stranger's house? And he's like, yeah, whatever, but you still should have, like, called and made sure that you could come to the group project. He goes, dude, I technically just committed breaking and entering. I'm not coming to work on the group project now. Obviously, that was never his intention. The door was unlocked. Like, he didn't break into this dude's house, you know? But it feels insane to, like, imagine being on the other end of that, you know? There's just some kid, he's like, I didn't mean to break into your house. You know, obviously that's going to freak out whoever was on the other side. So the classmates are getting annoyed at
fine.
him to work on the project. And he's like, look, I already drove all the way over there. I already drove all the way home. I'm not going to, like, come over and do this project. I'm sorry. And his classmate's like, dude, whatever. It's not that big of a deal. Like, so what? You walk into a stranger's house. It's not like it matters. We're almost done with it, but can you do the citations then? Like, fine. If you're not going to do, come over and work on it, then you have to do the citations. And he's like, whatever. I'll do the citations. That's okay. So the next day, he goes into school, and as he's walking down the hallway, the teacher that the group was for kind of pulls him aside and goes, hey, can I talk to you? And he goes in, and I guess the classmates had, like, emailed his teacher being all, he had blown off coming to work on the group project, you know, and wasn't answering us when we were asking him where he was, and we just feel like it's unfair that he's going to get a good grade if he didn't do any of the work. And he's just kind of flabbergasted because he thought that they had, you know, at least settled it all over text and had kind of agreed that he was going to do the citations. So he tells the teacher, he's like, look, I called, they told me to do the citations, so that's what I'm doing. And she's like, but why didn't you go? Like, you said you were going to meet up with them and then you didn't. And he goes, it's an insane story. Are you sure you want to know? And the teacher's like, yes. So he starts recounting this back to the teacher about, you know, he got the text for the address, put it in the GPS, drives up, door doesn't open, they say go in, he goes in, meets a stranger, blah, 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 blah. And the teacher is like, okay, yeah, I can understand why you didn't exactly go feel like doing a giant group project after that. And he's like, I know. And the teacher says that they had conveniently left that part out, you know, they had just gone to her and tried to be all like, he just isn't going to do any of the work. Which, to be fair and defend his classmates for a second, the story doesn't sound legit. Like, doesn't that sound like an excuse somebody would make up to not have a group project? It just so happened that my friend had legitimately walked into a stranger's house. So the teacher said, all right, here's what we're going to do. Just because it seems like this group's a little bit of a mess, instead of you doing the citations, can you just do a project on your own? It doesn't have to be an insane presentation, just a PowerPoint about it, you know, that way they feel better, you don't have to work with the group, and we don't have to worry about it. And he's like, yeah, that's fine with me. Obviously, he wanted his grade, but he just really couldn't believe that they had gotten to snitch on him and like try to get him in trouble when it was their fault for sending the wrong address. I'm just saying, if you tell everybody to meet at your house and then you're texting them the address, I feel like that's one of the things that you should double check. Like the casualness of, oh yeah, I did send the wrong address, my bad.
Oops.
But like, why are you also telling me to go inside if, you know, I said I'm here? You think they would have looked out the door at some point? Like they had to have realized he was at the wrong house when he said, oh, I'm outside, come get me, and he just wasn't outside. But nah, they just went straight to the teacher to try to get him to like fail the quarter instead, which not very swag. Either way, it did end up working out. My friend got a good grade, and he got a heck of a story out of it. I mean, it's not every day you end up accidentally walking into some dude's house, and if anything, he's very lucky that the dude was just screaming at him to get out of his house and not like, you know, blah, blah. Because let's be honest, I feel like if most people walked into just a stranger in their kitchen and started being like, hi, I'm here for the group project, they would feel like it's just some Craigslist dude trying to rob them. Anyways, guys, I think that is going to do it for the video. I know this was a shorter one, but, you know, made a lot of story times, got stuff going on, all that jazz. Not like everything can be a 45-minute banger. Alright, so the weather has been getting, like, a little bit better.
1, 2, 3, 4,
so I've been spending a little bit more time outside. And on this particular day, I was in the backyard throwing my dog the ball, like, over and over again, playing fetch. And And, you know, the backyards where I live aren't necessarily huge, so you're a little
3,
bit more
4,
aware of
5. Dunk.
The neighbor to
Alright.
the left was having a barbecue. And
It kind of looks like the World
you
Wide
know, I
Web
think this
logo,
was there. It
kind of.
wasn't crazy distracting or like
Hey.
overly loud. Seriously,
1,
you
2,
know, I
3,
would be
4,
honest if I
5.
thought it was an insane
3,
out
4,
of control party.
5.
Obviously, I
Yeah.
knew music was
There you
playing
go.
'cause I was outside and they were playing
Cool.
music outside.
That's
but
our logo.
like, you know, it was a big deal, insanely
Let's
loud.
see here.
In fact, if I
That.
was in my house, I probably couldn't even have
I mean,
heard it. And
video
on top of it,
projects.
it was
Oh,
like,
yes.
you know, 11 a.m. noon.
Wait a minute, I need to check that actually. Okay, I'm gonna check that later.
However, the person on my left has
Because
a
that
double
actually
burger
is something I
sandwich with
should
me
look
and
at.
this other dude that I'm gonna call
Um,
And Baldy,
whenever-
I guess, had an issue with the music
Oh.
because
Hey,
as I'm
Dingaling.
throwing the ball, I hear some yelling coming from what sounds like the left of me. Turn that bracket off. I don't know why you're playing that garbage. You need to turn it down. You're interrupting my weekend. Do you have any idea what time it is? Da 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 da. And you know, I turn around and look and see where it's coming from because I
Yoink.
don't know if it's
I
like
said
the person outside
yoink.
yelling at me or
I
what.
said yoink.
And when
Thank
I
you.
look, I can't really
Sheesh.
see anyone.
I don't- I'm not gonna
The walls are tall enough
do
where you
that.
can't see like a normal person. But what I do see is on the yard of
Beta,
so Baldy's house,
0.0,
I see this dude's bald
0.
head and like the top of his body over the top of the wall,
I guess,
yelling
I don't
down.
know.
And so I don't know what he's standing on, probably like a milk crate or something, but he's literally got his head
Better.
over the fence
Yes.
in their yard, yelling at them to turn that down. And I can't see the people that he's yelling at, like I can't see my neighbor, but I hear that being like, dude, what are you doing? Quit being over the wall, you're halfway
yeah,
in my
cool.
yard, get out of here, it's none of your business what I'm doing in my backyard, I'm not
Goodbye.
gonna turn it down. Which,
Splash
listen,
image,
your neighbor
yes.
comes over and nicely asks you to turn it down or
light on
something, but
dark.
If they start like half jumping your wall
Yeah.
in your backyard demanding you turn it down, yeah, I'd probably be like, get out of here, you crazy old man, no. And listen, it really was none of his business. Like I said,
Resolution.
he was playing, but
Yes.
It wasn't like it was so loud, I couldn't hear myself think. In fact, if you're in the house, you probably wouldn't be able to hear it unless you had the window open. But whatever, I guess he ends up taking that in the most disrespectful way
Resizable
possible.
window,
You know, it's like
yes.
in his mind, this is a vacuum, them saying a disrespectful thing,
Okay.
like, old man, get out of here. Yeah, that would be rude, but you
Cool.
gotta remember that you are the bald old man leaning in their backyard telling them to shut off their music. Like, that's probably gonna be their reaction. And so he takes it in the most disrespectful way possible. He's
Well,
still all I can really see. And I'm not kidding when I
fine.
say, I see
Donk.
all the heads starting
Yoink.
to turn red. Like, that's how angry he is at this. And so I guess his response to that was to escalate
Alright.
to violence, because he starts to threaten my neighbor, and he goes, if you say anything
New
about me
logo.
being an old man again, I'm gonna beat you in front of your family and embarrass you, like I'm gonna beat the crap out of you in front of your wife. And listen, you can't just go around saying that stuff, bro.
Quit
Those are
game.
fighting words.
Yes.
I don't know. If you say that to anybody, they'd probably be willing to throw hands. Like if some
Other
lady was there and
built.
said to his wife, like, if you keep talking like that, I'm gonna beat you up in front of your husband. Nah, the wife's throwing hands. And obviously, if you're the husband in that situation, he's like, I'm gonna beat you up
Is this
in front
the
of your
old
family.
version?
You're probably throwing hands. You can't just roll around saying that to people. And I don't know if the neighbor thought that
No,
he was
it
Mr.
just-
Tough
just
Guy
doesn't
and no
show
one was
the
gonna
icon.
react to him at all, but obviously
Okay, that's a
the neighbor
little
wasn't
bit
trained
strange.
in that.
It's
So he replies, he's like,
fine.
"You're the one
Like,
standing
go
on
full
a milk
screen.
crate right now, leaning in my backyard telling
Why
me to shut
do
up.
you know
This is
show
tough guy. How
window?
about you get over here and beat me up then if you want me to
Get
start
outta
fighting?
here.
Like, if you want to take it there and get violent and threaten
It's
to beat me
fine.
up in front of my family, then
So,
let's go. Get over here.
yeah.
Put one on the milk crate, tough
Options
guy.
might take a
You know,
while
yes,
to
it's also a
implement.
little bit of escalation, I can't lie. But yeah, I don't know, man. If somebody started being like, "Oh, I'm gonna beat you up in front of your
However,
family if you don't shut up," like I think
now
it's hard for me to keep cool. I can't
we
lie.
can,
So like I said, the
um,
bald old man's head is literally red at that point with anger. But he
add the
decides to
levels,
jump off the
so
milk crate and
that's
throw
fun.
himself over the wall, which you know is
Oh.
basically saying we're gonna throw hands. I'm coming over here to beat you up. And so I'm watching this old man trying to like jump over this wall from the milk crate, and I can't really see him once he starts to get over the wall. Like, he does get over the wall, it just takes him a little bit. It's not like he's some spring chicken that's fantastic at flexibility. And so to get a better view at this point, I have these like planter boxes against the wall.
32.
They're probably like a foot tall, and I jumped up on the edge of it so that way I
Donk.
can see into their yard, you know. So I jump onto that, and I'm looking over
Alright.
the wall into my neighbor's yard now. So I can see Baldy, who's like kind of over the wall. And
Actually,
I see my neighbor,
32 is
who's probably
way too
about
much.
10
We only
feet
need, like,
away,
16
kind of in
bit
a surprise stance because he doesn't believe
texture.
that his neighbor's actually jumping over the wall to throw hands. It's just not something you expect to happen. And whatever, Baldy gets over the wall, but he doesn't get over very well. Like, gravity does most of the work, and it just so happens that gravity does most of the work while he's head first. So he kind of falls off this wall head first, you know, like, oh, you know, just it doesn't look like it didn't hurt. It definitely looked a little painful, which is not a good approach or very intimidating if you're coming over to beat somebody up. But whatever, he pops up, and it's immediately evident that he's out of breath, which is just also not a good start. So this guy's off to a terrible start.
Number one.
Intimidating thing I've ever seen, to be honest. Anyways, Baldy isn't too caught up on like being out of breath or anything, because he stands up and he just starts swinging on my neighbor, dude. But he's swinging on my neighbor like, you know, he's a tornado in a trailer park, just trying to hit anything he can. So he's more just kind of spinning wildly around with his fist closed.
Level
like
1, not 2, level 1, save. There you go. And then we can basically do this, right? 16 by 16, upgrade the texture to 120. Donk. Save. Donk. Import.
I hear my neighbor start to say, I don't want to hit you. I don't want to hit you. Please don't make me hit
Downhill.
you. Listen, you know, I'm not a combat expert by any means, but I feel like if you are swinging on somebody,
downhill?
Like, hey, please don't make me fight you. They probably are really good at fighting, you know, like they're literally getting swung on and still trying to get you to calm down. But whatever, the neighbor takes an offense.
Did I put it in the nest? Okay.
I can still fight, you know, you don't need to give
sure.
me sympathy. I'm gonna beat you, you know, in front of your family, and you're gonna look
Donk.
stupid for trying to not hit me.
Donk.
Fight me like an adult, as if it's offensive that this guy doesn't want to fight him. You know, oh, I'm so angry that you don't want to punch me in the face. And I hear my neighbor one more time to say, please don't make me hit you. Just go back over the wall. Stop.
Levels
Don't make
1.
me do this.
Nice.
So he gives him one more chance. He's like, don't make me fight you. But could you imagine if he actually did? Like, he stops the fight and jumps back over the wall. He's like, oh, yes, you're sorry. You know, do you have another milk crate? I can't reach the top of the wall on my own. Either way, though, my neighbor gives him one more chance. He's like, dude, I really don't want to fight you. And at this point, I'm nervous about what's to happen because he's still trying to let him leave the backyard, which to me implies that my neighbor knows that this is not going to end well for Baldy over here. But Baldy, not really thinking it through too much, probably just seeing right at this point, is like, fight me like a man, you little coward. You are such a coward. I can't believe that you live next to me. I don't want to live next to somebody that's such a pansy. Then he drops into his fighting stance. And my neighbor drops into a stance and looks and just, boom, hits him with an uppercut. And, you know, I've seen a lot of fights in my time. I've been beat up a couple times. There's a lot of punches that I've seen where I've been like, wow, that was some power. And I'll be honest, I have no clue what type of experience my neighbor had, how many people he's fought before, but I can tell you that he uppercutted Baldy. Wow, I said that so weird. Uppercutted, sorry. He uppercuts Baldy, and he literally gets lifted off his feet. Like, this old man gets lifted off his feet and kind of back.
So technically this works.
It would look like something out of a cartoon. I had never seen anything like that before. And I'm kind of in shock because I just watched this man get like Doctor Strange lifted out of his body, you know? And instead of like continuing to fight him or being mad, walks over to Baldy immediately and is like, are you okay?
New script. We want this
My neighbor definitely did not want to have to lay that dude out. You can tell he felt horrible about it because he's literally checking on him after one punch. He knows that it's over. He's like, okay, are you okay? Are you okay?
Level loader. It's fine.
Which, I'm not gonna lie, makes me laugh a little bit because it's like, dude, 10 seconds ago you were jumping over the wall telling him you were gonna beat him up. And now within one punch, you're like, I'm so sorry. But anyways, he continues his apology. He's like, I shouldn't have come over the wall. You know, you're right. I came into your backyard and said I was gonna fight you, and that was wrong. At least he's apologizing. You know, I'll give him that.
Seen
but I'll be
later.
honest, he was probably insanely embarrassed because he had started this fight, swore he was gonna, you know, lay him out, and now not only did he get beat up, but like the guy who beat him up is having so much sympathy for him. He's like, can I get you some ice? Are you okay? So he helps up Baldy, and Baldy's like,
Donk.
you know, are we gonna have any issues? And the neighbor's like, if you're good, then I'm good. And Baldy's like, yeah, we're good. And he goes over and he starts trying to jump back over the wall, which to me is hilarious, man. Like, you just got laid out and you're still gonna try to jump over the wall, get your exercise in. I feel like getting knocked off your feet was exercise enough. You already got knocked out. It's already embarrassing enough.
Testy boy.
Think even less of you because you used the gate. Anyways, struggling to jump over the wall. And for
Come on,
probably
there
about
you go.
20 seconds,
Test level.
He's just
Yep.
kind of literally struggling to get his hands
Yeah, that's how
up
he
there and
spelled
get
it.
enough momentum to pull himself
Alright.
off the wall. And it's pretty hard to watch. And finally, he gets back over there, and the entire time,
Delete.
my neighbor's just kind of standing there with his arms folded, watching him try to get over the wall. He gets back over, and the Baldy once again is like, "Are we good?" And my neighbor's like, "Yeah, we're good. If you're good, then we're good." And so he
Nope.
turns back around to talk
Nope.
to his family. But I guess when he turns around, he sees me standing on the planter box, which, all right, I'll admit, I'd probably be considered snooping. I wasn't trying to snoop in. Listen, if you were in your neighbor's fight, you'd probably want to watch it too. But when he sees me, instead of getting mad at me, like, "What are you looking at?" He just kind of smiles at me. So I smile back and I wave because, I don't want a problem. And he goes, "Did you see all that?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I did. He's like, "From the beginning?" And I said, "I saw him jump over the wall, And he says, "Well, if he tries to get me in trouble and, anyone comes..."
All right, level 10, there you go. We'll just
And obviously,
do 10 levels for now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, that's just
Cool.
not what happened. So I
Alright,
tell him,
save
He's
that.
like, "Awesome, thanks. We're going back to the barbecue." And I said, "I'm gonna go inside." He said, "All right." So I get
Level
off the planter box
1.
and I go inside.
We can
and I'm
subtract
like,
all
"What in
of-
the world just
whoa.
happened?" And thankfully,
No,
this
it's
Baldy
not what I
didn't,
wanted.
try to get anyone else involved or call
Get
the cops,
out!
Probably because he didn't want to, have to explain what happened. And on top of it, at the end of the
Level
day, he
loader.
did start it.
Level
the neighbor
1.
can go over there with
Alright,
somebody,
this
he
should
can
load
go
level
in his
1,
backyard,
I
start
hope.
swinging on him, and he told
So
me,
here's
"Hey,
main menu,
please don't
go to
make me
levels,
do this
level 1.
repeatedly," and then you made him do it. I mean, sure, he did choose to punch you, but what is really his option at the point where you're not leaving? I will say my neighbor, out of
Alright,
respect,
scenes to
though, did
build,
turn the music down a bit. They didn't stop the barbecue or anything.
Can I
The
add
party was way too
scene?
light, but they did turn down the music,
Levels,
so I don't
test
even
level.
think he was really
You have to
mad.
put it into the
Like I
build
said,
settings in
it's
order
like
for it to
after
actually,
he's like, "Listen,
walk.
dude, you're in my backyard, you're threatening me, I'm gonna have to hit
However,
you. Please don't make me do it." I just could not believe how
it
adamant
should
he was
load
that he
now.
didn't want to
I
fight,
hope.
In
Yeah,
my
there you
mind,
go.
that means he has to be
Yay!
like a karate master or, he's gotta be trained in
It
some
loaded.
type of combat. 'Cause those are the only types of dudes that
Desync.
I've ever known that will adamantly try to avoid a fight as much as humanly possible because they're not afraid of fighting. They know they're gonna win.
Donk.
They just also know that the average person doesn't know what they're doing, so they
Go.
don't want to have to fight them. And listen, I'm
Donk.
not a fighter, okay? Trust me, I'm not out here.
Alright.
But
Let's do another
you don't
build
know me come through or
test.
anything. I'm
And then
just
we'll
saying
create
that
the
you're
pause screen.
You're about to fight somebody,
And then that would kind of be
trying to
it.
let you escape,
So
right?
here's
You keep
downhill.
disrespecting them and trying to be like,
We got
"Let's go." And they
quit.
keep saying, "Nah, man,
We
just
can
go away.
quit.
It's okay." Chances are they're trying to let you escape for a reason.
You know.
If they weren't insanely confident that they could beat you up, no one would take that disrespect.
We can
but
quit.
If they literally are like, "Bro, just walk away." Take the
Options,
chance to
no
walk. That's
options
my
yet, so we
honest
go
advice.
back.
I'm just saying.
Levels.
Trust me, you don't want to do this.
Level
You
1.
can leave now. You really don't want to end
Now
up
we
having
can
to
load
fight
into the
Chuck
first
Norris
level,
and Chuck Norris like Baldy
and
did.
we can go have
I still
fun.
can't
And this
believe
is
how
honestly
much
probably
that
just gonna be
literally
level
took
1.
him off of
This
his feet, dude.
pretty good
It's like
introduction,
Doctor Strange
you
hits
know.
somebody and they, like, fall out of
Along
their
the
body,
way
but just
here,
has
there
one
could be
motion,
text
the entire
all
body just did
along
a
the
whole,
path
like,
that says
thing and just straight onto his butt.
press
And as for
press the
Baldy
left and
other
right arrow
interactions and
keys
stuff, I
to
don't know, I
move.
never really interacted with him much. My only interactions that I've had with
Press
him
the
is I
left
know
and
he's an angry,
like
grumpy man.
press the
Every
left
now
mouse
and then,
button
like,
to
check
hide your
emails,
cursor.
outside
Press
or something,
press
you know,
escape to
hey,
bring it
just
back.
trying to be neighborly
Press
and
P
just
to
give me a
pause.
dirty look.
You know,
So
something like
I don't
that.
know. I wasn't really surprised he was angry about music being played, but what I can say is
Yeah.
that he probably
Donk.
should be happier.
And then whenever you touch this green block, you'll basically just win.
Fight better or be
So,
happier.
yeah.
So yeah, moral of the
Now
story,
we
I
need to
think my neighbor
implement
might
the
legitimately
pause
be
screen.
some type
So
of
yeah,
undercover
we will
superhero,
save
you know, I know
this.
the Avenger
Go back
project
to the
is coming
player,
to an end, so maybe he's just kind of
and
low over
edit
here.
the
He
script.
definitely has some type of training
Now,
for punching people,
I
but
should have
my goodness,
something
dude,
here,
he looked
maybe?
like a professional boxer fighting a
Oh, I was gonna do
Mexican.
return. I
Anyways,
see.
I would also
Alright,
say,
pause
moral of
screen.
the story, don't try to fight people for no reason.
I guess
Don't
press
let
enter
people go
to
to
pause,
you know,
but
and legal right to
whatever.
punch you in the face. Alright, so the person who sent this into me, I guess, works
Head
at
to
a
the
frozen
player,
yogurt
yes.
shop. I've never worked at one of those, but I could guess that working
So-
in public in any capacity recently has it's not been insanely fun. And for the most part, working
UI,
there was pretty chill. It
we're
wasn't
gonna
like,
create
we're only gonna get
another
frozen
panel,
yogurt on
a
daily
canvas.
basis.
Here we
You know,
go.
they tend to hate fun
This
things,
canvas is
Froyo
gonna be
on that
called
list. That being said, him and his manager would just kind of goof off,
pause
help
screen,
customers
put the
whenever
event
they
system
came in,
inside
and
the
it was a
pause
pretty
screen,
cool
because why
job.
not?
His manager
And
who
actually
worked
just
most
create
often
an
was, like,
empty,
older,
call this
26,
pause
7-year-old
screen.
dude named Jacob, who was pretty chill, you know, just kind of like managed the Froyo store,
And then
went
just
home, played
do
video
this.
games, did his thing, minded his own
Do
business.
this. Something
And
like
he
this.
was kind
There.
of notorious at the Froyo store for being extremely hard to piss off. Like, guys
Dunk.
just kind of had
There you go.
a
Pause
very,
screen.
very long fuse. You know, you had to
And
really go out of your way to do
yeah,
something
so
wrong
here's
on
pause
purpose
screen.
to get him to even, like, give you
We're
a
gonna
certain
add
audience
a
level and
button.
freak out on. But one day, it was a Sunday, and they were just kind of at the Froyo shop
let's
doing
see.
their thing. And
Button.
him and Jacob were goofing off behind the counter, and they see this car pull up, and out pops this
Exit.
like mom and dad, you know, and they walk into the store.
Get rid of
and
the
right
text.
away, they can tell that it's not going to be a very fun interaction with these customers because the dad instantly goes,
downhill.
"All right, bozos, off your phone. It's time to actually work for a living," and like not in a very joking way, but like snapping at them. And even when they had pulled up, they had like, slammed on the brakes, got up, slammed their car doors, walked in all angrily. You know when you can just tell that somebody's not having a good day and they're about to take it out on you. And obviously, Jacob and the person who said this
We
is
want
trying to piss
exit.
off the
And actually, we'll
customers.
just
And
keep
I'm like,
this, and
"Alright,
we'll just
sure, what
modify
can we
the
get for
text.
you?" And before they can even finish the "what can we get for you," the mom holds up a finger and goes, "All right, be quiet." And they're like, okay, it's gonna be like that. And she just starts rattling off all these different Froyo orders. Large man with like insanely fast to the point where they can't even put it on the register or write it down. So whatever, she goes on for like 45 seconds saying a bunch of frozen yogurt. And it's at this point like 25 cups of this stuff. Keep in mind, most of the time it's a self-serve yogurt place. It's not like they're the ones usually making it. So she kind of rattles it off and then looks at them and they're kind of standing there confused. And she's like, "Well, let's go, get on it." And they're like, "This is self-serve yogurt." And they're like, "No, we don't like that." You know, basically the only thing the workers were there to do was like help, you know, take the measurement of the yogurt, maybe put on some toppings that like weren't out for the public to deal with themselves, and then help people check out. It's not like every day they were really out here making 75 cups of frozen yogurt when somebody requested it, but this lady's like, "Well, guess what? Today you need to make this yogurt, otherwise you're not getting the sale." And they're like, "All right, well then can you like repeat it a little bit slower as we make each one?" And the mom is kind of like, "Ugh." You know what workers are talking to her husband, but she's saying this right in front of the workers. So, you know, just not the nicest thing in the world. And the
No,
dad's not being any
opposite
nicer
that.
either because his response is like, "Oh my god, yeah, no wonder these losers are working at a frozen
Oh my
yogurt
god,
store."
shut
And
your
listen, dude,
mouth.
Like, I don't know if maybe somebody had
No one
their
cares.
cornflakes this morning, they had a bad breakfast or whatever, but you know, why you gotta be going in on the guy making frozen yogurt? How are you angry while getting Froyo? You know, like you just say Froyo angrily. Froyo! Like you can't even, I don't understand how you stay mad while getting frozen yogurt. Regardless, Jacob and the subscriber are just keeping their mouths shut. You know, they're trying not to argue like that. And he looks over at Jacob and he sees that he's like kind of turning red a little bit, which is weird because as I said, this dude's usually super chill. Obviously, I think anyone in this situation would be getting heated if somebody's like,
Exit
"You're an idiot,
button.
you're a loser for working here, they're talking crap about you, acting like you don't exist." So whatever, he kind of starts like
Dunk.
going out and making the yogurt, and they're just trying to get them out of there. But of
Yeah,
course, you
quick
know,
button.
the lady and the husband are like standing over their shoulders watching everything they do. And anytime, you know, they don't like the pattern of the yogurt or anything, they're like, "Oh, no, you messed up, gotta take a different one. No, I'm not paying for that." And obviously,
shut your mouth.
Jacob and this other worker are getting annoyed because it's like, we're not gonna throw away this yogurt. It's self-serve. If you don't like how I'm serving your yogurt, then brilliant.
Then,
you do it. That's the
make
entire
it.
point of this
That's
place.
the whole
so whatever,
frickin'
they're like
point,
just
you know.
trying to get this done, and each time, you know, they keep messing up, they keep
Why?
making them throw away this yogurt. And finally, after like the fourth cup that they had quote unquote done wrong, and the dad was kind of like, "You need to throw that away." Jacob said, "No, you guys are taking this one. I'm not throwing it away." And the response to that from the dad was to grab the yogurt out of Jacob's hand, but Jacob like didn't let go of the yogurt. So the dad pulls harder, and Jacob lets go, and the Froyo just goes all over the dad. And obviously, it's pretty funny, so the person who said this to me laughs a little bit, and the mom at that point is like, "Oh my gosh, you're attacking my husband, what's wrong with you?" And Jacob's like, "No, I'm not attacking your husband, he just tried to grab the Froyo out of my hands, but I don't feel like we want to serve you guys anymore." And they just start freaking out about how, you know, he's allergic to dairy, he's allergic to
What is
dairy,
going
listen,
on?
man, Okay. Like,
Okay.
If you're lactose
Quit.
intolerant, you know, it happens. Obviously, people are out there like that. Why are you in a frozen yogurt store buying a bunch of frozen yogurt and being...
Quit.
Yeah, I don't understand how dairy allergies work, so I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure if you just, like, get ice cream on your shirt, you don't burst into flames and
Save
explode and start
as.
dying. Like, don't you have to ingest something you're allergic to? Maybe that's not how it works, but I don't understand how
Yes.
this allergic reaction
Oh
can be
my
caused by sitting
God.
on a shirt. So
Okay,
whatever,
I,
they're
gue-
just
I
kind of
guess
freaking
that
out, screaming.
section
At that point,
just
Jacob
isn't
said,
where
"You guys
we're
need to go.
putting
We're not serving you
everything.
anymore." And there isn't really much communication going on because Karen's yelling, Jacob's yelling, the husband's yelling, everyone's yelling, you know? It's like that scene in
Button
Anchorman
2.
where Rick walks in and he's like, I don't know what we're yelling about! Everyone's just screaming. But finally, I guess that Karen realized that nobody was really listening.
Well, then
to
there's
what
an
was
exit
going
button.
on. She
What
picks
is
up a
going
couple of the
on?
cups that were, like, filled up
Exit
already
back.
and just starts throwing
Why is
them
there
at
two
the workers.
quits?
And at that point, Jacob and the
What?
workers are like hiding behind the counter, right? And she's like, "You guys are insane for not serving us. You just missed out on the biggest order
Okay.
that this store's ever seen. I'm gonna call your manager and let him know how disrespectful you are. This is ridiculous." And the husband's like, "Yeah, I've never been so insulted in my life." Keep in mind, they're the ones literally throwing ice cream at these poor, like, workers that were just trying to have a chill Sunday, you know.
Hey,
No, now they're out
ding-a-ling.
here playing dodgeball with frozen things. It's not Anna and Elsa out here, alright? Nobody's expecting to play, like, a modern warfare snowball while at work. Regardless, after ranting about
Yeah,
how they've
whatever.
been so disrespected, they end up storming out, you know, without their froyo. And they get up and they're just like, what in the world was that? Obviously, the store's not in very good shape. There's froyo everywhere. Froyo had gotten dropped like minutes ago, so now it's all melting. And they kind of just are just in shock about what happened. So obviously, Jacob's pretty pissed off. He had been arguing with her. He had never really seen him snap at a customer like that. But he's kind of calmed down now. He's like, look, let's just clean this up. You know, they're not going to come back. It's fine. If the boss and the owner have a problem with, like, what went down, I'll explain to them what happened, and we'll be good, right? And like I said, Jacob was a
Okay.
very good manager. It's not
Donk.
like there was issues very often. He wasn't getting into fights with people often. He never got customer complaints, so he just figured that, like,
Okay.
the owner was going to take his side.
Cool.
Because obviously, it would be out of character for this worker who
Enter.
worked for, like, years there and
Donk.
never had a problem to just all of a sudden decide to attack people with ice cream. But sure enough, you know, they finished work that day. They clean up, they get everything together. The next day, he comes
I wanna
in and Jacob
freeze the
is,
position.
like, not looking happy. And he's like, all right, so the owner's coming in today
Edit
because I
script.
guess that Karen and her husband called him and said that we attacked them with yogurt, you know, and he called me and said that he was very disappointed in my behavior and that there's no reason that I should have done that. And the worker, you know, the person who sent this to me is like, well, that's ridiculous because they were throwing ice cream at you. Like, they came in and caused all the problems. You didn't do anything. And he's like, yeah, I tried to tell him that, but the owner of the froyo store just, like, kept yelling at me and saying I was wrong, you know, and that my
Alright,
behavior was
uni
unacceptable.
manual.
And he's coming today to talk about it. So
We're
I
gonna
decided
look
that,
up
like, if the owner gets
the thing
it's
here.
going
We're gonna
to
look
be
up
a little
rigid
bit
body.
on my side and realize that, like, I
Rigid.
didn't do anything to make them throw froyo, then I quit. Like, I'm just done, you know?
Alright.
So obviously, he's like, all right, well, when he gets here, if you guys need some time to, like, talk, let me know.
Yes.
So about an hour later, the owner comes in and he's
Okay,
like,
mass
all right,
drag,
Jacob,
Angel
ready to have a talk? And
mass.
Jacob's like,
He's
yeah,
got
let's
the
go.
is
So they go
kinematic.
to this, like, back office room thing and they start talking. And obviously, the subscriber
I need
sent this to me,
scripting
being a little
API
nosy, he's
like
over by
this.
the door trying to eavesdrop a little bit because he just wants
Script
to know what's
reference.
going on. And he
Now I
hears
need
the
to
boss go
reference
like, hey,
it.
can you explain to me what happened? And he hears Jacob start to explain that they were there minding this business when this lady rolled up all mad and her husband came in and the husband started insulting them right away. And the next thing you know, they're expecting them to make the yogurt. So they were making the yogurt, but every time that they would put it in the cup, they said we were doing it wrong and they started like trying to rip it out of our hands and they were just being insanely rude. I've never seen someone act more ridiculous in my life. Like, honestly, it was embarrassing that a grown-up was acting that way. And he's saying all this thinking that it's gonna, you know, make the boss be a little bit more on his side. But then there's just this insanely long
constraints?
silence. And the subscriber can't see what's going on.
Rigid
The next thing he hears is
body
the manager just
constraints
screaming
and
at
script.
Jacob.
Yeah.
You thought she was the rudest
Here we
person you've
go.
ever seen? You've never seen one act more embarrassing? Well, guess
Alright.
what? That was my sister. My sister came in to get froyo, and that's who you treated like that. I bet you didn't think that was a mistake, did you? And Jacob, at this point, bro, I bet you, he was already mad enough at the lady. Here's his boss getting mad at him, so he starts screaming back at the owner. He's like, damn, bro, well then your family sucks. That's crazy. I'm not gonna excuse your sister's behavior. She should have respected you more when she came into your business. And the manager's like, how dare you tell me, like, you know, how to
Okay,
how to
so
tell my sister how to act,
here's
how she
here's
should be. That's
basically
none
what
of your
we need.
business. You're the one who works at a froyo store.
So
And Jacob's like, yeah, you're the guy who
so
owns
it's
the
gonna be
froyo store. I guess that makes you a
RB
little
dot
bit better than me,
constraints
but if I'm the guy actually doing all the work for your business, then it makes you lame too. And the manager's like, well, guess what,
equals
Jacob?
this.
You like
So
to
we're
have
gonna
this attitude
copy
and think
this.
you're so smart? Well, you're gonna call
Rigid
my
body
sister
dot
and you're going to
constraints
apologize.
equals
Which,
rigid body
listen, man,
constraints
this boss is just insane
dot.
out of pocket, dude. Just because someone is your family doesn't mean that they're like always going to.
How
act
do you do is
appropriately, right? And
kinematic?
then I'm gonna assume you have security cameras or something. You could probably go look at your sister throwing the froyo at them. You know what? Were they supposed to just let it happen when like because she's related to you and they didn't know
Okay.
that? Obviously, though, the manager was just not in the mood to be getting fact checked at all. And even then, let's say that you're like really pissed, whatever. You're gonna let your sister.
None,
do your
freeze
business,
position,
throw froyo
freeze
over the
all.
place. That's your prerogative.
Yes,
man. I guess
freeze
nobody
all.
can really stop
That's
you.
what we want.
But it's
Alright,
nuts
freeze
that
all.
you're gonna like make this dude pull out his cell phone and then call your family and apologize for something that they did.
Freeze
Like you
all.
want to handle this between you guys, that's fine, but you can't just make him apologize
That
for
should
no
roll.
reason. You know, I
And
guess
it does.
technically you probably could try to make it. but you
Okay,
guys get
so
what I'm
that
saying. Like, I was
should
a sister. And Jacob
do
was
this,
like, yeah, no, I'm not.
but I'm
gonna
not
do that.
too
Like,
sure.
There's no way I'm gonna call and apologize because your sister was the one that was out of pocket. And the manager's like,
we
are
need-
you kidding me? You're really
we need
gonna
another
go to this? It's
button.
gonna come to this after how
We have
long you
back
worked
button.
here. You're really gonna let your job be put on the line because of this because you're too proud
yeah,
to
back
apologize.
button.
And Jacob is like, yeah, I'm gonna be too proud to apologize on this one because I did nothing wrong. If you're gonna say that to me, you know, I'm gonna put all this on the line
Pause
after how hard I
screen,
worked, how long
game
I worked here,
object,
because
set
I was
active,
mean to your
no.
sister, who deserved it, by the way. I can say the same thing to you. Like, you're gonna fire me over this after everything I've done for you? And the boss is
rigid
like, well, what are you
body.
trying to say? Are you threatening to quit? He's like, no, I'm not threatening to quit. The fact that I'm here all the time doing all the work
Moving.
for this business, and then you're gonna come in here and scream at me the one time I've ever had a
Invoking
problem with a
the- yes.
customer, I'm done. I quit. I'm out.
Rigid
Good luck,
body.
man. Best of luck to you. And he hears Jacob start coming to the door, so the subscriber kind of like gets out of the way a little bit. And the door opens, and Jacob storms
Full
out, and
freeze
he's like
rotation?
taking off his uniform.
No.
And he's like, all right, I'm
I
out. I quit."
think
And at that point, it was almost like the manager
should
had a
walk.
change of heart. You know, originally it was like he thought he was
So
gonna
this
come in and
pauses,
start screaming at him, get
right?
the apology out of him, get him on the phone, and then everything was gonna go to normal. But now that the guy was like actually willing to quit and walk out and just be like, good luck, bro. Just seriously, best of luck to you. I'm not working for you no more. The manager was literally following Jacob out, like, wait, Jacob, come on, let's talk about this. I mean, at this point, dude, I didn't really feel like there's much to talk about. You insisted he apologized, and then, you know, just kind of said that he's a loser for working at the place that you own. Why would he want to work there? Like, you know, you're not gonna have his back, and then on top of it, you think that he's a loser because he works for you. Like, and why would he want to keep working for somebody that has that much just like you suck in their veins for somebody that's working for them? You know, if somebody comes at your customer or your employee, sorry, related or not, it's your job to like maybe say, hey, don't treat my workers like that. Anyways, you know, Jacob's like, yeah, no, I'm done. And he's like, fine, you don't have to apologize. And he's like, okay, fine, then you apologize.
Back.
And the manager is now in the hallway, and they're standing in front of like the
Back
subscriber,
button.
right? And the boss goes, well, I
Pause
can't
screen,
say
set
that.
active,
I can't
no.
apologize to you in front of him because then it's gonna belittle my leadership, which is some of the worst leadership ever, bro.
yo,
If
what?
apologizing is like something that you never do, if you never own up and admit you're wrong ever, then you're probably not very good at the leading thing. Because everybody's gonna mess up, bro. Like, listen, is there anyone that's ever owned a business and never made a mistake? No. I think that's literally impossible to do, to always be perfect. But at the same time,
Oh,
like,
yeah,
sometimes
yeah.
you're gonna mess up, and you gotta tell the people that you're leading, if you're a boss, that like, I messed up, okay? You know,
Back.
so obviously at that point,
Why
Jacob's
isn't-
like, yeah, that's
why-
exactly
why
what I'm
do
talking
no
about,
walk?
bro. This is why I hate working
Hello?
for you, and I'm done. I quit. And the manager looks at the
Control.
subscriber at that point and is like, can you believe that Jacob's doing this to us? And the subscriber was also getting pretty fed up at that point, but really the only reason he had stayed at his job as long as he did is because Jacob was a cool manager. So he looks at the boss too, and he's like, yeah, I can, and you know what? I quit too. And Jacob smiles, he's like, yo, you don't have to quit for me. And he's like, yeah, I know. And he quits too on the spot. And they were the only two people
Hey,
that were going
ding-a-ling.
to be, like, you know, that day
It's
on
fine.
shift. So the boss is like, well, if you guys are quitting and walking out today, then like, what am I supposed to do? And they were
I don't
both
know,
like,
frick
yo,
you.
man, I don't know, call your sister. That's not really our problem. Like, good luck, we quit. And the boss starts yelling about how like, this is so unfair, and he can't believe that they would just quit on the spot. And they were like, listen, man, like, what do you expect me to do, cutthroat. You literally were gonna make me call and apologize to somebody that trashed your store and was screaming at us. Like, I'm just not gonna do that. Like, I don't want to work here anymore.
Freeze all, go back to none. Set that to false.
And the boss is like, so you just expect me to be here all day by myself managing it? And they were like, yeah,
Yep.
you leave us alone all the time.
Alright,
So
Void, let's call this...
all in all, listen, I'm not
Also,
saying
how
you
is
should
this
walk
set up?
around
Does it
doing your job
have-
on the spot. If your boss has been good to you, you know, you just got a better job. It's
Okay.
probably the right
So,
thing to do to put him
we're
in
gonna
good
call
notes.
this
But I mean, if your boss is gonna just throw you out the dry
Void,
like this, then by all means, dude. Oh well, you know, with the current
Voice,
job market, I feel like there's a huge workers
pause
shortage,
rigid.
So workers for once are actually a little bit more in control. Like, I don't know, man. I feel
Don't.
like Jacob, with the amount of experience he has, is probably gonna be okay getting another job. As for finding people that have the patience to deal
Control
with parents and do
X.
nothing about it, I feel like those people are definitely falling into harder and harder supply. You know, it's like
Control
finding diamonds in Minecraft, and you know, you shouldn't really just let yourself get ice
that
cream
one.
thrown at you. I feel like that's a perfectly reasonable
Alright,
time to be
pause
like, hey, this is out
rigid.
of control. Anyways,
Pause
they both
screen
ended up
false.
leaving, you know, and Jacob
Constraints
was like, yo,
none.
that actually meant a lot that you quit with me, you know, and Trevor's like,
Okay, that
whatever.
makes
Like,
sense,
that stuff
actually.
kinda sucked, and listening to the way he was screaming at you was like, what? He's just gonna promote me to manager, and I'm like, I'm gonna have to deal with all that crap? No, thank you.
Public game
So
object.
they ended up leaving, but to make matters worse, dude, a couple hours later, their boss calls them, and you think by now you would maybe have learned to like be a little bit nicer, you know, will you guys please come back, we can work it out, you know, like I'll make sure that the Karens can't attack you no more. No, instead they both got like an angry voicemail that
There
was
you
screaming
go.
at them. It was like, you're the
That-
reason that I had
but-
such a bad day, you know, and you guys
Okay,
suck,
that's
you're never
also
allowed to work
completely
here again,
understandable.
you're
That
fired.
makes total
Which to me,
sense. I
love
didn't
due to the
reference
fact that,
it.
like, he had to call, let them know that
That
he
does
had a
make
bad day and
sense.
fire them, even though they already quit. It's like, hey man, they kind of already did the leading thing. I don't really know what firing them after that is going to do. All right, ladies and
Well,
gentlemen. So I don't
you
have
know.
any step parents. I'm
You
not
know,
too
you know.
familiar with the concept of
That
it.
one.
That being
It's
said,
fine.
I can certainly understand
There you
why
go.
you wouldn't like somebody that's,
Now
you know,
you gotta-
doing your life,
no, you
destroying
gotta
your
define
life.
your things
Even
first.
if they're old in your life, destroying your stuff's a good way to make somebody not like you. That being said, this story takes place when somebody sent it to
How
him.
am I gonna
Their
do
mom
this?
and dad had been like, you know, apart for a little bit, and his mom had started dating this guy that was super obsessed with like discipline and hard work.
Player
And
rigid
listen,
body,
There's
I
nothing
guess.
wrong with that. Like if you don't have any discipline, you know, life's not really
Player?
gonna go that well for you. If you have
Okay,
no work ethic, life's
good,
not
that
gonna go
actually
well
does
for you.
walk.
But this dude was strangely
Good.
obsessed with it. To the
Okay.
point where, you know, he just
Back.
figured if you weren't always earning a callus
Don't.
on your hand, you're pathetic. And obviously this
Yeah,
was
that
not
one.
like the life this kid was used to before. You know, he
Pause.
wasn't used to being like
Where is
out
pause
in the yard
rigid?
helping cut down trees for 12 hours straight.
It's not
It
here.
just wasn't something he was used to.
Why is
So
it not
they
here?
kinda didn't see eye to eye. They disagreed on quite a bit. And one of the things that they would constantly fight on
what?
and disagree on was the fact that this kid played video games. And listen,
Pause
just to let
screen.
you know, like,
Yes,
on the off
pause.
chance any parents are watching this video, it's not insane for people to play video games.
There's
anymore.
no,
Alright, like, I get it,
it's
you know,
not
you
here.
think it's weird that
Why
somebody
isn't
can
it
play
here?
a video game for 4 hours straight.
Pause
And I get
screen.
it, you know, that's probably bizarre to you, but this isn't the 1980s
Pause
anymore.
script.
Like, it's not the case where everybody
Back.
playing video games has no friends and could not muster the courage to talk to a girl if they wanted to. Anyways,
Pause.
his stepdad was basically insisting that this kid's Xbox was like the root of all of his problems. You know, it was the reason that he didn't have straight A's. It was the reason he wasn't a millionaire yet.
Public
He was old enough
void.
to have a job. You know,
Ding-a-ling.
basically anything that the stepdad didn't like was taken out on video games. So they
Maybe
would argue
that's
about
it.
a lot. And one of the
Probably
other things they would
is.
argue about a lot was the fact that he had a C in
Probably
his class
isn't.
too. And literally the rest of his
But we'll
report
see,
card
it
was
is.
straight A's. He
That
had one
is
C, and
exactly-
the C was because his teacher and him just really did not get along. Not to the
Okay,
point
enter.
that the teacher was like sabotaging his grade
Back.
or anything.
Nope.
But I think you guys will
Back.
understand. If you've ever had a
What?
teacher that's just kind of got it out for you and doesn't like you, it makes it really hard to do the whole learning.
Back.
You know, it's hard to stay focused.
Why
in
won't
class
this
and feel
walk?
like you and your
What?
mortal enemy are locked in a bathroom. Forget paying attention, and on top of that, it's not
Pause
like
rigid.
they're causing you any favors when they're grading any
Pause
of your
screen
work.
set
You know, if
active
they don't like you,
false.
they're grading you a little bit more
Constraints
harshly than they
none.
are the teacher's pet.
Why?
Anyways, of course, these two arguments ended up combining.
What
and
the-
the stepdad
what?
was like, the reason you have a C in that class is because of the Xbox, blah,
Back.
blah, 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 blah. And obviously, you
What?
know, he disagreed. Well, one night they were having an argument
Back.
about him having low grades.
Go
He started
back.
saying how his grade
What
was
are you
average. If you combined it all,
doing?
still wasn't that bad. It was literally the only C he's ever gotten. Which is probably a fair point, you know, like fair enough. I guess if you have straight A's, a C throws things off a little bit. But they've literally
Okay,
never
whatever.
had problems maintaining good grades before. And then all of a sudden, struggle with one class, and they're like, whatever, I just don't really like it. Me and the teacher don't get along. I feel like picking a fight about it every night at the dinner table is just a little bit unnecessary, you know? But they were fighting about it, and the stepdad said something about how it's the Xbox's fault he has a C in this class. And the kid just decided to respond something along the lines of, actually, it's this douche of a stepdad that I have that makes me have a C in this class. And listen, was that a little bit out of pocket? Absolutely.
Control X.
Was it also kind of funny? Absolutely. And I'll be honest, I bet you yelling at him every
Alright,
day
void
probably
update
has more
if
of an impact
input
on his grades than like the Xbox
dot
does.
get key
Regardless,
code
the stepdad gets
escape.
incredibly upset at that, you know, and starts talking about how like
This
he
is
doesn't
just
need to be
mainly
talking
as a
without
test,
disrespect, blah 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 blah,
just
and
to
how this
see
kid
if this
needed
will
to
work.
respect him. And that's actually one of my biggest pet peeves on the planet is when people are like, you have to respect me.
Wow.
'Cause in my opinion,
It
respect
actually
is a two-way
works.
road, right? Like,
But
if you
the
respect me,
button
I'll respect
does
you.
not
That's
walk.
just the way it should go. But
What
nah, if you're gonna be
the
talking crap,
frick?
calling me stupid and not
Okay, it's
respecting me, then
stupid.
like I have no obligation
Speaking
not
of
to roast
stupid,
you.
whatever.
You know, at least that's the way it makes sense in my head. Like if y'all have settled the beef, okay, there's no reason to
Okay,
stir up
we're
the
having
fight again.
text.
But in the middle of an argument, if you're calling someone stupid, they're allowed to call you stupid back.
Get out.
You know, there's no need to rehash a bunch of old
text.
stuff. But yeah, if you're
This
not
is
gonna
gonna be
respect
called,
your stepson and call him an idiot, he's allowed to call you a douche. It's easy
Press
in my
escape.
mind. Regardless, that really sets him off. He's like, you really don't respect me, huh? And, you know, another thing that I would say, and I'm not saying the kid was smart to answer the question the way he did.
V.
Sometimes you don't ask questions you don't want to know the answer to. And if your stepson just said, I have a douche for a stepdad, and you and him are constantly
Escape.
fighting, maybe it's not the time to ask. Do you respect me truthfully?
Exit.
Because I just feel like no matter what he says, you know it's not going to be an answer that you would like to hear from that question, you know?
Don't-
Anyways, he goes on about like, no, I don't respect you, you suck, you weren't married to my mom, I wouldn't listen to a word you say, which, you know, brutal to be sure, but I also feel like, I mean, if you weren't married to his mom, you wouldn't listen to a word you say is like kind of fair. If you weren't married to his mom, you wouldn't be his stepdad, right? So you'd just be some dude. Like, why would he listen to you? That's a fair argument. I don't know. If that's really not fair, then I wouldn't know, but hey, that sounds fair. Anyways, the stepdad at that moment freaks out and he's like, this is all the Xbox fault. If you didn't have
Okay.
that Xbox, you wouldn't be treating me that way, which is honestly like a little delusional, bro. I don't think the gaming system has anything to do with this relationship not being good. Anyways, he storms upstairs. So obviously the subscriber storms up after him because he has no clue what
There
the
is
guy's
two
going
event
to do. You know, is he
systems.
gonna go use the restroom, take
Is
a
there?
shower,
There is.
destroy his
There
room?
are
Who
two.
knows? Regardless, he
goodbye.
follows him and he starts walking towards the subscriber room. So he's like, hey, what are you doing? Don't go in there. Don't go into my room. And he looks at the kid and goes, no, I'm going in your room. This is for your own good. And he opens
Hold
the door
on.
and walks over to this kid's setup. And, you know,
Get
I
out.
wanted to make it clear because he made it clear in the message he sent. The stepdad did not pay for the setup at all. Everything he
Back.
had in that setup was, you know, from his mom or money that he had.
Or
stuff
actually,
his
that
dad had
should be
given him, you know?
resumed.
Even the Xbox. So the stepdad walks over to his setup and grabs the Xbox. And the way it was underneath one of his monitors,
Oh,
right?
frick-
And he
forgot.
grabs it and just rips it off the desk. But he
Bunk.
pulls it upward. So the monitor that was on top of the Xbox goes like flying off the back of the desk. And his desk wasn't up against the wall, so it falls off the desk and it breaks. And the Xbox, you know, is just in
Oh.
his hands, cords coming out of the wall, the whole thing. And he just grabs the cords and rips it out all angrily, you know? Like, you know in a sci-fi movie when there's like the ship full of people cryogenically frozen for long-term travel, and like the guy's in there just unplugging everything all angrily? That's the way this dude is taking
Public
the power cords off the
void.
Xbox, bro. And so he finally has this Xbox in his hand. The subscriber's yelling at him like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And his mom's there yelling like, put his Xbox back, because, you know, she knows this is not going to end well. And the stepdad's like, no, I'm not putting the Xbox back. This is the reason we're constantly fighting. If he doesn't want to respect me because of video games, then he's not going to play them. And he starts to walk back towards the stairs. And the way this house was laid out, there was like
And if this now walks because there was two
along
event systems or
both
something,
where like there was a wall on one side and a little half balcony railing thing, you know, where you can like look down into the living room from upstairs. And he
Nope,
walks
doesn't
over
walk.
to it and he has the Xbox in one hand.
Whatever,
and he just
goodbye.
throws it down as hard as he can, straight down. And obviously,
Don't.
electronics are not the toughest things in the world, so falling like a floor onto tile is not great for the Xbox. It hits the ground, the casing pops open, stuff's flying everywhere. And like I said, he had thrown it down. It wasn't even like he just let gravity do the work. And he had thrown the Xbox so hard down onto the tile that one of the tiles
Okay.
cracked. And obviously,
how
at
does
that
one
point,
even
it's
accomplish?
like, you
Okay.
crazy person, what did you just do? That wasn't yours. You're going to be buying me a new one. And even his mom is like, come on, you can't break his Xbox. What's wrong with you?
Yes, I'm
The
aware.
stepdad's
Okay.
like, "I guarantee
Build
he's
it-
gonna start
no,
respecting
not
me
build
now. He doesn't
settings.
have those stupid video games to go rely
I said
on."
build and
And
run, sir.
obviously, you know, at that point, he gets sent to his room. He
Alright,
goes to
never
work,
test.
he's pissed, bro.
We have
And
now
as he
made
would be,
technically a
and he
pause
hears the
screen,
stepdad and his mom
loaded up,
arguing
level
in their
1.
room, and he's just like, this guy
Look, exit.
is an absolute
Exit.
you know, he is more affirmed in that belief than ever. I'm just saying, if somebody ever, like, really doesn't like you, really has beef with you, I feel like the worst possible thing you can do is go break a bunch of their stuff. I don't understand how that's gonna earn their respect or make you
Okay.
like you more, you know? Like, oh, you know this thing that you love to do every day after
Yeah?
school? Yeah, I destroyed it.
Oh.
You're gonna like me more now, right? No, I'm
Oh,
gonna
yeah,
go
I
with
love
probably
that.
not as the answer to that question, you know? I've never really had anyone, like, out here trying to earn
Why
my respect
does it
destroying my
show
Xbox,
as a-
but I can assume that would put quite a damper on the situation.
Well,
Anyways, you know,
no,
eventually he
duh.
hears them start arguing. He goes to bed, wakes
Um,
up the next day, goes downstairs, and usually his mom is the one to take him to school, and his stepdad's sitting there at the table, and he sees him, and he just goes, "Where's my mom?" And he's like, "Oh, you know, she went to work. I'm gonna take you to school though,
No.
because I just feel like we need
Frick
to talk
off.
a little bit." And he looks at him, and he's like, "No, I'm not going
No.
with you if you're driving to school. I'll walk." And he literally like has his backpack in his hand and just starts walking out the door. And his stepdad's like, "You can't walk to school," and he's like, "Yeah, I am. I'm not going."
Is it
anywhere with you."
unlocked?
And he straight up walks out of his house, walks to school. It takes him like 45
Unlocked.
minutes when he gets there. He deals with school
Locked.
that day. He comes out, you know, and usually his
Cursor.
mom like was there to pick him up from school. Sure enough, stepdad's there, and this time he's way more apologetic. He says, "Look, I'm so sorry about last night. I got out of hand. I shouldn't have destroyed your Xbox. I'm gonna get you a new one. I'm gonna replace your monitor. You know, will you just talk to me?" And he's like, "Nope, I'm not gonna talk to you, bro. Best of luck, you know. I will appreciate you replacing my Xbox and my monitor, but we're not good, dude. We're not." And he just walked back home. He just didn't get a ride the other way either. And at this point, I think the
Okay.
stepdad
Oh,
started
it's
to realize,
none.
like, oh crap, this backfired. You know, I thought getting rid of the Xbox was gonna increase the respect, but really, it just,
None.
you know,
Don't.
made him not like
There
me
you
at
go.
all, which this is the reality of the situation. Are there times
So now
when
whenever you
video
press
games?
pause,
Absolutely.
now
Way to
it
go
will
about
also
that is,
show
you
your
know,
cursor
kind of have
again.
a conversation with
That
them
way
about
it's,
how you gotta
you know,
cut back a
whatever.
little bit. You don't run into their room
No.
and break something that means a lot to them and expect them to instantly.
So
be
you can
like,
see
"You're right,
it now
man,
shows your
I respect."
cursor,
If that was
and
the
you can do
case, then
this,
like
and
imagine,
whatever.
you know, it trying to impress somebody, you just break
Yeah.
into their house and smash their most prized possessions, and you're like, why are you not?
That walks really well, actually.
Anyways, he
That's
gets
really
home,
nice.
you know,
Alright,
with his parents,
so now we
and
need,
he looks at his mom and
the
he goes,
pause
"I don't know,
screen.
like,
We
you
need-
having to,
we need
like, try
exit to
have
actually
try
do
to
something.
bring me home from school.
So,
I don't like him, and until I get my stuff
you know.
replaced and I have it in writing that he's not breaking any more stuff, I'm just not gonna talk to him.
Add
and his
component.
stepdad's sitting right next to him, and he goes, "You're not gonna talk to me."
Control
And
Z.
he just doesn't acknowledge him, and he goes straight
New
up.
script.
Which, you know, if you thought you weren't getting respect before, bro, now he's just straight up pretending you don't exist. If somebody puts you in foster's home for
Load
that, you're in
underscore.
territory, that's how you know you
Main menu. There you
Anyways,
go. We're
usually
getting
these
advanced
stories that
now.
get sent to me, you know,
We're getting
it's
real
like,
advanced.
it-
We're
it-
putting
it's-
underscores in the name. Oh yeah.
No, you just gotta get over it.
It's
Thankfully,
fine.
that wasn't the case of this time because this kid
I wonder how
woke
long
up
I've
the
been
next
streaming.
morning, went downstairs. There was a monitor, Xbox on the table,
Not
and a
that
note
long,
from his
actually.
stepdad apologizing and saying
Nice,
he wouldn't break
yeah,
anything
it's
again.
fine.
Which
Alright,
I feel
edit
like
script.
all in all right, would I have the balls to walk
Yoink!
up to the letter and do electronics? Probably
Alright,
not. But,
moving,
hey, bro,
not
you know,
moving,
you miss
scene
100% of the shots
loader,
you don't take. If somebody breaks your Xbox, nothing wrong with asking for a new
level
one, like,
loader.
yeah.
We can
Especially
remove
if
this.
it's a situation where they just want you to go back to normal, bro. You're like, listen, man, you destroyed my thing. You gotta replace the thing.
Donk.
Even after that, though,
Load main
the
menu,
relationship
donk.
didn't go back to like it being great. It wasn't great in the first place, but you tend to trust somebody a little bit less after they break a bunch of your stuff. So to this day, their stepdad is still like being incredibly nice to them, which is probably the way that it should be. You know, that should have been that way from the start.
Menu.
But like, it's like they feel just incredibly guilty about everything.
Oh, yeah, and
that
this
happened,
also has to
we
have,
Xbox, how mad
scene
they got it.
management,
So in a
so
weird way, it did actually end up solving quite a bit of their problems. You know,
So,
they
is
still
it
disagree
spelled
from time to
like
time.
that?
Whenever they do
Exactly,
disagree, it's a
main
lot less
menu.
running up the
Yes.
stairs and
Okay.
destroying the Xbox
Save.
and a lot more. All right, we can agree to
Now we
disagree.
can go
That's the
to
way it
the
should be,
exit
bro. I
button
just thought this kid's mom
again.
had his back. Could you imagine if she was like, that's ridiculous. You have to go get a job now to buy your own Xbox. And
what?
we're sending you to military school for never
Wait, what?
respecting us. Wakes up the next morning. All the other kids at military school are like, yeah, my parents sent me here because they feel like I needed some discipline in my life after I committed Grand Theft Auto. He's like, yeah, my stepdad broke my Xbox and now I'm here. And they're like, wait, what? Is military school still a thing? Like, I feel like that was something that was genuinely a fear of mine when I was little, only because in the show Recess, they were always like, I don't want to go to military
Load
school.
menu.
Of course,
Look at
your
that
parents are
underscore.
like,
Again,
you
we're
don't
getting
respect the troops. You're making fun of their school. No, I respect the troops. Military school and the military
Alright,
are not the
here
same
we go.
thing, okay? Like real boot camp
Donk.
and military school, not the same. Anyways, guys, I think that's going to do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed it. If you did,
Exit.
I would really appreciate you taking
Why
a
did
second
that
to
not
press the
work?
like button.
What?
Let me know in the comment section down below what you thought, and of course subscribe.
Main menu. Scene manager dot load scene main menu. That should load main menu. Why won't? Is there two event systems again? Why? What? Why aren't you walking? What? Hello?
So they had reduced their hours and they had
Sir?
kind of cut back on the amount of work
Ma'am?
over there because it was just never really busy in the first place during the winter. Anyways, one day this lady comes in and is like, do you have frozen yogurt? Keep in mind the name of this place literally has frozen yogurt in it. So, you know, the subscriber is like, yes we do, ma'am, how can I help you? And, you know, she starts being like, good, I'm going to take a look around before I let you know what I need. You know, and he's like, all right, whatever. And she
Hey,
starts to look around the
save.
restaurants. And one of the other things that like they had done earlier because of the winter season is they had only kept like the really popular flavors. You know, the kind of like less popular
Exit.
flavors that weren't.
Why won't you
And they
exit?
decided to not
What?
have in the winter 'cause there wasn't enough people coming and getting it to make it worth it. So they had the really popular flavors, but about half the
Edit
machines
script.
didn't have anything in them just because.
Using Unity Engine scene management.
And she notices that half
Main
the
menu.
machines are empty. And instead of,
Scene
like,
manager.
asking
Load
what
scene.
happened or, you know, asking what the flavors were, she gets angry. Why
M
do you not
A
have all your flavors ready? What is
I
wrong
N
with you?
space.
You have these machines here that are
M
empty.
U
You might as well
N
put a
U.
sign on the door that says
Or
false
MENU.
advertising. If you're gonna have machines that look like they would have frozen yogurt but don't have frozen yogurt, I wouldn't even have walked in here if I knew half
Copy.
the machines were empty. And he's just kind of confused because he's never seen someone that mad at the machines being empty. It's not even like they have
Paste.
no frozen yogurt. They just don't have
Literally.
You know what I mean? Like stuff like that. And so he tries to explain to her that, like, you know, the winter's not
Literally
necessarily very
perfect.
busy at a frozen
Perfect
yogurt
code.
store in order to cut down on costs
Okay?
a little bit. His boss
That is now
did not
perfect.
stock all the
As perfect as it's going to
people
get.
didn't get them, it just, like, people
Okay?
weren't ordering them in the winter, you know? And he figures that makes
Load
sense
main
because
menu.
it tracks logically
Main
that
menu.
frozen yogurt is less
Hit
popular
play.
when the entire world is
What?
frozen around me. And she apparently just disagrees
Exit.
with that. She's like, that's the stupidest
Hello?
thing I've ever heard. Why would you not carry
Why aren't you exit?
Everybody knows
You have your
frozen
script.
yogurt is like one of
Sir.
the most famous winter Christmas treats of all time. And I'll be honest, I've literally never heard that before. I've never heard somebody be like, my favorite Christmas dessert
Main
is
menu.
yogurt. Maybe it was specific to her family.
What
but
is
they
so
said
different
that
about
I've
this
never heard of ice cream being a Christmas thing. And neither had the
and
person
this?
visit me, so they don't really know how to
What
apply
is
that.
different?
What am I supposed to say
Public void level 1.
So they're like, well,
Scene manager,
okay,
load
either way,
scene,
we're not very
test
busy
level.
lately, so I guess a lot of people don't
Scene
get
manager,
what
load
you
scene,
said,
main
which I
menu.
feel like is a very respectful way of saying, if you could get out
Hello?
of it, that makes sense, but like,
Why
you
aren't
know, not a
why
lot of
aren't you
people do, so
loading
it
your
doesn't make sense
frickin'
for us to
what?
carry all the flavors just for you. But she assumes that he was being sassy by
What?
saying that, and she's like, is that back
Why
talk?
aren't you
Obviously,
loading your
it
thing?
wasn't back talk, so he's
It's
talking
in build
nicely.
settings.
You know, no, obviously, I'm just saying that we're not very busy
Main
this time
menu
of the year. That's why we don't have
is a level.
You said that it was
It
super
exists.
because it was
Main
like a treat.
menu.
Frozen yogurt's very popular in
It
America,
is
so I
a
was just
scene.
explaining that, like, I don't know where you're from or, you know, what frozen yogurt shops you're used to, but we're not very busy in the winter. And instead of just being like, oh, okay, miscommunication, she says, you're lying to me. You're lying
Exit.
to me about how busy you are.
What the
Now I know you're
what?
lying because I know frozen yogurt places are
Exit.
always busy. Give me your boss's number now. And the worker is just confused, right? And so he's like, ma'am, are you sure that you want to call my boss? I think there's a misunderstanding. She's like, give me the number to your boss now.
Exit.
And he doesn't really know what to do. She's not leaving. So he finally breaks
Why
down. He's
won't
like,
this-
all right, I'll hand over the number. And
Hello?
chain and they call the boss.
Exit.
They fill out the employee pretty quick.
You mean
This was
what?
like a frozen yogurt shop that was owned by a family in town. It wasn't his only business. He was like a big businessman, but it was owned by a local guy,
Okay.
so that way his kids could have a job in high school. You know, he wasn't one of his kids, but like it was one of the kids get hired to work there. So he hands him the number and is like, "All right, go ahead and call." And I think that Karen was expecting
Auto behavior,
whatever
everything,
just
public
be able to
void,
bully whatever worker was on the other side.
a menu,
But she calls and surprisingly
there's a space,
he answers and he's like,
I
"Hello,
guess.
how can I help you?" And she just immediately starts screaming. She doesn't introduce herself,
Scene
doesn't say
manager,
anything about the frozen
load
yogurt
scene,
shop.
test
Why
level.
do you not have all your flavors of yogurt? Everyone knows that frozen yogurt is very important to have a mixture of flavors. And if you have half the machines empty, then I don't understand.
What
how you
is so
expect me
wrong
to
about
find
this?
business reasonable.
I don't
It's
see
disgusting. Why
what
are
could
half
be
the
wrong.
machines empty? And she had put him on speaker, I guess, to flex like what he was gonna say back to her, and he just kind of is like, well,
Enter.
I don't know what you're
Exit.
talking about, but it's not very busy.
Why isn't it
And those products add to our costs.
loading?
Because it's not busy, we got rid of the products people don't order. And to me, that makes perfect sense, right? Like, I'm
Stop.
very much following the logic here. I
Exit
understand
button.
why you would make that
Exit.
decision, obviously. That
Correct.
being said, dude,
Cool.
apparently, the Karen just disagreed. Was like, no, I'm not tracking the logic here. I just want to know what happened to make
Pause
this
screen.
lady feel like frozen yogurt is,
Load
like,
main menu.
so important to have 30
Main
machines
menu.
of flavors one. And on top of that, how dare they not have all the flavors ready in the winter? Because everyone knows that frozen yogurt
Exit.
is especially important.
What is wrong?
Literally never heard of that before anywhere, dude.
There's
Let me
nothing-
know in the comment section down below if I'm just stupid or if this lady is just making up winter traditions. Alright guys, I'm gonna interrupt the video for just 1 second. On screen now is a gift card. For those of you that don't know, I
don't get it.
So subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss out on free money. And while I got your attention, press the like button or no joke, no scam. Your mom's a hoe. And without further ado, let's get back to it. Anyway, she goes down. She like, that makes no sense. And the owner just isn't the type of person who's gonna like push her out like that. So he just says, well, you know, I've done it this way for 20 years. I've always done this in the winter. And you're literally the first person to ever complain about it. So I don't know what to tell you. And she starts to say something about how like he was ruining Christmas by not having all the flavors or
don't get
whatever.
it.
And instead of just letting himself get yelled at, he did what anyone else
Exit.
would want to do in that situation and like just hung up the phone.
You load,
know, he's a
exit.
grown man, you don't have
You
to yell
load
like that. And she's
the
like,
scene.
Did he just hang up on me? Did he just hang up on me? What? What? Let me speak to the manager. Get the manager now. I cannot believe that that person just hung up on me. You need to get me the manager instantly. And the worker is just kind of like,
Is it because of the event system?
She tells him again, go get the manager. Are you stupid? Why are you just standing there? You know, you could have solved this by now. Go get your boss immediately. And he's kind of sitting there and he goes, now, I don't think you understand that person that you talked to on the phone wasn't corporate. Like, it wasn't somebody out of state. That was the owner. The manager isn't going to change anything because the owner just told you what he wants to do. Which to me is like obvious that the manager can't really overpower the owner. That's not the ranking system. If the owner said don't do anything about it, the manager really can't do anything about it. But whatever, the Karen can't seem to accept that like she has lost, right? If the owner of the place tells you you've lost, there really isn't much that she can do? She doubles down. I said, get
Exit.
me the manager this instant. Go get me the manager. And so he's
What
like,
is
"All
wrong?
right." He goes
What
to the
is
manager.
wrong?
Some lady is losing it right now. She's saying that
You have everything you need.
Christmas, we don't have
You
a
have
food,
scene management.
that, she wants us to do something about it. I don't know what she wants us to do. We don't have the flavor.
Exit.
She insists on talking.
Why are you not exiting? You have everything.
Manager comes out of the back room and carries
You can exit the level.
it in her hands and just throws it at the manager.
What is wrong with the script?
Manages to dodge out of the way because
You're using Unity Engine scene management.
Karen at that point just
You have a
decides to
public
stop.
class.
Like she literally said, "Go get the manager."
Public void. Main menu. Scene manager. Dot. Load scene. Main menu.
Tries to make a quick getaway, right? Like lickety split running out the door. The only problem is she's not agile at all. If she gets to like the whole door, and she just pushes into it, so it doesn't go anywhere. And she just like slams into the door, and she bounces back and falls down, and everybody's like, "What's going on?" And she gets up and scrambles to like get out of the door.
No,
as fast
stop doing
the
this.
second attempt gets better, it did take her, she tries to outsmart the door, but she
Main
doesn't do it,
menu.
and she leaves, and as she's leaving, she's like, "You guys better not call the cops," and like, obviously they weren't going to call the cops, because like, what were they really gonna do? You just threw froyo at them, and they said that they was
I don't know
against
what's wrong.
Christmas or whatever.
I
They decided
I
that, like, there
don't
wasn't really much
know
that they
what's
could do
wrong.
other than what they could do anyways, which was banning her.
Do I have
So
to
they were
play
like,
it
"She
from
comes back,
here?
don't let her come in," and obviously they just accepted the fact that sometimes people are nuts. I don't know though, man. I love that she thought this was a felony. Like she's running away
Okay,
from her first
if
thought,
I
like,
set
might
this
get arrested
up-
for growing frozen yogurt. Has she done this before? Is there a repeat offense? Has she spent time in the slammer board a couple times? Seriously though, I have never heard of frozen yogurt being a winter treat. It just doesn't make sense to me. Even if it is a thing, it's just illogical. Why would I want to eat frozen things in the winter? That would just make me more cold.
Okay.
And like on top of it, even if it is a winter thing, is it not good
what
that
is
it's
it?
open? Like if
Not
I owned a
that.
froyo place in a place where winters are
Build.
harsh, I'd probably close it. The fact
Yes,
that you
no.
can stay open with half the flavors is a benefit. And even then, if you love frozen yogurt, why attack
If
the
input
people
that,
that
get
are
key
trying to
code,
do it,
whatever
Like,
the
this
frick.
poor manager comes out for making frozen yogurt in the bag, just gets a soul from the face full of dairy. No, thank you, man. Nobody deserves a face full of dairy, no matter how much you think that they're ruining Christmas, dude. Even the Grinch. Alright, so the subscriber that sent this in to me had just gone into class, and they
Let's
were in the
just
middle of this
use
situation where, like, the teacher was
G.
moving
I don't
people
know.
around just to break up
We'll use
groups
G.
and, like, introduce new kids to new kids, I guess, make the school community better. And he ended up getting
Okay,
put at
now
this
if
table
this
with
doesn't
3
work-
other people. And it was very awkward because the 3 of them were very good friends, and he was like the only
So
person
why
that
isn't
didn't
it walking with the other thing?
kind of realize that he's just sitting there awkwardly
Why aren't you walking? I don't get it.
as the Coven 3
Why are you not?
of witches and warlocks.
You have everything.
He thinks that they're kids.
You have everything you need to walk.
No, they are
And you
consisting or, like,
don't.
insisting that they are a group
What are you
of
doing?
witches and warlocks with the nickname.
Delete.
Similar to like what you do when you
UI.
make a plan on Xbox when you're like 12, your FaZe clan.
Button.
PHASE.
Get the
instead
frick
of,
outta
like,
here,
the way
text
they
mesh.
do it. Regardless, the person who sent this in to me doesn't really understand what they mean by like being a group of witches and
Not-
warlocks.
yeah,
because
exit,
they're not
sure,
familiar with
frickin'
people
exit, no
actually
one
thinking
cares.
they have
Okay,
magic
exit.
powers. So he's like, "Oh, well, I don't really know what that means. So, cool, good for you guys. What does it mean to be a witch and a
No,
warlock?"
back,
And
back.
he wasn't even trying to
He's
be
back.
insulting. He just really had never met someone
Back.
that actually thinks they're magic, right? So they instantly just recoil, so offended. You don't know what witches and warlocks are? What?
No,
What's wrong
frick
with you?
off!
Never heard of
Back!
witches that do
Put the
curses and
thing.
warlocks that are in
Back
tune with
button.
the spirit of the
Back.
moon and can use it to
Thank
influence
you.
reality?
Please.
And they're going off about how, witches and warlocks have magic
Highlighted.
powers and they can
Red, I
control
think.
everything. Which,
I don't know
listen, I'm
what
not
I
here
did
to
for the
say
other
that there's
thing. What
nothing
did I
to like
do for the other
warlocks,
buttons?
whatever. I don't care whatever you do, whatever. I'm just saying, if y'all were actually magic, you think you'd pick some
Highlight
number
pressed.
or something by now. You
Green
know,
blue.
use it to,
Highlight
boost
pressed
up
green
local
blue.
moolah.
Highlight
But
pressed
whatever,
green
they're
blue.
kind of lecturing him about how they have magic powers, and so the connection the
Highlight.
subscriber makes in his head is like Harry Potter. So he says,
Highlight
like
pressed.
Harry Potter. Once again, not trying to be insulting, just
Green,
saying the
blue.
first thing that came to his mind. And you would think that'd be close enough, right? Like, oh, okay, yeah, similar. Nope, wrong. They got insulted. They like look at him offended. Well, now
Blue,
you're just
green.
trying to insult my intelligence. Do you think it's funny to make fun of the idea that we're witches and warlocks?
Oh,
And you know, he doesn't really know what to say, so he's just kind of stammering like, and they're like, right now, Harry Potter has set witches and warlocks back centuries from where our acceptance could be otherwise. Which, you know, I didn't realize was a problem, okay? I didn't realize the witches and warlocks out there really hated Harry Potter. So the subscriber is trying to take this seriously. So he's like, no, of course I'm not trying to insult you. You know, I just know that in Harry Potter, the teachers that are women are like witches. And I know Harry Potter's a wizard, but a warlock and a wizard are the same thing, right? You know, like pretty close. I wasn't trying to insult anyone. It was just something that I thought of that was silly. And they're rolling their eyes as he's saying this, right? Like they can't believe the stupidity coming out of his mouth. How dare he not understand how
Pause screen, you need to not be enabled.
The
Default.
actually has magic powers.
Add
Like Harry Potter.
pause
You think
screen.
an owl brings
Load
no
main
better
menu.
than magic?
Main
No.
menu.
Me and my group have tapped into the Earth's ancient powers in their magic fields in order to gain access to the ability to bend reality at our whim. And they're saying this completely normal, dude. They're not like
What is wrong?
or whatever. They're saying
What is wrong with you?
have magic powers. So the
What?
subscriber is like, you're telling me that you guys
What do you want?
You're not kidding. Like you're actually telling me that you guys have the ability to like zip it.
You have everything.
Out of your fingers. You know, you have the
Pause
not
screen.
because you're a Jedi, but because you're magic. Like that's actually
Has load main menu.
Just can't believe something
Using
like it.
scene management.
'Cause listen,
Load
like, witchcraft
main
or
menu.
whatever as a hobby, that's fine.
Why won't you load?
Ability to cast Stupefy on
You
people.
have everything.
Yes, we've done so many rituals.
What are you doing?
The magic in the area.
You have everything you need.
Decided to compare us to anything of fiction,
Public
but
void.
we've actually done the
Main
magic.
menu.
We know that we have the power.
Scene manager. Load scene. Main menu. And it has the frickin' semicolon at the end.
Like you guys see more nuts than anything.
There is a scene
Entire rant is just
in the project that is called main menu,
Got any questions? It sounds like
which
you're
means
skeptical
you
already
open
that
it.
we actually have magic powers.
Why are you not?
Why would anyone be skeptical about that? Anyways, obviously.
What are you
there's
doing?
One question, which is like, okay, if you guys are magic and you know, me assuming you're
don't
like Harry
get it.
Potter is offensive, and can you prove to me your magic by like
Main menu.
something, you know, like
Just-
making
just
a
load
diamond
the
in
scene.
or a cast
Why
spell,
aren't you
like,
loading the
something to
scene?
prove that you're magic.
You have everything you need.
Roaming around claiming to fly, you're like, all right, hover for a second.
You have
I don't feel
everything.
like that's out of
You
bounds.
have
I'm
everything
sure that they actually got the flying powers.
you need.
Obviously, the witches and warlocks get a bit of
Levels.
that as well.
Level
I
1.
can't do that. It's not how our magic
Back.
works. Are
And you
kidding me?
don't.
Do you feel like magic that's linked to
What
natural
are you doing?
powers is just something I could
You have everything. You have literally every single stupid thing you need. You have an event system.
Convenient, you know, you just
You
have to use
have everything.
You can never use it to just prove it to somebody. That would be ridiculous. So the subscriber is like, well, why not? You know,
What
like, why can't
do
just
you
do it? I'm not
want?
saying it in a disrespectful way to the power. I'm
You
just saying
have
you done, like,
everything.
rituals in your magic. The deuce
You
of
have
diamonds.
everything.
Okay, fine. Just pick a card that I picked in my head. You know, like do a street
You have
magic,
everything.
whatever, but just do a little bit of magic just so I can know you're not like a
Load main menu.
which one
Pause
is
screen.
fair.
Which is this game object. It has a script called load main menu. Load main menu is using the stupid scene management. Main menu is scene manager, load scene. What is wrong? There's nothing wrong. What is wrong?
You just wouldn't understand it.
There's nothing here. What do you want? There's nothing. Why do you walk if I press a key to do it, and not when I have a button to do it? What is the point of a button if you can't have it exit to the main menu? No. Pause screen Unity.
Regardless, they get all mad at him and they're like, we're going to curse you for daring to challenge us in the validity of our magic, you're going to pay for that.
Get off. Get.
Going to ruin your life. And the subscriber that sent this to me literally can't believe that they're
Debug the log, loading menu, and here it's going to, you can see that with this button we're directly the same on canvas and views. Awesome! So now we can make these two functions actually do something. In order to load .c management, we see that we want to load word manager quit in here to let ourselves know being called menu with scenes in build. Now if I play this, hit escape and select menu, you can see that it loads up my main menu. But the
No, it don't!
input .get key down. Again, the key that we want to check for is keycode.is zoom it and go ahead and pause it. Now, of course, we need to create the a void pause. And what do we want to happen here in our game to do all ends to it? So UI. Then when we pause the game, we go pause menu UI dot set active. We then want to speed it, just set it to us to true. And dot time scale back pause. We have an integrated. The game freezes, our UI is brought up, you can still hear the music playing in the background, and we can now press all our different buttons. Of course they currently don't do anything, so we can now effectively pause our game. And remember, you can always use inside of my audio manager. In here, you could actually go ahead and pitch down sounds that plays with an audio source is connecting up these buttons. To do that, we want to create a function for each one. The resume button is easy. We simply want it to resume the game and mark it as public, and we can now trigger it from a button. We also need to create two more functions. Of course, they'll still be public. The first one will be called load menu. These out in a second, but for now, menu. Let's save it, go ahead and script to this. So whenever this button will drag, do the same thing for our menu and quit pause menu, and let's select load menu. And finally, let's hook up our quit game. And if we now were to hit play, pause the game, select menu, it's going to say loading menu, select quit, it's going to say quitting game, and if we hit resume,
what? Just insanely offended, which to me is hilarious, dude, because it's like, listen, if Harry Potter isn't, fair enough, the fairy godmother is not fair enough, what witch or wizard, like what magic representation?
Where did I put quit game? Main menu?
I don't know, it's just weird. And on top of it, if you're going to be losing it over anything, it's just weird to be losing it over the fairy godmother from Shrek. Like, to just be disrupting the class, losing your mind over a non-fiction, or I guess absolutely fiction, hopefully not non-fiction character. Especially to the point where the teacher's already said that if you keep doing that, they're going to...
Let's just make sure that the button is actually walking.
So the witch is leaving and she's like, look what you did,
No. Nothing to the console. Not even walking. Why aren't you walking? What are you... What do you want?
Extra curse you, like, we're gonna go above and beyond to make sure this is the worst.
What do you want?
Keep in mind, they had already been threatening to curse him, right? Which, in my mind means that, like, the curse before was the light mode. I know they don't really do light mode apps anymore, but, like, it was that the light version of the curse.
Want?
Oh, before, we were gonna take the curse light on you, we were
back!
gonna make you poop your
You
pants.
press
Now we're
the
hurting.
back button!
Okay.
You
Before,
have the script.
I'm just saying, is there different levels
I
of
don't.
curse? I feel like a curse just sucks
No!
matter
Frick
what.
off!
Obviously, if
Delete!
it shows you would be the worst curse, but I just
Unpack!
figure out different severities or figure out how to
Oh my god, I
Seems
don't
like a lot
want
more work than
you
it's worth,
to
really.
do
Anyways,
that.
he's kind of okay with being cursed.
Player,
He's not
what?
great.
Get off!
He ends up going about his
Player.
way, the rest of school is pretty uneventful.
Load
Witches are
main
robots
menu.
come up and threaten
Main
him.
menu.
It's a little bit more
You
homework
hit
than
the
usual.
button.
It kinda sucks, but whatever. He just
Click.
goes home, does
You
his homework.
don't
It's a completely
load Vaccine.
I know right now you're like, why are you telling me
Why?
every day? But like,
Why aren't you loading Vaccine? You have everything. What do you want?
There's nothing crazy, spooky, scary you would expect from a curse. There's
Load
nothing
main
that walks
menu.
through a field and a zombie hand reaches up and grabs him going, brains, brains. Like, there's literally nothing that you could constantly
Did it-
person anyway. He doesn't even have, like, any run-of-the-mill bad luck, like biting.
It's not even in the console. What is wrong with the button?
He's on his way into class.
It's not even.
Feeling completely
What are you
fine
doing?
because the day was uneventful, and so he walks
What are you
up to the
doing?
bitches are standing there, just like arms
Why?
and looks, making him-
Just click the button.
And as he's like going
You
in,
click the button. It does what I put. And on click.
they just don't move, and they're like, so guess who decided to show
Load main menu. Main menu.
like, oh, we're just surprised you showed up today because we're gonna assume last night was pretty rough, wasn't it?
I hit the back button.
Obviously, they're
And there's not even a debug text. Why aren't you walking?
And he's not sure if they like thought they jumped in but got the wrong guy.
Why isn't the debug text walking?
So in his confusion,
You have everything you need.
just the truth. What are you guys talking about? You know, last
Why?
night, and I had a little bit more homework than
I
normal.
don't get it.
Crazy happened. Like, it was
Get
a
out.
normal night, you know?
Shut up.
People, he doesn't owe them an explanation, but he's not even sure why they're acting.
What do you want?
He just answers it normally, that, like, nothing crazy.
Get out.
And as he's
UI.
really gone down,
We're gonna redo the frickin' pause screen because apparently it wants that.
It has like their face change and is a little bit surprised. But the one witch who's like in control of the Coven 3, the leader, is like, yeah, sure, there's no way last night was uneventful. We
Pause.
had a pretty powerful spell on you to make sure that you had yourself the
Add-
worst night ever. Trust me, it was one of the most powerful ones that we've
Add
ever
new
had.
script.
There's no way that last night was uneventful. I guarantee you, you were having night terrors like crazy.
Load menu.
Tons of
Or
bad luck.
whatever the frick I want to call it.
Standing there confused because
Script
there just really
here.
wasn't a whole lot of
Edit
bad luck.
the
He's like,
stupid
I
script.
guess if that was your most powerful spell, you need to work
Open
on it. My
recent.
night was completely normal and fine.
Main
It was,
menu.
completely uneventful. And she had said,
Using
like, the spell was so
scene
powerful
management.
with so much confidence that, you know, it heard deflation when he was like, yeah, no, nothing happened. Just was
Get
hilarious
out.
to see. Because you got to imagine, you know, at that point she's like, no, wait, we used a powerful spell on you, hoping that his, like, cool facade is going to crumble, and he'll be like, please lift the curse, it's so scary, I can't handle it any longer. And he's like, yeah, no, it just wasn't that scary. So she doubles down on trying to, like, break him, even though there's nothing to break. And she starts saying that the Coven 3 had gone out into the woods for 4 hours the night before and done a powerful ritual with chanting and stuff to, like, put a curse on him. Which is nuts to me, dude. 4 hours
Oh,
out
get
in the
out.
woods to curse somebody that just, like, you know, questioned if you have magic powers is nuts, especially when it didn't work. So the subscriber, like, points that
Oh
out to
my
him. You know, he says, wow, I'm flattered, but all that means
What
that
does this
you're
mean?
dancing around the woods for nothing
What
to
do
happen.
you-
Like, that's
what are
just,
you
like,
talking
a waste of
about?
your time. And he starts laughing.
I don't get it.
So unthreatening at that point. Like, imagine finding out that somebody's like, oh, guess what? We followed your car for 4 hours
Okay.
last night. And you're like,
Cool.
I didn't drive for 4 hours, man. They just followed the wrong car. Like, yeah, it's creepy
UI.
they were trying to follow you.
Button.
It sucks they were trying to curse it, but at the same time, they were the idiots who
Get
were
out.
in the woods just chanting stuff for 4 hours and got nothing out of it.
Back.
And so when he starts laughing, they get angry and they're like, we know your parents fought last night and that you had night terrors. We know that was the curse that we
Back
put on
button.
you." And, you know,
Textures.
your parents hadn't fought the night before,
Back.
you hadn't had any night terrors. But
Back
once again,
button.
She had just said it with so much confidence that it just made
Press
him laugh
color
more than anything. And
is
at that point, he starts to feel
green.
bad for him. Like all the fight he
Selected
had to argue
is
with him and make him feel stupid starts to leave because he's like, oh, you poor guys just stood in the woods for 4 hours for no reason. So he's like,
Add.
hey, I don't want to fight with you guys, but literally none of that.
Pause
happened, all right?
screen.
My parents didn't fight. I didn't have
Load
to fight,
menu.
So I don't know, man. Maybe like the moon wasn't powerful enough. Your ancient
Load main
powers need
menu.
a reboot or whatever. But all I'm
Oh, I
saying is that
swear.
it didn't work. And he wasn't wasn't trying to be condescending. He just didn't know how to talk to
I
people.
mean,
cast
player is
spells.
missing.
I guess that was
The
very rude
what?
because the lead witch of the Coven 3 slaps him at that point. I guess to really own him, you know, if the curse wasn't gonna inflict any damage, your palm might as well. So she just
What?
gets a good, nice slap. And they're in the
What
hallway
are you
for
t-
class at that point. You know,
Okay.
they wouldn't let him in. So
Cool.
everybody that's out in the hallway
Get out.
sees the slap. And as you do in a situation like that, when you watch somebody just get slapped a little bit, you just go like, oh.
Yeah, I freaking get
Well,
it.
the O happens, the teacher has seen the slap, the kids react, now they gotta deal with it. So the teacher comes over
Okay.
and is like, okay, what happened? You know, why are you slapping him? Like, what's the situation? Why do I have to deal with this again? I dealt with this yesterday. Teacher's rightfully annoyed because
Does
I'm
it
sure
walk,
they thought that, like,
though?
moving the tables
Does it
around,
actually
people
walk?
around was gonna make things
Levels
easier, you know, maybe
1.
cut down on the drama. Now they're out here with Scooby-Doo and, like, the Coven 3
Okay.
and whatnot. And the lead
If you
witch
press
slaps
enter,
he's making fun of our
yeah,
witchcraft and saying that our spells
that's
are
not
fake
what I
because they
wanted.
didn't work on him, but just because they didn't work on him doesn't mean that they're fake. Which, you know, I don't follow the logic there. I feel like if you spend 4 hours swearing that you casted a spell and that spell doesn't work, then like there's no way the smaller spells work. If 4 hours of dedication can't get your magic to work, like you expect me to be afraid of you casting magic on the fly with no preparation in like 2 minutes? No, because that's a 95% chance that's not working, you know? But
Now I'm
the
even
teacher
more
doesn't really
confused.
have the patience for
I
any
don't-
witchcraft or wizardry whatsoever.
What is
It's like,
happening?
smart magic.
Why can't I just have a button and click on it? I want a button to click on that will just take you out of the game, but it just doesn't walk.
Sure, the magic that you were chanting in the woods for 4 hours.
Why is what is happening? Why is the logo different?
Somebody in front of a teacher. That's just one of those things that.
Why is it different?
Get out of.
I never changed it.
You maybe should have been trying to copy some of his spells instead, you know.
What is happening?
The whole word was just-
Why is this change?
It definitely wasn't true.
Why?
Never a chance to use your magic. It's right now when you're in trouble or your friend's in trouble. Like, why isn't the warlock out in the bathroom casting spells to get his?
Why?
That's what you should be doing. I'm just saying. If you.
Why is this change?
Using it to make sure you guys don't
Why-
get in trouble. There's
what
no
is
way
happening?
at this point.
With my freaking UI.
The powers are pointless. You know, if I'm
In game and here, everything is going wrong. Why?
Get out of school and run around the woods chanting for 4 hours.
Why?
Could you imagine, like, accidentally?
Don't get it.
Something straight out of a horror movie. You're just walking through the woods at night
I
with your dog or
don't
something. There's
get
just a bunch of
it.
people running around chanting magic spells. I don't care if it's fake. That would be absolutely horrifying. You know, I don't know what cult I just accidentally stumbled upon in the woods, but I'm not
Why?
gonna stick around. and
Get
find
out!
No, thank you. What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. And today, we've got day 6 of the 12 days of Scrubs. Today's a very special episode. It's all the, like, cringe Minecraft people story times from the year. It's basically the Minecraft Christmas special, you know, if that's what we're gonna call it. If you've ever played Minecraft before, go ahead and press the like button and press it if you're hyped as well. Here is the comment of the day from the last video. Big thank you for all the support. And if you really want to help me out, you can get yourself a Karen Christmas sweater from the description down below. Without further ado, let's hop into these story times. Happy holidays.
No.
Today I've got a story time that was
Frick
sent to me
off.
about a Minecraft kid that just absolutely lost it in class. And obviously I knew I had to make a video about it, okay? You know, you guys tend to love them.
Two,
I love getting views.
two,
Everybody wins with a
1,
Minecraft
2,
kid
3,
story.
4.
So, yeah, without further ado, let's get into it. Alright, so the person who sent this in to me is a little bit older, you know, old enough where the teachers were like, you guys are responsible enough to use your phones whenever you're working on classwork, as long as it's not a giant distraction, and you guys get
Save
your work done,
as.
listen to music while you're working, whatever. You know, you guys
Icon.
aren't little babies, you should be able to
Yes.
listen to Spotify and doing a worksheet. Which I'm not
Place
gonna
the
lie, is pretty cool
stupid
back
thing.
in the day when I
Shut
was
your
using
mouth,
teachers that were usually the best
stupid
in the
car.
class, you know, just makes class a little bit easier. This teacher, though, obviously had one rule, which was like, just don't make it into an issue. Don't be playing games on your phone. If any other teachers or administration comes in, put it away. Like, you know, if my boss walks in, I don't want to get in trouble for you guys being on your phones is what she was
No.
doing, which, you know, is fair enough, bro.
Shut-
I would say about 90%
No!
of students were cool with it.
Oh my
Especially the
god,
kid that we're
why?
using, Steve.
No.
We're calling him
Shut
Steve, loves Minecraft
your mouth.
too much, you know? Like, this was the type of guy, if he went to the state fair for a tattoo, instead of getting a heart with mom through it, it would be a heart with like,
Why?
like that's how much this
How do I even close the thing?
literally talk about it all
Why?
to the point where like the teacher had to address the class and talk about how,
Just
you know,
load the project,
every
please.
student had to be talking
No,
about video
shut.
games in class. Sometimes they have to focus on classwork,
I
you
said
know,
build and run, not
they can
build
distract
settings.
make it where no one can
It's a
use it.
different
One of those
thing.
things where the teacher like didn't want to single
Levels.
Steve out, but everybody
Why does it keep messing over? What is happening? What?
Video game and trying to, like, sneak
Why?
games on their iPad or their laptop. But
What is happening?
now they're getting a lecture about like you guys are starting to push the line of what I'm allowed.
What
in
is
class.
going on?
But then I'll just make it where you can't use any phones at all. Which, you know, if
Why?
you're trying to be cool and one kid's just taking advantage of it, you kind of just have to be like, all right, this system's not gonna work. Anyway,
Why are you using icon?
iPad and
You're
it's
not
always
meant
on
to use that.
in class.
It's not the texture I gave you.
Good at it.
Why can't this be used?
Trying to play Minecraft at first and just be like, hey,
Shut!
stop. But like I said, after addressing the class and telling them to stop doing it, and then still finding him trying to play Minecraft on his iPad after a while, she was starting to get annoyed, you know. And all this annoyance came to head on one particular day when the teacher walks into class and says, all right, guys, I know usually I let you text, you know, listen to music while you're working on stuff, but that's a no-go today. I guess teachers have to get observed by the principal once a year or something, just so they can make sure that, like, they're teaching the stuff they gotta do, they have good classroom.
Why is there another canvas? This doesn't need to exist.
Was coming in to watch the class. She just
Why is it here?
no phones at all, because there was a school run
Why?
about no phones. So like what? She's gonna sit there and explain to her boss, no, I understand you made a rule for the school, but this class gets to break it. Probably not the best thing to
don't
do for
get
an
it.
observation, so she was just like, no devices. And honestly, basically everyone in the class was okay with it, because it makes sense. Like the logic tracks, right? What are you gonna do? Get mad? Except for Steve, who literally yelled out as soon as he found out no devices were allowed that day.
No,
"I can't
stop.
play Minecraft
Play.
at all today?" And the teacher replied, like, no, you can't play Minecraft today. In fact,
Why do you have to press
You're
enter?
in class, I told you no video.
Why?
You're gonna yell at me before I'm done explaining about
Why do you have to press enter?
Play it. Instead,
Why can't you just click on the button
I can't believe you
like it's meant to do? It says on click.
lame as everyone else. And like, listen, man, obviously
What?
the teacher's not trying to be lame. There's just certain things that she's got to do for her job.
Why?
If she was a lame teacher, she wouldn't be letting anyone listen to music, you know? But the teacher has had enough at this point. Now that Steve's going to be yelling at her, saying like, you're lame for not letting me play Minecraft, she finally
Edit.
snaps, and she's like, "Steve,
Script.
this is one day where you can't play your game.
Scene
in class. You
manager.
shouldn't be playing
No,
But if you
shut
know
your
that
mouth.
you can't even take a break for like 1 hour.
Scene manager, load scene, main menu.
I don't
This has nothing to do with enter.
No.
You don't have to press return.
Which obviously is a little mean, but like, what do you expect?
That doesn't make any
You're
sense.
trying to be cool to somebody, and they just keep pushing it over and over.
I already
You're like,
pressed the
"Alright, guys,
button.
please don't mess up today, 'cause I'll
What
mess
are
up."
you
And then they
doing?
Arguing with you and saying you're lame.
Why did you
Because
build
they
the
want
project?
So bad that they can't take an hour break. I'd probably snap back too.
Press the back button.
No iPad.
You have to.
Is to reply that, like,
You
he's
can
not
press the
obsessed
back
with the game,
button.
he just doesn't
Just
understand
press
why he can't play
the
it in
back
class.
button.
And the teacher explains one more
You're
time that,
capable
like, her job
of pressing the
is
button,
Minecraft time, and if the
but
principal
you
walked in
don't
and saw Steve
function.
Minecraft on his iPad, the teacher would get in trouble.
What is the
And I'm just having a
point?
hard time understanding what Steve didn't understand about that, because I feel like it's so obvious. What would he like his
pressed
teacher
the-
to do? Like I said, walk up to
Why?
him, slap him in the face with a piece of ham and just be like, listen.
It says
I'm
on
not doing
click.
anything. I don't think the teacher cares about Minecraft, bro. I don't think she does at all, but she does care about her job. Anyways, Steve gets really upset about this entire interaction and starts standing up and yelling that, like, you know, he doesn't care about an observation. It's not his job to make the teachers look good. He shouldn't be
I
punished
don't
because
get
of an
it.
observation. And the teacher's response is that she doesn't
What
care,
is
that she
wrong?
doesn't care. No Minecraft at all. It doesn't matter. He can scream as much as he wants. He's still not allowed to do it. And at that point, Steve, already standing up, starts screaming about how he hates hates it here, and this school is the absolute worst, and, you know, they should just burn it down, because it's just a place where you can't do anything fun. And listen, bro, no one's saying school is fun, alright? Like, listen, trust me, I have a lot more fun not being in school than I did when I was in school, right? But everyone knows school's not fun. It's not the place where you're allowed to play video games for 8 hours a day. Newsflash, bro, what did you expect? Anyways, the teacher looks at him and says that, like, he needs to sit down and relax, and that would obviously be way too easy. That would just make too much sense for Steve to sit down. So Steve says no.
Why would that have anything to do with anything? And that is true.
Rolling around, crying about how it's so unfair that he can't play Minecraft, and it's so unfair that
it is interactive.
For this hour, and everyone else in the class is
and there is 100% an event system. Why aren't you walking? I don't get it.
I don't know. Like, I like video games, don't get it twisted, but I'm never gonna throw a tantrum in public because, like...
Why does it only respawn when I press enter?
Imagine you're in Walmart...
That's not how that should walk. You press the button, it says, I click!
Until I get my phone charged again. Someone better steal me a portable charger. Like, what do you mean, dude? There's just no reason to be having this much of a freak out over any video game. It just doesn't matter. It's not a life or death situation. Unless grandma's life...
No, not can't click Unity. Why? This is such a stupid problem!
He sees is Steve on the ground throwing a tantrum over not being able to play Minecraft, and he's like, this is so unfair, and so he looks at the teacher and asks what's going on.
What the frick is that even trying to frickin' say? Stupid.
And the teacher said that she had told the kids absolutely no devices.
What are you talking about? Shut. No, I didn't click on the stupid video.
He had definitely gotten upset over the devices before. He definitely was talking about video games a lot. But never
What does Control Z and G do? Oh, I don't know, you undeveloped brain. Undo? Like any other program? You stupid human?
There's always the one kid that just has to chime in when the teacher's explaining anything, you know. But thankfully it makes the
Don't get
principal
it.
be like, oh, okay, this might be kind of
Unity
So
buttons.
the principal, like, wanting to show off how good he is at principling, I guess, walks over to Steve and just asks him to get
Only
off the ground, which I always
respond-
think principals try the, like, super basic approach that the teacher has already tried a bunch because they just think it's magically going to work if someone else asks. You know, Steve does stop rolling, but he doesn't get up off the ground. He just kind of looks at the principal. And what I love about that, it means that, like, the entire time that the teacher was waiting for the principal to show up, the entire time the principal's there, the entire time the principal's having a conversation with the teacher, Steve was still just rolling around, bro. He really smacked the roly-poly formation. Anyways, he's, like, now on the ground, no longer rolling, and starts telling the principal that he knows that he has the right to freedom, he knows what rights he has, so he knows that he's allowed to play Minecraft in class. Which, like, you know, I'm not going to disagree that he has a right to freedom. I'm going to agree with that one. I'm just not necessarily sure that it, like, applies all the time, and that having the right to freedom means that you're allowed to just, like, bring a gaming PC to class to slay the Ender Dragon in English. Obviously, you should
nothing
be able to play
blocking
video
the
games in
click.
your spare time, but there are some times where we got to have some rules, you know? I'm all for freedom, but, like, yeah, people playing Minecraft while they drive is a bad idea. We should make some things not allowed. And the teacher
No.
kind of, or the principal, sorry, starts to explain that, like, he can't play video games.
Literally nothing in the way. There's literally nothing. There is nothing in the way.
Like,
There's nothing wrong!
You're not allowed to do certain stuff. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. You're not allowed to just, like, punch someone because you feel like it. Not that.
Why does it only walk when I press enter?
Just saying, I have
There's
the
no
right
reason!
to mean that you get to
You're a button! The whole point
Especially if it involves, like,
is that you are interactable by clicking.
have the right to take you out of the classroom, you know what I mean?
Why can't I click on it?
Gets up.
And why is this even an option?
The principal obviously doesn't
That's
know
just this screen.
his rights.
Why do you...
And that the principal is going to be hearing from his lawyer if he really wants to maintain
no
this
reason.
no devices rule. And at that point, the principal realizes that there's going to be no amount of, like, talking to Steve.
Why don't you walk?
Steve, that's gonna work.
Seriously.
Someone starts threatening
Why?
the because they're not allowed to play Minecraft in the middle of class is when you know that you're just like, all right, I guess I'll deal with the lawyer instead. At least that person might have some, like, rational thinking abilities. So the principal just radios into the office and says that he needs help removing a
I
student from
clicked
the
the
classroom.
button.
And at that point, Steve
Why
realizes
won't it
that,
walk? walk.
Probably not going to be able to be playing Minecraft today, so he
I
just
don't
goes out in the
get
hallway.
it.
And when he goes out in the hallway, they don't hear him.
Why doesn't it walk?
Standing out there, so the principal decides at that point that he's just going to try to do his normal observation.
When you
And he's
press
sitting there until
a
the teacher-
button,
And obviously,
the whole point
everyone's
is that you can press it
happen.
with your mouse.
Like a normal
It's the
class,
whole
some-
point.
Some dude is out there challenging the principal to a lawsuit because he was told he can't play Minecraft.
Yet when I click on the button, it doesn't walk. When I click it,
The principal goes out to see what's happening.
why?
He goes out, the door opens, and obviously you can hear things a lot better.
Why are you not walking when I click on you?
Really yelling, I'm not going to the office. And as soon as they hear that and the principal leaves, the entire class just starts laughing. They had held it together a little bit while the principal was there, but obviously as soon as he steps out and they hear that he is still freaking out in the hallway, they can't help but laugh.
Why do you have to
Like,
press
seriously, all
enter?
of this over Minecraft,
That
bro,
makes
I'm
no
just saying it's
sense.
really funny when
What is wrong with the button?
freaking out. This is not entertainment. But if someone's
I don't
losing their
get
mind
it.
over like not being able to play Minecraft for 45 minutes, I feel like you have the right to giggle. You know, your class probably.
There's no setting that can be changed. There's nothing that can be changed. There's nothing.
Meanwhile, Steve's over there trying to look around. And
What is wrong?
try and sort and prevent it, and I'm supposed to just sit in the classroom and not laugh at the visual of Steve 1v2ing the principal and the security guard while screaming about how he has to slay the Ender Dragon? Obviously, that would get anyone.
There's nothing here.
Like I said, the class at that point is just
That doesn't do anything.
Is looking pretty stressed out, which I probably would be too.
None of these are related.
Today, and next thing I know, the principal's in there while Steve is having a great freak out. So she's looking pretty stressed, but the class is just talking about, you know, Steve's tantrum and how crazy it was. And by the end of the day, obviously, basically the entire school had found out about it.
It's nothing to do with that.
Ended up getting
It's nothing.
on the way to the office. He had been trying to fight the principal and the security guard that were like corralling him to the office, you know?
And this is the same thing as the other
The
thing.
reason they were
So that does
corralling him
nothing
was trying to
either.
work with him.
Why doesn't it walk when I click on the button?
The security guard got too close. Steve had bitten the security guard, bro. That's right. In the span of 20 minutes.
On these buttons, they walk. Go to the stupid game view. They walk perfectly fine when you click on them, like they frickin' should. But as soon as we go into an actual level, they don't walk unless you press enter. What is wrong? I don't get it. What is wrong? What is wrong? There's nothing here.
Steve's got to go if he's going to start fighting at faculty. But what was really messed up about all of this is it really made the principal come down super hard on the devices rule, you know? When everybody came back in, that teacher was like, yeah, you guys aren't allowed to listen to music
What
anymore.
is
The principal
wrong?
was so shocked by how bad the experience was. He didn't
Go
usually
to
remove and
the
delete
game
devices,
view.
but listen, you know, usually
You
I'm super
hit
anti-boomer.
the back button, and it should
I just
walk.
start over Minecraft.
You can't even use the arrow keys to navigate.
You know, it sucks. The teacher really couldn't do anything about it because it was a rule from the principal. The principal
Why?
So like, I get why they had to do it. It does suck, but hey, that's more on Steve than.
What is wrong?
Like it probably could have just it kept being the system it was. But Steve
Just
had-
click the button. It's right there.
You know, students kind
You
of-
have the button. You can press on it.
No one started finding anyone, thankfully. It wasn't an outbreak of World War Z proportions. I would seriously just love to know.
Is it because there's two canvases?
And like how that conversation went when he found out that he had freaked out and started fighting his
No.
the lawyer's office. We're like, all right, tell me about your.
So then what's wrong?
Okay, so the school tried to tell me that I couldn't play.
There's
my-
nothing here.
And they're like,
There's no setting.
Pretty sure-
I checked
pretty sure they're allowed to do-
all the settings. There's nothing.
And also, when they told me, I freaked out and ended up fighting a security guard. And the lawyer's
What
like,
is wrong?
Well, son, I don't think we're gonna win this lawsuit. I think that if anything, the school could just hit him with the reverse Uno card on that lawsuit. You know, I'm suing you for not playing
On the
Minecraft.
button.
We're suing you
It's
for-
interactable.
You want to play this game? Let's go, bro. Anyways, overall, I would just recommend
On
one,
click.
not becoming insanely
Uh-huh.
addicted to
Sure.
the point where you
Clicking.
can't go
Yeah.
without it.
Sure.
Two, if you are insanely addicted to a video game, don't go fighting people because you're not allowed to play end up in way more trouble and look insane, bro. No one wants to hang out with a fighter. That's like the least fun person to be around, dude. I don't want to have to worry about you like making me patient zero in a zombie movie. It's just not something I want to be stressing about if I'm sitting next to you in class. And just a little piece of advice, I wouldn't recommend punching anyone over any video game, but especially Minecraft, dude, okay? It's not Minecraft. It's not like punching a tree. There's real consequences. Anyways, it's important to mention that this dude's stepbrother is 19 years old, right? So, like, he's a full-grown adult, and he had a part-time job and was currently taking a gap year to figure out what he wanted to study in college, which honestly is fine. You know, I can understand needing a year to just work a bit, figure out what you want to do. It's a lot of pressure to be, like, fresh out of high school and pick what you want to do for the next 60 years, you know? If you know what you want to do, then that's great for you, but, like, I'm not going to hate on the dude for that. That being said, the only thing he had managed to do in this entire gap year was like do nothing but play video games. And listen, I love gaming as much as the next guy, but I'm talking about, you know, did nothing but play video games to the point where he wasn't showering for 2 weeks at a time to play video games. Which, yeah, that's a little bit excessive. If you start like smelling like an onion pit, it's probably a sign that you should take a shower, not just keep the gaming marathon going. Anyways, his game of choice also happens to be a weird one that I've never necessarily heard anyone get addicted to, which was Minecraft on the Xbox. Which, you know, it's fine. I guess Minecraft itself could kind of be addicting. I don't really get it personally, but whatever. Something about being addicted to console Minecraft is just a little bizarre. It's like if somebody said they were a huge GTA fan, you know, it's their favorite game of all time, but they only play the PSP version and they think GTA 5 is garbage. You'd be like, oh, okay, I mean, that's fine. Obviously, your opinion's your opinion, but it's just not one I think I've ever heard before. Anyways, he had a world with some of his friends on Xbox, and that was basically the only thing that had mattered to him for quite a while now, you know? Like his entire gap year, all he did was
I don't
play
get it.
Minecraft on the Xbox.
I
To the point
don't
where, like,
get
just
it.
in casual conversation, bring up his Xbox friends.
I don't
by their
get
names,
it.
assume that everyone should know who they are. Just
You
like
have
talk about his
everything you
Minecraft
need.
world using coordinates to talk to them like in normal conversation. It was just weird. And like I said, on
You
top
have
of it,
everything.
he's like not showering or taking care of anything while all this is going on, and his room got so messy because he was.
Why
just,
do you
like,
have to press enter?
And he ended up getting a roach infestation in his room. So obviously,
Is it something to
not
do
a very
with the
good
frickin'?
moment. And, you know, his parents couldn't have been thrilled about like having.
The only other thing I could see it being is the cursor lock state.
And so their response was to say that if he wanted to keep living there rent free, then like he could only game for 2 hours a day. Which, you know, is definitely a little restrictive, but that's what happens when you get a roach infestation in somebody else's house, you know, and you're addicted to video games. They're probably going to limit how much you can play. If anything, he should count himself lucky, because I probably would have just evicted him, you know. I feel like if somebody gets a roach infestation in your house and they're a full-grown adult, you know, and especially if they're not paying rent, it's eviction.
Just get rid of everything
Son or
to
not.
do with
First few
locking
weeks
the
after that rule
cursor.
was created, everything's going okay. He's only playing about 2 hours a day, but when he starts to get tired of like having the restrictions on him, he goes behind and
That-
goes back and buys a second Xbox to play Minecraft on. And,
But
you know, his
why?
parents realized that at the time,
Why
so
is
he
that
decided
the
to, like,
issue?
emphasize how bad this dude's
At least
Minecraft
it
addiction
works
was.
now, but what is the issue?
Xbox just so he could play after his mom and dad took it away. So basically, to this guy, punching trees in Minecraft was the equivalent of like black tar heroin. You know, he just could not get off of it. And like I said, his parents didn't discover it for a bit. He would just kind of game in his room, and it worked to his advantage because it was pretty normal for him to be in his room alone for extended periods of time. Because like I said, he had a part-time job, and he could do his job from home. It was like a remote position, so he could play Minecraft while working. You know, he just kind of had to fill out paperwork and whatnot. So his parents wouldn't really bug him all day, so he would kind of play video games on his second Xbox while he was working. And listen, if you can do that well and get all your work done and your boss isn't going to get mad at you, then by all means, go for it. I understand why you would
Why
do it.
does that
The only
change
issue is
anything?
This guy was so into Minecraft
That
he
makes
ended up
no
getting himself fired
sense.
from his job. And honestly, I feel like everyone at this point makes jokes
Why
about
does
how they
that
mess with
change
work from home.
anything?
You know, everybody makes jokes about how they really only
I
do 2 hours
show
a
the
day.
cursor whenever you go into the frickin' thing.
Sorry, could have even
That is the whole point.
all day means you have to have been like really not paying attention. And in fact, come to find out,
I show the cursor.
because he always had an AFK status.
I
like,
take
on system that
the
they
lock
used
state
previously. And
off.
The only way that you could get like the AFK status is if you hadn't touched your mouse in like 4 to 5 hours. So basically, they knew after tracking it for a few days that he was literally only touching his mouse like maybe twice a day if they were lucky.
What is
or
wrong?
once. So after they kind of got that information, they had no choice but to fire him because that's just really bad. You know, even if you're pretending.
What is wrong?
Taking a mouse every 10 minutes or something. Yeah, they really have no choice but to fire you if they start paying attention and see that you're literally only looking at the computer for 45 seconds a day. And on top of it, they had also given him 2 warnings about it and been like, hey, you know, we noticed that you're going AFK a lot, please knock it off. So they weren't trying to be mean to him, he just couldn't put down the Minecraft. Anyways, all this culminated one day when the subscriber who sent this to me was over at his mom's house helping his stepdad do something when his stepbrother comes into the garage and said that he had some good news for his dad, and obviously the dad, like a little suspiciously, asked him what his good news is, and he opens up by saying that he was fired, but it's not a bad thing because he doesn't really need the job and now he can focus on all of his passions without any distractions. And the dad is obviously not too thrilled with hearing
It's
this.
not
He's
what
like,
I
you got
looked
fired, what are you
for.
gonna do? How are you gonna pay for anything? How are you gonna support yourself? And the Minecraft kid just says something about how like basically he just wants to play video games until his gap year is over and he might extend it a bit and was just hoping that his parents would just cover everything while he was there. So like, you know, his entire plan to focus on his passions was literally just to play Minecraft. You know, not like he wanted to open a Minecraft server, not like he was gonna make content, anything that might make money. No, he just wanted to play video games
Confined?
and pay for it for the rest of his gap year. And it doesn't really sound that great to the dad, obviously, so he points out that his answer to the question doesn't really make sense and asks how he's going to support himself, and then tells him that he's an adult and like it's unacceptable for him to just play video games all day while his parents support him. And, you know, that would probably piss me off a little bit too. Like, dude, you really can't just be sitting around playing video games all day once you're an adult. Especially if you can't support yourself. Like, it's one thing if your Shroud and playing video games is making you hundreds of thousands of dollars every month. But if you're gonna be sitting around waiting for your parents to support you while
Cancel.
you play Minecraft,
What
that's
is...
just pretty unreal.
I don't want to
So his
build.
dad
I was...
found out that, like, if
There
he
was a
didn't have
left
job
click.
and he was just going to be hanging out.
It still doesn't work! What is wrong? That doesn't help the situation.
At this point, it's probably the best course of action. He's like, listen, fine, you're not gonna.
I don't get it.
Nothing for a few months, then you can read books and think. You don't need to be playing.
What?
But when he says
It's
that,
wrong.
he just starts freaking out about how that's not fair. And he
You have your lock state off. It's off. You don't have a lock. Why are you not walking? I don't get it. Why? What is wrong?
The bros? My goodness, that sounds like it would be a lyric in a Jake Paul song in like 2011. It's everyday bro. Yeah, I'm crafting with my bros. I would throw it up there. It's just a very, very bad knockoff.
No, shut your mouth. Cursor.
That's what is crafting with my bros. Anyways, the dad points out that, like, you know, he doesn't help.
C# Unity. No, I don't want to stupid freaking slash. Yeah, that doesn't freaking help, you dingling.
Like, sure, turning off the internet might seem extreme to some people. One, he's not paying rent. Two, he's not paying for the internet. Also, the dude had such a bad, like, gaming problem that he literally didn't clean his room to the point there was a roach infestation. It makes sense why this guy's apprehensive just let him play video games all day. That was when he had a job. Imagine when, like, that's gone too. He's really just going loose with it. You're gonna wake up to a family of rats cooking dinner in your kitchen a la Ratatouille. A fantastic Pixar movie released in, I don't know what year, 2014, I don't care. Anyways, to that, the stepbrother just starts absolutely freaking out, losing it in tears about how it's so unfair that his dad wouldn't let him play video games when he was at work, and how this
What?
is more of a reason why he doesn't
Or
play,
not.
blah, 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 blah. And his stepbrother is watching all of this goes down and says something about how, like, it's just Minecraft
What?
and everything's gonna be okay. And man,
That's
he was
not
like,
even
that was
different.
Like the CIA trigger word to go full Manchurian candidate. You know, the CIA program really, like,
What?
wanted to brainwash
The
people so that way they
frick?
would act normally, and then, like, when you said the code word,
Okay,
they would turn into an
main menu.
assassin. That's basically the, like, reaction
I
he
guess.
had to his stepbrother.
Sure.
Minecraft, it's gonna be okay. The CIA brainwashing came back. He went full assassin and starts running towards the subscriber with his fist raised, talking about, like, shut up, you don't know anything about it. And his dad steps in
sure.
front of him to stop him from hitting his
Course,
stepbrother.
sir.
And they're kind of like inches away from each other's face. And the Minecraft kid at this point is yelling at the dad about how he just doesn't understand Minecraft, and he doesn't understand why it's so important to him. And he's like, listen, man, you can have your hobbies, you can do what you want to do, but, like, you have to be able to support yourself while you're doing your hobbies. You're not just going to live here while I pay for everything forever. That's not really how this works. If you want to follow your passions, then find a way to do it. And then the dad says something that everyone would be thinking, but for some reason the Minecraft kid takes it the wrong way. He says, like, all of this over Xbox is ridiculous. You're literally threatening to fight your family over video games. Because, like, yeah, it is
What?
a little bit silly to be threatening
No,
to throw
frick
hands
off,
with your
what?
stepmother and your dad and, like, screaming at them
Oh.
over the fact that they think you play too much Xbox. And the stepbrother steps back and tells his dad to take that back, otherwise...
Why does this
Dad's
keep
like, "Well, you're gonna
happening?
make me regret it."
Just
It's
let me frickin' hide a cursor!
absurd. Like, there's no
That's all I wanna
still
do!
gonna turn off the internet.
Why
If
can't
that's
you
working,
what?
if you're really lucky, then maybe he'll get the internet for an hour a day. So it's not his issue to provide internet anymore. Basically saying that, like, yo, bro, I will be fine.
Cursor
off these standard cable
show
towers, but I'm not the person that
thing.
has internet. That's on you, and maybe I'll just turn it off until you
New
get
script.
You know, confirming that he's not going to
ABC
Minecraft addiction
XYZ.
for the second version.
I don't frickin' care.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, Secret of the Ooze, but it's just Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle rats living in this dude's room. Yeah, no thank you.
Edit
I feel
script.
Like the first sequel was good enough. This incenses the Minecraft kid.
Get out!
He's so pissed that he reaches back,
Boy,
balls up his fist,
wait.
and punches his dad right in the face. And listen, the punch wasn't the greatest of all time, but it's still punching your dad over Minecraft at the end of the day. So even if it's a weak punch, it's still one punch too many. And after that, it was
Cursor
like a
visible,
sucked
true.
all of the air out of the room as it sunk in what he had just did. And the subscriber starts running over to grab his stepbrother and defend his stepdad, obviously. And his stepdad stops him and is like, no, it's okay. And he's confused by how just, like, eerily calm his stepdad seems, even though he had just been punched in the face. He's like a calm washed over him. Like the scary calm, you know? When someone's so calm after something happened, you're like, oh, they're about to snap. And he starts giving the Minecraft kid a lecture about how he's ashamed of what he just did, and said that he had 1 hour to pack up all of his stuff and get out. And he was no longer allowed to live here. And if he didn't have it all packed up and was out in an hour, then he was going to pack it up. And he was going to use all the anger he had from being punched in the face. Which, you know, is a pretty scary warning, but fair. He's not going to hit you back, even though you just punched him in the face. You just have an hour to get all your
It's
stuff. and
all
get
I
out.
wanted.
That's pretty
It's
reasonable.
literally all I wanted.
This might be like an
That's
overreaction.
it.
Sometimes people get mad.
That's all I wanted.
Or, you know, they get angry and
Kid
say the most hurtful
God.
things in their mind. But his dad was insanely calm to the point where
No,
it was just
copy,
obvious
paste.
that he just 100% meant that he was serious. He had an hour to get his stuff and get out, and if not, then he was probably not going to be happy on how his stuff was
No,
packed up, you know?
frick
Maybe
you.
it's tossed down the stairs, maybe a little bit, but his stepbrother, for
Open.
some reason, doesn't
No.
think his dad is serious and just stops out and says that, like, he's
Stop
not afraid, he's
itching.
never done anything in the
Swear.
past, he's threatened that stuff, so he's not
Get
afraid
out.
now. And the dad tells him again, like, listen, dude, I'm serious. You're really going to regret that. I would pack up your stuff nicely. But the stepbrother's having none of it. Just not afraid of his dad at all. Just being like, no, you're not going to do anything. So his dad pulled out and, like, set a 1 hour timer and showed it to him to be like, look, I'm serious. I'm literally setting a timer. But he just rolled his eyes at that and went back inside and said he had better things to do. And pretty soon they heard him back, like, on Minecraft playing video games within, like, 2 minutes of going back upstairs. And the subscriber's obviously a little bit confused on why his like stepdad's giving him an hour, so he asks why he didn't do anything about being punched. And he's like, listen, I'm gonna give him an hour to pack his stuff and get out. I've been looking for a reason to get him out, and I think this is a good one. And on top of it, I've wanted to destroy that Xbox forever, so hopefully in an hour he's still playing it, so I have an excuse to destroy it. Which, yeah, might not be cool, but he is giving you an hour to get out, and you did punch him in the face, so in the grand scheme of things, him saying he's gonna do exactly what he's telling you he's gonna do isn't that bad compared to sucker punching your dad over Minecraft. There's no video game you should ever punch anyone over. There's even less video games that like you should punch your dad over. But I feel like Minecraft is probably one of the most embarrassing games to say that someone hit you over. Regardless, the stepdad and the subscriber go inside, they each grab a soda from the fridge, and they're just kind of hanging out, and his stepdad keeps checking the timer and being like, alright, he has 20 minutes, alright, you know, he has 15 minutes, and it keeps getting closer and closer. And their entire time they're counting it down, they're like literally hearing him screaming at the Xbox in the other room, which I don't even know how you are screaming at Minecraft. This entire thing's just weird, being that addicted to Minecraft, being so mad at Minecraft you're screaming at it when it's Xbox Minecraft. And, I mean, raging at any Minecraft to the point you're hitting stuff is a little out there. Unless it's for entertainment, you know, but just like seriously raging at Minecraft, how? After an hour though, the timer goes off and the stepdad looks at the subscriber and says that like he's gonna be right back. He goes upstairs and he hears an argument going on between his stepbrother and his stepdad. And all of a sudden he hears his stepbrother yelling in the hall like, you can't kick me out, I'm your kid. And his dad responds, you know, that like, well, I'm an adult, you're an adult, you know, there's no longer like I have to take care of you, and you just punched me in the face.
I guess.
I'm not gonna let another adult punch me in the face and live in my house, especially rent free, so you have to get out. And he starts arguing back to his dad that he's not gonna go anywhere and he can't kick him out, you know, he's an old loser.
At least I figured it out.
About it. And
That is
then he
so
hears him trying to stop his dad from going back
stupid.
into his room, and hears like, no, no, and hears them coming down the stairs. And the next thing he sees isn't them coming down the stairs, but it's an Xbox flying through the sky instead. Literally like a magic electronic boomerang, dude. It's just flying through the air. The only problem is it doesn't return to the person who threw it. It just smashes into the ground. And it's not like one of those things where he knows for sure it's broken, but considering it just got tossed down the stairs, landed on tile, and is now like got pieces flying off of it, he assumes that it's probably pretty broken. Anyways, his stepbrother is yelling as if, like, you know, something that's irreplaceable just got thrown down the stairs. Obviously, an Xbox getting destroyed would suck. I'm not saying I wouldn't be upset, but, like, he's acting like some irreplaceable heirloom just got destroyed. That was the watch from my great-great-great-grandfather. Like, nah, it was an Xbox. And he did warn you, but whatever. He's screaming for a second, and then his dad says, like, now pack your stuff and get out. I wasn't kidding. And that's when he pulls out the ultimate Yu-Gi-Oh card, the trap card, and is like, guess what, Dad, you're an idiot. I bought a second Xbox when you took mine away, so that way I could play on it. And the dad's like, you really bought a second Xbox so that way you could play secretly? And he was like, yeah, I did. And he's like, wow, man, you're really addicted to Minecraft, so go ahead and play it in your new home, because I'm serious, you don't live here anymore. Like, get out. And it finally starts to say to the Minecraft kid that his dad is serious. He's like, not joking. And for some reason, instead of starting to apologize, he starts yelling about how he will just go find a place to live that supports his like want to play Minecraft all day, and he'll find a way to do it and make it happen. Because, you know, it's just a weird thing to yell for.
1, 2, 3, 4,
I think it's
5,
kind
6.
of impossible. Like I said, unless you're like streaming it, YouTube, something, no one's just going to pay for you to sit in one of their rooms, not clean up anything, literally have a roach infestation and play Minecraft. Even if you were clean, like, who's just going to pay you to do nothing? Like, literally nothing. It just makes no sense. You gotta do something. No one's gonna just literally pay you to sit around and play Minecraft. But whatever, you know, he goes and like grabs the box, takes the pieces back upstairs to his room and closes the door behind him.
So
And the
stupid.
stepdad goes, knocks on the door, and he's like,
Seriously.
go away. And he demands that he gives him an Xbox that he threw down the stairs. And he's like, fine, it's broken anyway. So he opens the door back up and says something about like, I'm packing. And so the stepdad grabs the Xbox and goes out into the garage. And obviously the subscriber goes out with him. And the stepdad grabs an axe. He just starts going full Paul Bunyan mode on it. Just like making sure that this Xbox is surely full in. It definitely was done.
Yeah.
And you know, they hear the stepbrother coming down the stairs, and he comes in his garage and yells that his like dad's an idiot because he did have 2 Xboxes, but he still hates him for breaking it. And he like lifts up the duffel bag he has in his hand and says that he's leaving now and starts to walk to his car. But he's walking really slowly, I think, hoping that his dad will stop him and be like, please no. But his dad isn't rushing out to stop him. If anything, he's like glad to see him leaving. So he turns and starts making this dramatic speech about how his family should support him even if his dreams make no sense. And listen, man, it's not that they're not supporting you because your dream's a long shot. Like, if they were saying, listen, you're never going to be able to, like, ever make any content, you know? And you're like, I just want to give it a try. And they just said, don't try. You're an idiot. Your dreams are stupid. I understand. They're just saying you got to be able to support yourself if you're going to be playing video games 9 hours a day. That's not them not supporting you, bro. And so his dad literally asked him, like, what do you mean by that? How should we support you? And he says that they should let him do whatever he wants, even if it's nothing. And the dad's like, you know, maybe if you were peacefully doing nothing, that's one thing, but it's the real world. You cost a lot of money, and you got a roach infestation, and you had a job that you lost because you were just doing nothing. Like, I can't let you do whatever you want and just walk all over me in the name of it being your dreams, especially considering the fact that you're willing to punch me if I tell you no. Like, even if the guy's right, his family should support him. He's just glossing over the fact that he literally punched his dad over the block game. So whatever, he just like leaves once he realizes his dramatic speech isn't gonna make a difference, and drives off to his friend's apartment where he had apparently started renting a room. And 2 weeks later, he's texting his stepdad and the subscriber's mom, begging for like them to let him move back in for free, and he didn't want to get a job, but he just needed a second chance, and they were like, no, you have to figure this out for yourself, man. And yeah, apparently he's like got a different job that he works full time at now. Probably doesn't have as much time to be sitting around. And he had a pretty sweet thing going on. I mean, all things considered, he just worked from home part time, play video games, eventually go back to school. Pretty sick. But you just had to throw away for Minecraft, man. And punching your dad over Minecraft, like punching your dad alone is already a pretty big thing to come back from. I feel like punching your dad might be one of those things that they might hold you for. But especially over Minecraft, like what is he supposed to tell his friends? Yeah, me and my son got into a fight. Oh my gosh, over what? Was it some family drama? No, you know the block game Minecraft? Yeah, I said he couldn't play it anymore, and we got into a real boxing match. Thankfully, this time they're not directly related. I feel really bad whenever it's like someone's brother or something that just is going ballistic over this game for some reason. Either way, I know you guys really love these, so I figured I would make it into a video. So yeah, without further ado, let's get into it. But before we do, be sure to press the like button if you've ever played Minecraft before, alright? And I'm paying attention, I'm watching. The person who sent this in to me does not live in the biggest town that's ever existed. There's like 3 or 4 large-ish neighborhoods, and that's about it. And so all of the kids in the town go to the same school. And because it's not the largest school on the planet, everybody is kind of aware of each other. Like, not to it's not like everyone knows everyone's biography. But if you've known these people for like 6, 7 years, you've always been in the same school, even if you didn't necessarily call them your best friend, you probably knew who the person was. And there was a guy who didn't live near him. He lived in his neighborhood, like a couple blocks away, but he went to the school that was always known for getting a little bit too invested into whatever he was into at the time. You know, he was the type of kid where, like, if he had an emo phase, he was just going to wear Darth Maul makeup to school every day and just talk about nothing, about how, like, life is nothing but a dark pit of suffering. And so everybody was just kind of aware of the fact that whenever he would get into something new, he was going to go way overboard with it. And people really didn't have an issue with it, except for when he would try to, like, shove it down other people's throats. For example, man, like, if he decided that, I don't know, coffee wasn't good, he would walk up to anyone he saw with a coffee cup and be like, you really shouldn't drink coffee, man. You know coffee's really bad for you. I don't drink coffee, and it's changed my life. Which, listen, I understand that people can make choices about whatever they want to make a choice about, but you're making a choice for you, bro. Like, just because you decide to do something doesn't mean that everyone else has to do everything the exact same way. But whatever, one day, the kid comes to school, and he starts talking about how he's gotten into this this game that no one's probably heard of before, and instantly people are starting to be like, oh, he's gonna get obsessed with it. And he's not telling anyone what the name of the game is, but he's like, it's this super low-key indie game that none of you guys have probably ever heard of. And he's acting super elitist about the fact that, like, he's playing this game, you know. Oh, yeah, only, like, the most elite gamers know what this game is and how to play it. So you guys have probably never heard of it. And finally, after a couple days of, like, just trying to bait people, I guess, into, like, trying to figure out what game it was, he started telling people, because no one was interested, you know? Like, he would go up, oh, I'm playing this new game. You guys probably had never even heard of it because it's super secret. And no one was like, oh, dude, please tell me, please tell me. I'm so excited. They were just kind of
okay,
like, all right, cool, good
we gotta
for you,
resume.
I guess, you know? They didn't really care one way or the other. So after a while, he starts telling them that it's this little game they've probably never heard of called Minecraft. And I don't know if this guy had just actually been living under a rock like Patrick Star, but Minecraft is not some tiny little baby indie game. Maybe if this was taking place in 2009, when it was in its alpha or something, that would make some more sense. But let's be realistic here, dude. Calling Minecraft an indie game, like, technically it started as that, but saying it's a less known indie game people have probably never heard of. Yeah, dude, have you ever heard of this little known battle royale called Fortnite? Like, come on, man. Minecraft is one of those video games that I feel like even people that don't play video games know about. Like, I feel like if you did a poll of grandmas, they would probably know what Minecraft is just because their grandkids are into it, and, like, you know what I'm saying. Either way, everybody's kind of like, dude, we know what Minecraft is.
Do a test build.
Minecraft forever. Like, it's just not really some super brand new game that's, like, the craziest low-key game. And immediately he starts getting all defensive. And he's like, well, if Minecraft's so popular, how come I never see anyone playing it? And listen, man, I don't know what you wanted them to say to that. Like, maybe you just don't look at things, but I feel like Minecraft stuff is kind of everywhere.
Now, we're gonna do one last thing.
Like, you know, the greatest thing since sliced bread. It's a good game. But to pretend it's some, like, little known, unpopular game, and
we're gonna
no
do
one ever plays
one
it is insane.
final
I feel like
thing,
some
and
of
this
the
has been a
biggest
4-hour
YouTubers
stream.
on the
Holy
entire
crap.
platform have
We're
made
gonna do
Minecraft
one
YouTubers
last
or are
thing.
Minecraft YouTubers. Like, even PewDiePie did a Minecraft
The
series
one
that
last
they
thing we're gonna do is figure out how to frick a trigger
They have
works.
Legos. They have Minecraft Legos. Once something is turned into a Lego, that's how you know it's mainstream. Lego don't mess around with weird stuff. Either way, everyone's kind of like, alright, man, yeah, whatever. I guess you just know some secret indie game no one's aware of. And he's like, yeah, even if it is known to you guys, I'm probably way better than you at it.
Alright, we're gonna pause Scrubs real quick.
In this mini Unity tutorial, I want to show you how to use triggers to do things in Unity. So a trigger is a really good way of, for example, commanding the game to do something once you get to a certain point, or whether you want something to occur. So, the best way of doing this, I've always found, is to replicate and use cube as the actual trigger itself. And what I mean by that is we can use the cube as an area as the trigger. So, if we go to Game Object, Create Object, Cube, we can use this cube as the actual trigger to do things. So, I'm going to expand this cube along here so we can walk into it. So, let's have this, let's say 10. Put it down towards the ground, and we'll also take his trigger. We'll also
His trigger.
Mesh renderer. You can see now.
Yep,
the
no
mesh
mesh
is
renderer.
This one's here in the game. So let's see that I'm in.
Yep. That's not what I wanted to do, but sure. Alright. Level objects. Cube, yep. Alright, take this cube. And, okay, not really, I didn't really want to save, but sure. When trigger. Alright. Wait, no. think you can. No, is it with the. No. Alright. Down now, for now. Rename. I can't do that. That's okay. Okay, I didn't really want to build. One, two, three. Oh. Okay, this is the last wall. And okay. Wind trigger. Yay. So here is our wind trigger. And we're gonna do something with it. We're gonna have a prompt, I guess, pop up on the screen. But on the player. So we're gonna create probably gonna have a separate script. But basically it just needs to be attached to a button, and then it's gonna allow you to basically move on to the next level or exit to the main menu. So yeah. And that's a pretty simple function. I'm not gonna put it on pause screen, but I guess I could just create a new canvas and have this be called a not a pause screen but a wind screen, and have that be a thing under the player. And it's not active, but whatever. A UI button, get rid of the event system, get rid of the text. No, frick off. Okay. And then here we have a button wherever it is here. And then there'll be a little thing that pops up that says, okay, level complete, you know, whatever, have fun. Maybe in the final build, we'll have something that keeps track of how many times you've, like, died, I guess. Who knows? But for now, we have gotten all of the things. So, yeah. And actually, on that wind trigger, I also want to turn off. No, we do want to player. So how is that gonna work? Hold on. Yoink. I'm just gonna put this spawner down here. No. Yes. Put the spawner here. Back, down. Forwards. We have airwalks. So when you dunk into the thing. No, it doesn't have a collider, so it doesn't like actually collide. So that's cool. Oh, jeez. Whatever. Wee. It's fine. Player. Get the spawn point again, put it under player, reset its transform positions, put back into level objects. There you go. Yoink. Alright. Continue.
Hello there, I'm Jimmy Vegas, and in this mini Unity tutorial I want to show you how
Shout
you can
out
use
to
triggers.
Jimmy Vegas, by the way.
So, the next one is just a quick object script. And let's open that up in Visual C# script. Let's call this trigger object script. And let's open that up in Visual Studio. And the
2017.
real thing we're going to need here is the object that we're going to make appear. So whether it's object or whether it's music or whether it's just anything
Whatever.
in general, that's always the variable you're going to reference. So we can get rid of void start, void update, we don't need them. Public game object, and let's just call this add board, because we're going to make an advertising board appear when we go into the trigger. And to do this, we go void on trigger enter, open close bracket. Doesn't really need to be private if you don't want it to be. And what we'll do is we will put add board dot set active, and in brackets true, semicolon, and save.
Yeah.
So the object, as I say, that we're going to be doing this with is this one right here, just named object. All it is just a little advertising board that came with the asset pack. So if we now go to our cube here, which will be trigger, so that's F2, trigger, and let's drag and drop trigger object script onto there, and then just declare the variable over here in your inspector panel. Drag and drop. Simple. So now when we press play and have our character walk through that trigger, the advertising board will appear right in front of us. Excellent. So it's not just objects that you can have that working with. Let's try this with a sound. So on my FPS controller I have a sound object, which I'm going to put this bell on there. And this is quite useful. It's just a simple ding. So let's untick play on awake and back in our script.
Void on trigger enter collider over. Okay. 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 Goodbye, sir. Alright, we don't know. What? Okay. Go here. So. Let's see. Scripty boys. Where did he put his script actually? Into the trigger?
Script onto there.
Onto
then just-
the trigger. Alright. So when trigger, add component, new script. When I guess. I don't know. We'll put that in the here and we'll edit it. We'll get rid of all of this shenanigans and we will copy and paste what he had. Void on trigger enter. Collider over. Void on trigger enter. On trigger enter. Collider over, apparently, unless they changed that in recent Unity versions, but hey. Windscreen dot set okay. It's fine. Don't. Pretty sure this one. Yep. Public game object and well, windscreen. There you go. Blinded. It's fine. Alright, there you go. So now, technically, if I go here, put that as a thing, and I don't know. We'll see. So we do have to let this do its thing, but we'll let it kind of just, you know, have fun. Yeah, no. It's fine. How far are we, people? How far? It's fine. Yeah. I guess I could do cursor lock state confined. Yoink. Hey! She walked. Nice. Alright. It did come up, which means this is walking properly, which is definitely a good thing. Alright. And once again, I said we're going to have two different buttons. So, one at negative 100 and one at 100. So, the first button is continue. And the second button is like exit or quit or whatever you want to call it. So, yeah. Why won't you dunk onto the dunk? It's a dunk. Alright, whatever. Exit. Yes. Alright, highlighted is going to be the blue color, and pressed is going to be the green. We're going to have to make a continue sprite, but we'll do that in a second. But for now, this is going to be exit number 2. Yes, sure. It's fine. Okay, can I just take the spawn point and just, once again, let's see here, wind trigger, yeah, take the spawn point and just reset its transform here, just over to here, and then just, you know, bring it back and then up a little, and then unparented it again. There, cool. It's fine. Alright. Now we spawn down here, which is definitely an improvement. And what we should see is the windscreen will pop up and we get 2 buttons. We got 1. Where's the other? Donk. Why do we only have 1 button? What? Hello? Why is your whip weird? What are you doing, sir? Oh. Hey, dingling. Alright. This one's gonna be at -100. Alright, play again. Yoink. You can see it just instantly spawns you into a place. Donk. Cool. So you can technically select them in theory, but whatever. Keep the event system separate, I guess. It's fine. Alright. Windscreen. So right now these won't do anything on click, but whatever. Continue is pretty easy to do though, because we're just gonna have build index +1 and then just have the levels in order, basically. So it's gonna be very easy. And exit is also pretty easy, because I should have already done it with the pause screen script. Although that isn't, you know, that has to, copy. Where can I paste it? I guess to the windscreen, I guess. Paste component is new. So actually reference U, load menu, load main menu. And now technically that should walk. Technically. The event system's all good. So yeah. Hopefully. Nice. Although one thing I do need is the windscreen. Whenever you enter a trigger, you also want cursor dot visible to be set to true as well, so you can actually see what the frick you're doing. Okay, well, okay. I think it's equals true. I think, maybe. Go back to moving equals, yeah, equals. Which is really weird. Why don't you just have it consistently give away? Whatever. Cursor dot visible, yay. That way, whenever you get to the windscreen, you can actually click on things, you know, slightly important. You know, it's a little bit important, whatever. And I think, besides making a texture for our everything, that should technically be it. Although the hitbox is a little scuffed, but not really. Yeah, then you can reload. So you can go back to the same level again, which is pretty cool. Yoink. Yeah, you can see the hitbox is a little scuffed. So you're gonna have to fix that. Sure. Back to the default white color. And basically, continue is going to be a new texture. So let's make a new texture, I guess. So we're going to walk off, I guess, resume. We're going to... I don't know. Actually, we're just going to head over here. Textures, downhill. We're gonna walk off, I guess, the back button, sure. Bring this back down to a reasonable freaking scale. Donk. And... Sir? Okay. Sure. Sure. Paint 3D just became a little bit cinematic for a second. It's fine. Alright. So, continue. No, there's no lives. It's just, like, continue. Anyways, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go back down to the bottom. Get rid of you and get rid of you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. Although I don't really know if this is gonna actually walk. Because continue is a really long name. Or like a really long walled fan. So I don't really know if this is gonna properly do what I think it will, but it's a good thing I figured out why that was messing up earlier though, because so stupid. 1, 2, 3. I mean, hey, if I was making lowercase, that would be an N for it's okay. It's fine. Oh, yeah. Jeez, man. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. We need another N. Continue. It is gonna do it. It's fine. We have enough space. It's just really close. It is very, very close. But we are good. So, yeah. Donk. Yeah, it is very close though. Continue. Yes. Alright. Back to here. We definitely have enough space, but again, it's very, very, very close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 2 pixels. We want 3 pixels. And it is basically centered already, but hey. Actually, I can just do this. I should have been doing this earlier. Right. So this is 13. Which means in total we have 14, which means we need 7 each side. Oh, jeez. This is actually going to be a little bit of a pain to highlight. But it can be done. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think that's centered. So I'm gonna fill in all this and check. Because it should be. But yeah. Alright. 7 and 7. Alright. Control Shift S. Continue. Button. Make it 896. Continue. Overwrite it. Continue. Yes. Okay, I need to change its type back to a thing. Apply. Cool. Okay, we did the thing. Cool. Continue and exit. Alright. So continue is now good. And on the Win screen, load menu. Public void load next level. And yes, that whole thing, just sure. And I know what I need now, but it's a very stupid thing that I need. We need to find the original scene loader. Okay, not this one. It's a different one, apparently. Gosh darn it. Where is it? No. Is it this one? No. No. Because I don't want to set having everything to... I don't want to change every single, like... I don't want to have to change every single... I don't want to change every single thing, so... Yeah. Although I don't know where it is originally. I know it's something about scene build index and get active scene plus build index plus 1 or something. I know it's something like that, but we're just gonna have to go open up Marble Blast Diamond and I guess steal some more code from my original project. Sure. And hopefully I can get this done before like 11 because reasons. We don't want this. I'm gonna close that. Canvas. Why is this named Canvas? Main menu script. Edit script. Here it is. Yoink. Donk. Yoink. There you go. That is literally done. That is done now. There you go. We're not fully done, but it is almost done. We need to do like 2 more things, and then we're almost done. So continue. We'll have the win screen, and load menu, and the load next level. And technically, if I were to take test level, duplicate it, and I will to call this level 2, and I want to call this one level 1. Reload. then technically, if I go up to the build settings and I make sure they're in order, like so, cool, and then I make level 2 distinct because, I don't know, the frickin', let's see here, the spawn trigger, or the spawning is now back at the top or something. And I make it reset its transform and all that shenanigans and then put it back under level objects. We do all this, we save it. Then, technically, this should walk. And now we're gonna do a test. So yeah. Now we're gonna do a test. Now what we should see is the options don't walk yet. We're not gonna quit. We have already confirmed that walks. We're going to go to levels, and technically I can now add level 2. Technically, but we don't really have a level 2. It's basically just level 1, but you spawn in a different spot. So it's not really the same thing. So level 1. If we load up level 1, if we load level 1. Oh, I know what's wrong. Alright. Head back to the main menu. I know exactly what's long, sure. I know what's long. It's fine. Main menu script, edit script. Gosh darn it. Where is it? No. Level loader. Edit script. Darn it. Alright. Level 1. Alright. There. That is literally the only change we have to make. Now it will walk perfectly. Okay. Here we go. Made with Unity. Alright. Options. No options yet. You can quit. Levels. Level 1. Here we are. You can see we spawn at the bottom part. And the rest of the level is behind us technically. We get our... Oh. Okay. We get our continue, and now we spawn at the top. Oh, frick yeah. Although, okay, I'm pressing the wrong key. I thought pausing wasn't walking, but it isn't. Or it is, you dingling. Yeah. That is basically it. I could release this technically as a beta version if you want me to. But yeah, level 1. Here we go. You can move. That is a feature. You can definitely move. It's just, why would you? Here you go. I need to fix this. This is the thing I wanted to fix. Yes. Yeah. Show cursor. Continue or exit. You can exit. You get back to the main menu, and then I can quit. Cool. I think the last thing I need to do is copy the level 1, make it a level 2, save it and whatever, and then head into Paint 3D again, and no, don't save. And we want to open up the level 1 texture, and we want to change this to be level 2 texture, basically. And to make this a level 2 texture, you get rid of the first texture, and then you make a new texture. So this is the center line, so I guess I'll just put a center line here. I think that's centered. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's centered. Okay, this is center, and then a 2 in that format that I was looking at earlier, right here. A 2. Even though it doesn't frickin' show me a 2. Ding-a-ling. Show me a pixel 2. Pixel. Oh yeah, pixel speedrun. That's a nice thing. Pixel 2. Images. It's just gonna be a Google Pixel. Okay. Pixelated 2, boy. Too easy, boy. That's a 2 boy. 2 boy. Alright, what do 2s look like? 2s have this part, they go down, and then they do this. It's basically a Z, but curved. So, if we get rid of this, and we get rid of these as well, and this is basically how much space we're working with. So if I make that part droopy, two, that's a really weird, funky looking 2. And that's not any better. That looks better. Yeah, it looks better. That looks worse. I think that's probably what we're gonna use. .png. Donk. And actually, we're also going to increase the size of the texture real quick. So, save as level 2, yes. And then also control, okay then, don't save, open up level 1, and change this to 64 by 64, and save as level 1. Close this, don't save it, go bye-bye, head back into Unity again, go to level 1, level 2 texture, sprite, apply, level 2, where is the freaking image? There it is, donk, I got level 2. Although I have to space them out, but we should see 2 different levels, technically. Well, now it's just replaced by 2. Whatever. Level 2. We gotta reposition both of those, by the way. Put that in this corner. Put this in this corner. We'll see how that looks. Yeah. Levels, you can't see them. Okay. Sure. It's fine. We want these to be 1 by 1 scaled. I want them to be normal sized. Ding-a-ling. Yeah, that's better. Alright. Level 1, go back in the middle. Level 2, back in the middle. And we're gonna raise these by 50 on both of them. So they're each gonna be raised by 50. Level 2 is gonna be at Y. Oh, that's the X. Okay, X needs to be different. The Y needs to be at 50. The X is what's going to be different. So level 1 is going to be at 100. Level 2 is going to be at 50. Oh. Okay. No, not 0.6. 0.5 you didn't win. Yoink. Although, well, that's not right. Actually, that's double not right. What the frick? What? Is did I make them? What the frick? No, what? No, no, frick, no. What? Did I make one of them smaller? Okay, we need to rewalk level 1, I guess. Yeah, this is at 2. What am I doing? No, no. Make the canvas back how it should be. What is going on? Gracious. Seriously, that is all I needed to do to fix that, basically. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What? No. What? No, frick off, bro. There. Okay. Great. Now I need to upgrade its texture again. Gosh darn it. Canvas. 64. Save. Cancel. Okay. Cool. Now they shouldn't look that weird next to each other. However, apparently level 2 needs to be at like... Also, that is not enough. Let's see here. So, this really needs to be at like negative 100, or like, this needs to be at like negative 500 or something. This is negative 450, maybe. That is better, but they do need to be raised up quite a significant amount. So we're gonna go with 150 and 150. Now that looks decent enough. Actually, maybe 200. Yeah. That looks good. What the No, 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 no. No. What are you doing? No. What? Edit. But you had what? What is going on? Why did that have... Oh, it's blocking it. Ow. Okay. Well, I have a solution for that, so frick you too, I guess. And it was Paint 3D. And my simple solution is to do a bit of this. You know. I mean, obviously this needs to be 16 by 16, but yeah, just kind of do this. So yeah, just a transparent canvas around the whole thing, you know. Yeah. No. Ow. Wait. How'd I even type 26? That makes no sense. It's fine. Alright, get out of here. So make this one also a transparent canvas. Scale it up again, and then it will be perfect. Yeah. Okay. Scale it back up. Yoink. Yoink. Donk. Cool. Alright. And now we don't cut it off. Perfect. So level 2 still loads level 1. Alright. I can fix that. It's pretty easy. Level loader. This needs to be level 2. And yeah. So we'll just straight up just load level 2. So yeah. Where's the level loader in levels? Edit script. Donk, 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 donk. There you go. Now we technically have a game. Technically. There's no music yet. I guess to do this properly, I would build it first. I guess I would love to save. Alright, well, build it first and do that to test, although I still actually never mind. I have to fix the UI messing up. Just go to like level 1, pause win screen, yeah. Continue. Okay. Is the continue button not how it should be? Is it not? No, it is. It is sized properly. About exit. Is exit? Oh, is exit the issue? Exit. Hold on. I should be using this one. Head back to this. Make sure it's this one. Sure. Oh, that's what. Okay. We are in level 1. Okay. That's nice. Well, you know. Yoink. Okay, well now the buttons are way too big. What should I scale it down to? I don't know. Definitely at least half the scale. At least. Or at least half it. Probably more. boop, 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 boop. Here we go. Yeah, it works. There you go. Then you can continue, and you go on to level 2. But then if you don't like level 2, you can exit and then quit. Okay, we fixed the aspect ratios. We did all of the things. We're good now. We can save. Now here is the final build, at least for this stream. And we've made tons of progress. That's nice. We did all of the menus. Alright. Downhill. Yes. Options. This is probably going to be the next stream, so stay tuned. We can quit the game. Yes, yes. You can quit the game. Okay, cool. No one cares. Oh. Well then frick you too. Alright. Oh, I still need to change the icon. Fish. Whatever. Levels. Here's all levels. We can go back. We can quit. Level 1. Here's level 1. It's pretty simple. Donk. Level 1 is obviously the easiest level, but it's a little bit too easy right now, so we'll fix that later. But we can now continue on to level 2, which is a longer version of level 1. I actually don't like this stage, so we're just gonna hit the back button and we're gonna quit out the game. And we're also gonna fix that icon. And here's the icon that should be the icon. But, you know, I mean, it's literally the icon I'm selecting as the icon. Whatever. It's fine. Tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but next. Dang, look at that is cold, boy. Whatever. Hopefully the next stream I do of Downhill isn't 5 hours long, but you know, hopefully the next one I do is not 5 hours, but yeah, I'm gonna show you guys the process of me actually uploading things, I guess, if you want to see it. I don't know. So how I upload is I go to, where is it? I guess here. I go to my built Unity projects, which is where I build all my things. Here is the, I'm assuming, most updated version, even though it has a different thing. I mean, it does have the level 1 and 2. And again, I don't like level 2. Why do I keep going to level 2? I go to level 1. Yeah. My goal for this game is to not make it frustrating. That is definitely a thing I don't want. But yeah, you can exit. So, yeah, Downhill. There you go. And what I do is, get out of here, is I take all of this and I create a new folder, and I'm gonna call this folder, sometimes I don't do this, sometimes I do. Sometimes I just take all of the files and compress it from the beginning. But new folder, and we're gonna call this Downhill beta 0.1. Then we will put all of the stuff in here. Oh, hey, look, it updated. That's fun. Get out. Yeah, there you go. We have everything. Cool. Now what I'll do is we will take the beta 0.1 file and we will send it to a compressed zip file. That way, the file is not as large and you can download it faster and it's just more convenient. Then we will exit out, and actually I can exit out of here too. Exit out of Unity, I guess, because I can. We will head over to my Google Drive and we will we will find where I have that. Wherever it is. Where is it? Oh yeah, this thing. This is going to be where these games are going to be hosted. Yeah, show. Alright. For some reason, I don't know where that is. Ow. Well, then what the frick. Anyways, you don't have to go for all that, but yeah, here we go. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go to New, File, Upload, and then I'm going to find wherever I put my file right here, and then we're going to upload it, and yeah. Bing, 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 bing. And then I stare at this little icon in the corner until it's finished loading. That's what I had to do whenever I did the Marble Blast Diamond beta, but there you go. Alright, she good. Here it is. And yeah. Okay. And then it just, here's all your files. We're gonna copy the link actually, and in the description of every single one of these, we're going to put a download link right here, and we're gonna do this at the end of every single stream. So in part 3, whenever I don't know what I'm gonna do, but in part 3, whenever I do whatever I'm gonna do, probably level design, either level design or like music, sound effects type things, one of those. But in part 3, I'm gonna have the updated link to download the beta 0.2, and yeah, here's the download link. And that's going to be in every stream from now on, basically, that I do of Downhill. And it just takes you over to here, and then you can download it, and then unzip it, and then do all that stuff. And, yeah, I don't have viruses in my freaking thing. If we go here, let me wait for it to load. Come on, fully load, thank you. And we head over here, and we unzip, extract files, and then we put it into games. Hit OK, hit OK. Then you can create like a shortcut of it and paste it onto your desktop. Let's see here. Games. There you go. Downhill beta 0.1 downhill.exe. Then you just open up the file, and then it should boot up. If it doesn't, email me. You can quit the game now. That's a quality of life that wasn't in my first, like, in the 3D game that I have on my Google Drive. You have to Alt F4 out of it, which is stupid. But yeah, options. Yeah, we're gonna walk on the options in the next stream, so stay tuned. Levels, and we're probably gonna do at least like 3 more levels and finish up like level 1 and 2. Make the tutorials, you know, all of that. Level 1. Yeah, this is level 1. Level 2 is down now. Level 1 is just, oh, it's finished. But yeah, there you go. Donk. And then you can do whatever. You can continue to level 2, or you can exit. And it's still, the game is still running in the background. I might make it so whenever you finish a level, your marble like pauses or something and does like an animation. I don't know. anyways, exit. And then you can move on to level 2, or you can hit continue and move on to level 2. And level 2 is a steeper, or not steeper, actually. It's just a longer slope, which means it takes longer. But the nice thing now about having a pause menu is you can just hit pause, go back, and now you don't have to play level 2. Although, in the final build, there'll be some kind of a progression thing to where you can't just move on to level 2, you have to do level 1, you have to do them in order. But yeah, and also YouTube, you know, subscribe. Quick game. But yeah, please download the game. There's no viruses, there's no nothing stupid. It would be updated over time. You can watch me update the game in the live streams, obviously. It would be helpful if you download my game there. It'd be really nice. You know, just so it doesn't give me any monetary benefit or whatever, but it would be just kind of cool for you guys to download it. So please do that. So yeah, and actually we're gonna download the first game here, and apparently it's gonna take 14 seconds. Okay. No. Gosh darn it. No, I don't want a Unity package file. I want mao.exe. No, frick off. Game.zip. Yes, game. Extract files. Extract files to game.zip. Yes. Let's see how I organize this one. That's the wrong games. It's fine. Those are my in videos to edit. Okay. Game, yes. Mao.exe, sure. It's fine. Okay. Sure. WASD to move, shift to sprint, spacebar to jump, and mouse to look around, although objective is to get to the end. Although now that I know how to use triggers, I could actually make an end. And also, I would love for it to have my camera to be inverted because I'm used to Jack 2. Press the left mouse button to make the cursor disappear. Press escape to get it back. I'm pressing escape. That doesn't walk. Whatever. So I never programmed it. Hold Shift W and spacebar to cross large gaps. It's a pretty tiny little game, but it is pretty fun to kind of just mess around with the third person character. And if you do fail, you have to go back, but also, those textures, man, those textures. Should have made more triggers to where I'm gonna do this in like Machine Breakout whenever I do that. But once you get past like a certain point, if you press a button or if you collect something, then it will create like a shortcut back up to that spot. If you like fall off, then you can just move to that, like basically a checkpoint, but like a physical checkpoint. You know. It's like an elevator and it takes you back. Whoa. Jeez. Okay, that's actually kind of scary. Okay. Why did I make that platform so thin? Whatever. Oh, I do have another pillow. Okay. Yes. Yeah. I like the fog effect though. It's pretty fun. I like this little game. I could update this as well, maybe do a live stream on it, but yeah. Definitely add triggers though. That is one thing at a pause screen, have escape actually bring your mouse back, you know, the basics. Main menu. Options, so I can make the third person character controller have its mouse inverted. Please. Never. That is definitely going to be an option in Machine Breakout for people who are used to Jak 2 and the Jak series, because Machine Breakout is going to be pretty directly based on the Jak, especially Jak 2 and 3, but obviously some of 1 as well because reasons. But yeah, pretty fun. You know, this game is honestly kind of bad, and I don't like it, and I never mention it because it's kind of bad. And you have to press Alt F4 to get out of it, so goodbye. Yeah, Evo Zone is better. Downhill is definitely better. All Less Diamond is also better. So yeah, that concludes this almost 5.5 hour stream of Downhill. We've got a lot of progress. I don't honestly know what I spent all that time doing, but I did something. So, bye, LOL.